Добрый вечер, дорогие друзья. Hey, Saber. Good to see you. I'll give it another couple minutes and then we'll get going. I think I caught everyone off guard because I don't usually stream at this hour, but it is a public holiday tomorrow, so I don't have work. What's new? You're about to see what's new. GHPC was just patched today, and we got some fun new toys to play with. Mm-hmm. And man, was it worth the wait. She is beautiful. T64A, model in 1981 from memory. So it's got the funky coincidence split image rangefinder, but it also has 3BM32, which is basically like god tier ammunition. No, it doesn't. It has the rubber skirts. So the gill armor was done away with pretty quickly, especially in Soviet service, because they were just a pain in the ass and they didn't really work properly. Like the benefit they offered wasn't significantly better than just a rubber skirt down the side of the track. And they had a habit of snagging on things and breaking off, and you had to get out of the tank to flip them out, and like it was a good idea fairy kind of thing. So they went away pretty quickly. So just to give you an idea of what this is bringing to the Fulda Gap with it, its armor is actually not really better than the T72M1. So it can't really take hits except at very, very long range from weaker ammo. But its own ammunition will cut through an Abrams easily from the front. It'll shoot right through the frontal like turret cheeks of an M1, base model M1, out to a bit past 1.5 kilometers, sometimes 2 if you get lucky with the angle. It will be able to kill an M1 IP frontally at ranges out to about 1 kilometer. Yep, through Abrams. It's 3BM32, so it's Vant. Which is the absolute top of the line Soviet ammunition, which was starting to come into theater. Like, Vant is brand new for the 1985 timeline. I'm not sure, to be honest with you. I'm not super up on export restrictions on ammo. All I can tell you is the T-64 itself was never exported until the Soviet Union collapsed. Let's give it another couple minutes. I got one more song queued up for it to run through, and then we'll actually fire up the game and get playing. I am very conscious of the fact that people are probably not going to be used to me streaming at this time of day anymore. Well, I mean, I haven't really streamed at this time of day for a long time, so I'm going to give them a few minutes to see the alert and come in before we get into the action. Hey, Chocolate. Actually, just before we do start up the game, I'll cue back one of the songs that we played, because I think a particular part of that, a particular verse of that song is very much the vibe of this patch. Oh, it's so satisfying. It is so satisfying. Now just imagine T64B or T80B with an M1A2 level kind of fire control system. The only thing it's missing is the thermals. Lays and blaze with that ammunition. So this is the thing that I think a lot of the, shall we say, more naive, my tank could beat up your tank sort of appreciators would be dreading, is finding out that in fact the M1 is not invulnerable, and in fact the M1 IP specifically was a stopgap because the Americans realized that 3BM32 would fuck up an M1. It's going to turn into what most tank combat usually does turn into, which is whoever sees the other guy and gets the first shot will usually win the engagement. And once infantry arrive, that's just going to heighten the tension even more, because you'll never know which bush is concealing an angry little man with an angry little tube. Alright, stand by for the summary of this patch. Although it may take me a moment to seek through the song to find where the particular verse is. Here it comes! My fellow English-speaking fans and friends might not understand the implications of that, but take it from me, that is a very fire verse. That is a hell of a diss right there, and that is how this patch feels to me. What are your thoughts on the M48? In what sense? Like, should it be added to the game? I mean, maybe as a reserve tank for the Germans. It would be interesting. It would actually be interesting, because the way its rangefinder works is a little different from the M60A1. It's a little more fiddly, from my understanding. It's pretty much more directly a naval rangefinder. It would be interesting. I would not mind having an M48, but it just depends on what the team's got the time for, I guess, and what's in focus. Anyway, that's enough of me yapping. Oh, historically, it's a cool tank. I mean, I don't think it was necessarily an amazing tank. It was a stopgap, and it was surpassed very quickly in terms of firepower, protection, and ability. But it's a cool-looking tank. I like it. Good heavens, is that a Ross stream? It might be, Francois, it might be. You have to enjoy your... and don't do that, I can't speak. You have to adjust your background noise filter. Yes, I'm sorry about the noise gate. That's my air conditioner. I have fiddled with it to try and get it to not pick up the aircon as much. It probably sounds like I'm speaking underwater to you guys a bit. It makes like a bubbly, gurgly sound, I think, over the noise gate. Okay, so if I try and set the noise gate to block that out, it also like blocks out half of what I say. If I don't have a noise gate, it sounds like I've got a jet engine next to me. So you're just going to have to take my word for it that that's about as good as it's going to get over the summer. That might change once I move to a new place, because I'll have like an actual inbuilt air conditioner instead of just a little portable unit next to my desk, but... Don't you have a Discord emote for a noisy air conditioner? No, that's what the Discord music channel's named after, DJ Cool Air. I don't know if anyone here is interested in RTS, but Broken Arrow is doing... Oh my god, hang on. Let me catch up. Doing its first public beta test on stream. I gotta be honest with you, I'm not super into Broken Arrow because it looks like they're doing more modern stuff, and my attention span rapidly drops off after 1991. As you guys have figured. Enough of this, give us T64. I'm working on it, man. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. That's the wrong screen. That's the screen I was looking for. Hello, my dudes. Doing a move, once I find a place, yeah. Well, I mean, I found plenty of places, but once I can get an actual successful application through to one, because it's a bit competitive. Start with the patch notes. So, as some of you in my Discord may have figured out from my capricious screenshot posting and captioning the other day, I've been playing a T64 for a couple days in one of the test builds. So I'm not really coming into this blind, I'll admit that straight up. But, it was so worth the wait. It was so worth the wait. Okay, so regular update to introduce new features and fixes. As always, additional work's ongoing and will be released when ready. Usual disclaimer, blah 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 blah. Changes from previous version. New vehicle, T-64A, model of 1981. For the Soviet forces. The GSVG have finally woken up and they're here. And boy are they here. Notable characteristics: 125mm smoothbore cannon firing the latest in Soviet ammunition, 3BM32 Vant, Sabo. Like I said, that will punch through the front of an Abrams. About 1.5 kilometers, 2 kilometers for a regular M1, about 1 kilometer for an M1 IP. Depending on what angle you hit it at. And, you know, the usual mechanical variation, shall we say. TPD 249 gunner sight with split image coincidence rangefinder, which is also the sight the original T-72s had. So that's... You'll recognise it as the same sort of layout as a T-72 sight, but instead of the laser, it's got the coincidence rangefinder. That's because the two tanks used the same sight to begin with, and then the T-72 got the laser first, because the T-64 leapfrogged that and got the 1G42 sight with the 1A33 fire control system, which was a hell of a jump, put it that way. So the 1G42 is, you know, it's a typical Soviet tank sight. It's got a lot of markings on it for if the FCS fails or if you want to do stuff by eye, whatever. It's, you know, it's pretty ordinary. It's a little more cluttered than what the T-72 has. The 1A33 is the big ticket item here, because that is a two-plane stabilized gun and sight, so it auto leads and it's just lays and blaze. Like, you know how in the early Abrams, the reticle kind of sways around the sight picture? It's like a gyro sight for DCS players, right? It's basically like a gyro sight that you'd have in your Cold War planes or your late World War II planes. The 1A33 doesn't do that. The point of aim stays dead center of the sight. You also don't have to manually super elevate the gun like you do with the 64A or the T-72. It stays dead center of the sight unless it's in an emergency mode, so it's literally just lays and blaze. Point at the thing you want to kill and pull the trigger. The only thing it's missing compared to an Abrams is thermals, but in all other respects it's essentially on par with an M1A2 fire control system. This isn't that. This is the T-72 one, but with the coincidence rangefinder. So that's something you can look forwards to on the T-80B. Late model composite turret with ultra porcelain ball array in cast steel. The armour is stored in the balls. Composite hull with steel textilite sandwich. We're already familiar with that. Balls. There'll be plenty of balls on this stream, trust me. MZ carousel autoloader with vertical charges and bidirectional seeking. This can rotate both ways, so you don't have that really long load time if you want to cycle something on the opposite side of the carousel. It does present a larger surface area for incoming rounds to hit, because the charges themselves, the throwing charges, are stored vertically, which is maybe not the best design safety-wise. But on the other hand, if you look at the way the spare ammunition for the reload is laid out around the tank, there's less chance of that getting hit. From memory, the commander has a single I think he has a single throwing charge behind him on the turret wall, and then there's a couple of throwing charges and actual projectiles in the wet rack, kind of angled into the side of the tank, so it's a very small target. And then I think you've got one actual projectile inside the turret ring, as it were, down by, I think, the commander's feet. So it's not like the T-72 where you've just got shit everywhere wherever it'll fit. The T-64's carousel holds more rounds to begin with, and it also has a better arrangement for its reload. That said, you don't have a full reload in the sense the T-72 does, because you're already carrying more ammo in the carousel. Opposed piston diesel engine, the 5 TDF. So this is it's kind of like your typical modern general aviation aircraft engine. It's opposed piston, so you've got 5 cylinders, 10 pistons, and they're pushing into each other. It was a very problematic engine to get working at first, had a lot of teething issues. The advantages of this are it's extremely flat packed, so it doesn't take up much space, it's very lightweight, and it delivers a reasonable amount of power for its weight class. Now, it's not the most powerful thing on Earth. I think the 5 TDF is only 680, 700 horsepower, which is less than the engine out of a T-72 by a reasonable margin. A V-46 produces more power than that. But it's also a lighter tank by several tons, and this thing takes up so much less space, and it's really good at delivering power quickly. The price you pay for that is it's a bit of a... I think the maintenance side of things is a little overplayed, and this is just, things I'm picking up anecdotally from guys that actually drive the things. The engine does have a shorter life resource. It does tend to be more finicky if you need to repair something, but it's not as unreliable as it used to be. If you treat it right, it's a pretty good engine. It just, you burn through its life resource a bit quicker. Now, the Brits tried to do something similar with the Chieftain. I can't remember how many cylinders the Chief is. I think it might be 6-cylinder, but I'm pretty sure it's also horizontally opposed. The Leyland L60, and that thing... That thing was a bit of an ongoing shit show. I'm not sure they ever got the L60 up to where it should have been in terms of reliability. But it's a similar concept. You get a more compact engine. It's able to deliver a lot of power for its size. You can run it on all sorts of weird and wonderful things if you can't get the actual fuel you're supposed to put in it. But yeah, it's finicky. And also in the Chieftain's case, it's pushing an extremely morbidly obese tank compared to what it was supposed to push. In the T-64's case, an early model T-64A is about 38 tons combat loaded. To put that in perspective, the T-72 is about 41 tons. An earlier model T-72 is about 41 tons. The Panther was about 48 combat loaded. Tiger was up above 50, I think like 56, 57. Your average Western modern MBT is anywhere between high 50s and low 70s. Especially with them, if you put the fucking Tusk kits and shit on an Abrams, they'll go up into the 70-ton range very quickly. But to really put this in perspective, the Boxer, IFV, I guess you'd call it, APC, whatever, the Boxer, the thing that's replacing the LAV in a lot of countries, and here it's replacing the ASLAV. That thing's a fucking chungus. The Boxer, I think with the 30mm turret, is a 38-ton vehicle. So we're now fielding wheeled IFVs that weigh as much as a combat-loaded T-64A or T-64B. Just to put that in perspective. 3B M32 will frontally defeat the M1 IP turret within around 800 meters, give or take, depends on the angle of impact and, luck. And it will defeat the M1 turret at up to double that distance. I've put it through the front of the M1 base model turret, through the cheeks, from an actual pure frontal angle, so it hit at an angle, because remember the cheeks are sloped backwards. I put it through those at about 1700 meters, and it was consistently penetrating, although the terminal effect wasn't quite as good. The fragments it was throwing were not necessarily getting through to the ammo rack, they were just fucking up the turret crew. But on the other hand, I was also seeing M1s get vaporized at 2400 meters. I may have hit them in the turret ring, I may have just caught them flat onto the turret cheek, I'm not sure. But put it this way, I hit an M1 IP when I was playing last night or the night before at 2400 meters into its general center of mass, and that thing turned into an orange smear so quickly, the blowout panels barely cleared the turret roof. It was beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. T64 versus Chieftain deathmatch, neither has left the workshop. Yeah, the T64 was very much an early access IRL, kind of like the MiG-23. Like the MiG-23, it matured to be a very good, dependable vehicle. Actually, you know, it kind of fared better than the MiG-23, because by the time the 23 had matured, the 29 was already getting set to replace it. Whereas the T-64 persisted for quite a while in Soviet service, and still persists to this day in Ukrainian service, and has made a fucking good account for itself in the war, honestly, for its age. Because you've got to remember, these aren't 1970s tanks, these aren't 1980s tanks. People think, oh, it's an 80s tank. No, these are late 1950s, early 1960s tanks. The T-64's design was more or less finalized by the mid-60s. It was entering into service at the same time the US was kind of hitting the crescendo of the Vietnam War. This thing was so far ahead of its time. That's not to say the Americans could never. The Americans actually had some similarly advanced designs, but the Americans never quite got from the design stage to the production stage because various things popped up in the way, either politics or, in the case of why they didn't bring in composite armor first, is because they just couldn't produce it reliably enough. The quality wasn't there. So it's not like the Americans couldn't do this, it's just that the Americans didn't do this because of the material realities of their situation, I guess we can say. The Soviets did. Major features and additions. There are quite a few things other than just the T-64 in this patch. Talking about the MBT-70? No, I'm talking about the T-95 for composite armor, and the autoloaders out of the T-69 and T-54E1, which were, to be fair, a bit overcomplicated for what they needed to be, which is probably why the Americans couldn't get them working reliably. They had the ideas, they just couldn't get it to the point where it would scale to mass production. And to be fair, the T-64 had some issues like that as well. So the armor is stored in the balls, but as the Soviets very quickly found, trying to cast a steel turret around a matrix of carefully arranged ultra porcelain balls, without the balls either being heat shocked by the molten metal, falling out of their position in the matrix because the wire holding them there melted, or the steel getting defects in it because air bubbles formed where they shouldn't have. They found that was not something they could do at scale. They could do it, you know, on a low rate of production scale, but they couldn't do it at large scale. So a lot of T-64s from that stage of production had some flaws in their armor. And so relatively soon the Soviets just went, fuck it, and went back to quartz like they used in the T-72. And then for the T-80 they just made the turret a bit thicker to account for that. Quartz is not really significantly worse than the ultra porcelain, especially when you consider the fact the ultra porcelain had a pretty good chance of not working properly. So it just made sense for them to go back to that instead. But that's still a step ahead of what the Americans did, where they couldn't get, was it some sort of silicate glass sheets, I think it was, they were using in the T-95 hull. They couldn't figure out how to make those stand up to multiple hits, because the first hit would just shatter it and it'd fuck the whole plate. So they basically gave up on it. So, you know, they're doing a bit better than that, at least. It's interesting as well. I know we'll get into the gameplay in a bit. Just let me spurg. I've been saving this up all week. It's interesting as well because if you happen to get access to various Western intel reports, all above board, please don't arrest me. These are all declassified now. They're all good. Although I will admit, when one of my friends sent me a scan whose first page was a salmon pink manila folder, I almost shit myself. And then I noticed it had been, you know, it had all the appropriate stamps and fucking shit on it. But if you look through, say, the Brixmiss reports, which a friend of mine from back when I used to play World of Tanks sent me from Bovington's archive, or when you look through the CIA reports of the sort of mid to late 70s, they weren't actually sure about the composite armor. In fact, the Brixmiss report is particularly interesting because the Brits are the people that you would expect to fuck this up the least. Because I think by this point, the Brits were already putting steel brew on the Chieftain, so they had some idea of composite armor, even if they were doing it very differently. So they were putting steel brew on the Chieftain. The Chieftain has a horizontally opposed paned 5 or 6, I think the L66 cylinder. But, you know, paned, horizontally opposed screaming, because both engines sound very similar. You'll be able to tell. The Brits fucked it up. They thought it was powered by a turbine because of the high-pitched engine note, even though it sounds almost exactly like a Chieftain. And they didn't think it had composite armor. They got the autoloader design nailed. They knew how that thing worked perfectly, because actually they managed to get photos of one of the maintenance training sort of setups, where they take one of the turrets and just stand it in just an open turret ring, so you can see the autoloader in operation and see all the innards of the turret. It's like a training aid, right? Kind of like the aircraft that are missing panels, so you can see what the insides are. Same thing but with tanks. So they got photos of that, so they knew how the autoloader worked. And to be honest, the MZ is pretty similar to how most World War II naval autoloaders worked. If you look on the Iowa class battleships, their loading system's actually quite similar, just much larger scale. But yeah, they thought it had a turbine. Now, to be fair, the T-64 does have a really high-pitched turbo whine because the engine's turbocharged. I think it's turbocharged. It whines like it's got a turbo. I'm pretty sure it's turbocharged. But it's still got that really high-pitched, high-rev scream that the Chieftain also has. The only real difference between the sound is the Chieftain sounds like it smokes about 20 packs a day. The T-64 is just screaming. The Chieftain is screaming with throat cancer. But other than that, you can tell it's the same type of engine, like same general arrangement of engine. Two-stroke, very high revs, horizontally opposed. Brits had absolutely fucked the Intel game on armor rating. They only learned how terrible the only saber round they had for the 120 until 82 was when they did some fire tests on a later T-series, like completely incapable of defeating a 64B or... So, what you're saying is everyone who enjoys seeing the Soviet armor run roughshod over the opposition should be petitioning Action and the team for a North German plane expansion, then. Holy shit. I knew they were going to have problems with the ammo they had, and I knew that the Chieftain's armor is not what it's cracked up to be, especially before Steel Brew, but yeah, swing fire in Milan exists, that's true. But still, that's oof. Okay, preliminary launch of Soviet Army GSFG, which you'll hear me refer to as GSVG out of habit, but group of Soviet forces in Germany. Группа советских войска в Германии. I think I didn't fuck the grammar up on that too badly. With Soviet-marked vehicle variants, including the Soviet tactical symbols, which is awesome to see. There are more Soviet vehicles still in production, and they'll be added in the future. T-62 hasn't dropped with this patch, but he is coming. T-80B hasn't dropped with this patch, but he is coming, probably a little further out. I'd say T-62 is probably the closer of the two, but that's just like me pulling that out of my arse. I don't actually know. So don't consider that leaks, because I'm just guessing. What's going to be really nasty as well is the Soviet tank destroyers. The little ATGM go-karts. Those are going to be fucking brutal. Russian crew voices added for Soviet army vehicles. And they're really good. There was actually a slight issue with the voice lines in the first test version of this patch. It was fixed in the second. But the Soviet TC was just angry as fuck by default. That man just woke up on the wrong fucking side of bed. Like, he had the shit. He'd seen how, like, decadent and bourgeois the Germans' lives were as he rolled through Fulda. and he just fucking had enough. He was fuming. So on the plus side, I got to hear all the angry voice lines, and there's some really good ones. Russian crews give target alerts using hull compass system, a 60 unit circle with 30 at hull front. So this is a mil system, not a degree system. So instead of giving, you know, if you hear 30, it means targets to your front. You'd think that if you hear 30, you know, from a typical sort of perspective, it would be 30 degrees right or 30 degrees left. No, it means dead front. The Soviets rounded down to 6,000 mils. Western militaries are 6,400, if I'm remembering my compass correctly. So that's already going to trip you up if you were trained in a Western military. It's 6,000 instead of 6,400. And they would give the indication with basically your halfway position being the front of the tank. Don't ask me why. I guess it's to... I don't know, it doesn't... Maybe to make left and right, like small left and right adjustments quicker to say. I don't know. If anyone does know, feel free to drop it in chat, but that's the way they do it. So 30 is front, 60 is behind, which is the opposite of how a Westerner would expect it to be, where you'd think that 6,400 would be front and 32 would be behind. Three new instant action missions featuring Soviet T-64A and BMP-2. We'll be playing all of those this stream. This stream's probably not going to be super long, because I have been at work all day. My brain is a bit, you know, expended. But we'll see how we go. I also am kind of toying with a stream maybe Saturday my time. It is a long weekend, so it was a public holiday tomorrow. So I think tomorrow I'll use to catch up on all the stuff that I couldn't do during the week because I was busy working. And then Saturday we might do a stream with Paranoia 2 and maybe some more DCS, and we'll see what else. This isn't planes? You are correct, although we might see some planes once we get into it. We'll probably see some helicopters too. T-64A training mission. I think I'll do that one first just to show you guys the rangefinder in a low stress environment, because the T-64 missions get high stress pretty quickly. Soviet Army now appears as red team in 50% of campaign missions. It's pretty significant. On-call artillery smoke shells are now available in many missions. Those are quite cool. How is ya? I am pretty good. Pretty good. I'm a little still adjusting to having a normal human being sort of schedule where I have to wake up actually in the morning and then I have to do stuff through the day, but no, I'm good. Work's been going really well, like a lot better than I would have expected it to, so I'm pretty happy with that. Main task now is just find myself a place closer to work, move over there. I'll have more free time then. I can probably start picking up the armor streams of, of a Monday morning, and then as soon as the mission's done, just run down the office. I mean, technically, I could do them now, because I can just use Flex to start like an hour or two late, right? But because it does take me such a convoluted bus route to get into town and get to the office, it's not ideal. So I think I'll probably pick the armor back up once I move. Where it's then just either a 5-minute walk, ideally, or at the very worst, it'll be like a 15-minute bus trip, so I only have to leave right before I start. And then that'll also open up the option of streaming after work without, me being completely dog-tired, getting home at 6 or 7 in the evening, and then, I ideally need to be in bed before 10 for the next day. So, fingers crossed on that. I'm hoping I can move into... There's a pair of apartment blocks right down from the office that are also basically across the road from my sister. I'm hoping to get into one of those, either one of them, because they're actually reasonably well built, they're decent places, and they're in a good spot. So fingers crossed for that. If I can't get that, then I'll just start expanding out my range a bit, but that's the plan. The problem is that I'm currently competing with all the international students, and regular demand on top of that. So the competition's a bit spicy, put it that way. We'll see how we go. I've got basically until the end of April before the lease expires here, so it's not like I'm in a rush. I'd just rather get it done sooner, so I can pick up my 5th day, because I'm only working 4 days a week at the moment. Pick up the 5th day, full-time pay, you beauty. Probably still have more time left over than I do now with the Wednesday off. Are you running a moped in your room? No, I'm running an air conditioner in my room. It's a little portable unit, but it's relatively close to the mic. And the noise gate either cuts me out or doesn't quite cut it out. There's no option where it cuts the aircon out but doesn't cut me out. So that's about as good as it's going to get over the summer, I'm afraid, until I'm in the new place. Went to have a shower and we're still not in game. I don't know what you expected, Francois. You've been here long enough. I really don't know what you expected. Running a moped in your room. Oh, no. The title. I'm running something a little more powerful than a moped. The T64 has a 2-stroke engine. Yeah, smoke shells, we went over that one. Crew AI now attempts to relay spotting reports to HQ, and HQ relays them to platoons in turn. Dependent on transmission delays, the crew remaining alive, and the radio being operational. This is very much a double-edged sword, because it means you'll have better situational awareness of where things are and what's happening, but at the same time, it's a little bit harder to roll up on oblivious AI and shoot them in the back now. It still happens if nothing else can see you, but if something's got eyes on you and you try and do some flank and shank, you're going to get fucked up. Accounting for the time it takes the message to go up the chain and then back down the chain to whoever it's supposed to go to anyway. In-game, yep, tactical map now displays recent spotting reports and self-reports from friendly units, so you can actually see the markers on the map, as I just implied. Exhaust effects on all vehicles have been overhauled to look more realistic. The 64 smokes like a fucking chimney, it's glorious. The harder you run the engine, the more it smokes. You can almost smell it. The restocking system, big quality of life change here, now allows you to choose a specific ammo type or pull old types like before. However, Gamers L, right here, while restocking, you can no longer instantly return to fighting positions. Your crew must finish handling the current round. Now, I'm not 100% sure if that means you cancel past the halfway point and they put the round where it's supposed to go, or if you cancel past the halfway point and they just put it back where they got it from. I'm not 100% how that works. I could have just checked it, actually, by watching where the round goes, but we'll do it later. If it isn't already a thing, they'll probably be added at some point. This is still pretty heavy work in progress, the whole restocking system. There are some other things that will probably happen in the future that will affect this as well. For instance, I would not be the slightest bit surprised to see the eventual implementation of needing to turn the turret in a particular direction for the loader to access, or whoever's reloading it, probably the commander and the gunner in the 64's case, for them to access the spares. That's got some big implications for the Bradley's tow tubes. Big implications. The Bradley is gonna take a bit of an ouchie there. It'll still be a very competent platform, but if you just yoke both your toes and there's something still alive and it knows where you are, good luck with that, Chief. When you cancel, it will not reload around. You'll need to wait for the timer. Yeah, that's basically what I just went through. Like I said, I don't know if it gets past halfway and they load it, or if it gets past halfway and they're just like, fuck it, I'm not going to do it. But whatever. But you've really got to plan out your reloads now, even more than before, which is really, really good. Good change. Anything that makes gamers suffer is a good change. Feel free to quote me on that. Miscellaneous changes. Modified field of view on most vehicle gun sights to match their real-world equivalents. Just because it's difficult sometimes to get... The way zoom works on a monitor, right? A 2D monitor, you've got to balance the field of view and the magnification factor to get it to look right, and sometimes it's maybe quicker or easier to do it by fudging something, but in any case they've now got it standardized, so it should have the correct field of view relative to the magnification of each sight. This does mean elements of some of the sites are still cut off by the edge of the screen. So for instance, because, well, at least for my aspect ratio, for 16 to 9, it probably isn't cut off if you got a 4 to 3. Hey Josh, good evening from me, good Abend, and thanks for the resub, appreciate it, man. Yeah, so the, fuck, what's the, I'm trying to remember, TPD 249 and the TPD 1K, which is the 249 is this, the T64 site, and the 1K is the T72 site. Same basic mechanic, like I said before, just one has a laser rangefinder, one has a coincidence. That's still cut off, so you still got the bottom range marks for the MG. Those are still cut off by the bottom of the screen if you're in 16 to 9, and the actual like text down the bottom that says this is for the MG, this is for high explosive, that's cut off as well, but whatever. I don't know if the coax trajectory and the sight scale match up on the 72 and the 64 yet. It should do, now they've changed the field of view. It should, but I haven't checked. Because some of you may have noticed before, the range that the MG chevrons gave you was not necessarily accurate to where the MG traces would land. And I think that was just because the field of view was slightly out of whack. It should be better now. We'll find out soon enough. Added ammunition data for 125mm APFSBS 3BM22 Zakolka. This is the Soviets' reserve ammunition. So in the campaign, if you fuck up their supplies enough, they'll fall back on 3BM22, which is still a pretty capable round, but it's no Vant, put it that way. Added models for 3BM32 and 3BM22, which can both exclusively be carried in Soviet army tanks, not East German. The poor Aussies are still stuck with 3BM15. You know, poverty spec ammo, but it's alright because typically they were considered to be better trained than most of the other packed armies, so they could do more with it, I guess. Soviet forces ammo selection can now degrade with logistics losses from 3BM32 to 3BM22 to 3BM15. So if you fuck the Soviet supply up badly enough, they'll end up on 3BM15 as well. Worth keeping in mind, because I don't think the Americans have a third step yet. They probably will eventually, but they don't yet as far as I know. They just go to 774. Additional aircraft types are now available for CAS calls. Su-22M4. And keep an eye out for the Chad himself. For those of you that watched the dev stream, the giant shit-eating grin on Josh's face when he appeared. Yeah, the MiG-17s will appear for CAS now sometimes, and they'll blast shit with rockets. Added Soviet variant of Mi-24. It's a Mi-24V, armed with 9M114 Kokon ATGMs, which is, I think that's essentially the Sturm. This is just what it's actually called. I think Sturm was the entire weapons complex. I could be wrong on that. Tactical marker symbols added for Soviet Army vehicles. These are synced for vehicles per mission. AT-6 is... Get out of here with your dirty fucking NATO speak. Yeah, AT-6 Spiral, isn't it? So yeah, these are quite cool. I like the Soviet tactical symbols. They're very, very abstract. Very avant-garde. M2 Bradley now has unit markings. That's a really recent change. That was just added today before the patch went out. That wasn't in the test patches. Power loss from fire is now delayed until the fire is burned for some time or an explosion occurs. So, also this is tied to the next one. Fire in the compartment now triggers an explicit alert on the damage HUD to avoid confusion. The way this used to work is people would get confused why they'd suddenly lose power and then the tank would blow up. It was because as soon as the fire burnt through the tank systems enough to cut power, that was when you got the warning that something was wrong. You didn't have a warning that there was fire in the compartment until that happened and the power went out. And, you know, it wasn't necessarily the most obvious thing that, oh, the power went out because there's a fire in the fighting compartment. So now you get an alert, there is a fire in the fighting compartment, and then the power loss will happen when it normally would. It's just not the first sort of alert you would get. necessarily. Large fires from aircraft crashes now block AI sight lines. Various visual effects have been improved and optimized. Parked vehicle props in the main menu scene are now updated to match full vehicle models, because a few of them were still using models from the early vertical slices. Mission designer can now detect and or force a vehicle change, which is actually utilized in one of the T-64 missions. If you don't swap out of the BMPs to the tanks quickly enough, they'll boot you into one of the tanks. Overhauled the crew voice system for optimization and better audio control. Slightly increased T-64A's maximum AI aim time due to optical rangefinder, so this should make it a little less murderous on anything American. It'll give you that little extra window to range him out first, unless you're in an M60A1, in which case, good luck, champion! Actually, no, I'll save my thoughts on the rangefinders for when I'm actually showing you how it works. It'd be easier to show rather than tell. DCS name and rearming panel for that missile is wrong. It should be Kokon. Sturm is system overall. Yeah, so that's what I thought it was. The Sturm is the system and Kokon is the missile. Put mine down there. Oh, your thoughts on the rangefinders? Yeah, I'll have to see if we agree later. Refresh some textures on the T-64A, remembering that it's been on display in the Grafenver range for quite a while. Added names to credits, probably for the voice actors. I don't remember if they were in the credits before, for the Soviet Forces voice actors. Fixes, updated pathing in several missions to fix issues that prevented completion. Fixed AI drivers of wheeled vehicles getting confused and turning in circles. Fixed AI drivers reversing into battle in some situations. I did briefly see a 64 showing his ass to the enemy, but it was because I did something that was a bit silly, and he wasn't quite sure if I was coming or going. That's what she said. So this happens a lot less though. This is a lot less of an issue than it was previous patch. Fixed AI drivers driving in a sweeping zigzag pattern while trying to follow a formation. This was particularly noticeable at lower speeds, like if you were cruise controlling at the first or second cruise control speed, because I think the AI want to drive at their own cruise control speed, but their speeds weren't necessarily aligned to the players. So they would be outrunning you, but they're also trying to stay in a fixed position in formation with you, right? And so the way they did that is what you actually used to see me doing in armour if we got too bunched up and I was trying to space out. Instead of stopping and standing still like everyone else did, I'd start zigzagging to just burn time while still staying on the move. They did that as well. They'd be warming their tracks, as it were, and zigzagging behind you, so they shouldn't do that anymore. I think that might have been added since I last played the test release, because I think it was still happening in the first test release. I don't remember if it was in the second, so that's a pretty recent change. Fixed cast button not working in certain situations. Optics with animated range adjustment, no longer wait until the player enters optic view to begin adjusting. That's a pretty big quality of life thing, so you won't get killed while you're waiting for your sight to plug in the adjustment you put into it 2 minutes ago while you were in, in the commander's view. T-72 laser aiming mark will no longer stay hidden if the player exits optic view while it's in cooldown. That was a major annoyance, relatively minor bug, but major annoyance, so that's been fixed. Fixed vehicles jittering around at low speeds on certain ground types. It's based on the friction, because I think it came up in I think it was in the FAQ, but part of the way they're doing the bumpity over the terrain is through setting different friction values, and the road friction was set too high, I think it was, and that's why the tanks would vibrate sometimes when you got them on a road. Or they'd do funny things if they were one side on the road and one side on dirt. AI crews on vehicles equipped with thermal optics are no longer blinded by regular smoke obscuration. They will continue to be blinded by special compositions such as white phosphorus smoke shells. So the arty smoke, the white phos rounds from the arty, they will actually obstruct thermals to a degree. But the actual smoke grenades fired by the armoured vehicles themselves on both sides, thermals can see through them as if they're not there. However, you can't laze through them. Important reminder, you cannot laze through smoke. So if you're, say, playing a an Abrams or an M60A3 and you pop smoke defensively and you can still see the other guy, you need to either estimate the range or work off the previous lays, because if you try and laze him, you'll fuck yourself up completely. It'll return a completely fucked range and your shots will go off completely, like, into the next area code. It took me a while to realize, like, I thought, because there was when they first did the engine upgrade to the newer version of Unity, there was a bug with the M60A3's fire control system. It was doing some funky shit. It was throwing rounds every now and then, completely apart from where they should have been going. I was like, I guess that bug's regressed. And then I was like, no, you idiot. It's because you just tried to laze through smoke. Don't do that. And sure enough, it works fine once the smoke clears. Seems a little extreme for the Soviet artillery to be able to significantly degrade thermals the way they do. Stuff they use now is something called red phosphorus. I think the general sort of rationale behind that is just everyone's smoke artillery puts out so many burning particles and puts out so much crap into the air that it's going to be a struggle. Now, I am not enough of a chemical expert to understand, or a thermals expert to understand what specific composition or what specific chemical or whatever will do what to an Abrams or an M60A3 TTV, or TTS, whatever. Yeah, TTS. But I think, because both sides' artillery does it, right? So they can fuck themselves up with their own smoke, or you can fuck them up with their smoke, or, once we get more modern theaters, maybe, and we start seeing Red 4, as it were, things with thermals will be the same. So I think it's fair. Not US... Wait, the US artillery doesn't? I thought it did. There you go, then. I don't know, there was some spirited discussion in the Discord when that was brought up. I'll put it that way. I think some of the Abrams fans were very, very upsetty about it, and demanding to see documents and which one they use which one they use as a reference and blah, blah, blah. I put it this way, I trust the devs to, first of all, have a pretty good idea what they're doing, and second of all, not to do shit just because. Even if we operate on the assumption that, maybe they misread a document or whatever, I don't think it's going to impact the gameplay in a negative way. It's kind of like the time constraints on the setting, right? Technically, this is meant to take place in 1985, and anything that's not in theater by mid to late 1985 shouldn't be in the game. But really, if it's something that will be interesting and fun to play and won't fuck with, the outcome of things too much, like, say, bringing in the M1A1 early would, not that it was even ready in time, but bringing that in early, that would fuck with things pretty seriously, right? Bringing in T80U early would fuck with things. But bringing in the Sheridan, even though they technically weren't there, they could have been redeployed there. They're an airborne vehicle, right? Or, air mobile, whatever. Or things like, bringing back PT-76s for reconnaissance stuff. I think the Germans were actually still using them at this point, just not quite as commonly. Put it that way, if it's fun and it has a positive impact on gameplay, they might make little adjustments here and there. If it's not fun and it's just dick-waving, they probably won't do it. Because, thank God, the dev team are all very gameplay-pilled, not my tank could beat up your tank pilled. And so all of the bullshit balance, crying and screaming and gnashing of teeth that you get in War Thunder or whatever, or even in DCS, really, that shouldn't be an issue here. I mean, people would do it before the Soviets were brought in, but it was just because it was, I guess, more convenient at the time to put the East Germans in first. Now the Soviets are here, and that issue's gone out the window. And to be fair, I think, kind of like DCS, I think the Red 4 diehards are going to benefit immensely from having been kind of hobbled for a bit at the start, and having to learn to make things work when they had worse ammunition and maybe not the greatest tanks to work with. Now they have something that will fuck up an Abrams frontally at a respectable range. It's going to be interesting. Okay, T-55A now has its own engine smoke system. AI crews will no longer elevate their weapons at odd angles while scanning idly for targets. You used to see them sometimes elevate their guns all the way to the sky, or they'd be staring at the ground in front of their face. Shouldn't do that anymore. Gunner will no longer say ceasefire after every shot when calling his own shots while the commander's incapacitated. So he'll still call his own shots, but he won't call ceasefire because all he has to do is just not pull the trigger. Love engine smoke. Yeah, it's pretty cool. And it's interesting as well. The engine smoke is a really cool feature. But if you've got a strong wind, and in some of the missions you do have a strong wind, it might actually help the enemy more than it helps you. So you've got to bear in mind which way the wind's blowing and how fast before you decide to deploy it. Fixed GST marker lamps and convoy number lamp on T-64A. Fixed a bug that could reset volume sliders. Fixed BMP-1P and BMP-2 not scorching properly when burned. Fixed issues with pre-destroyed vehicle wrecks. So that's the thing now, there's pre-destroyed vehicles in at least one mission I can think of. Fixed some mission triggers not working properly. Firing smoke grenades while in free cam will no longer launch all grenades at once. Fixed an issue where AI teammates using their rangefinders could cause glitches in the player's rangefinder. Oh, that's what was causing it. I didn't get this bug, but I saw a few people did. And that's interesting. Fixed a bug that could cause rangefinder elements to be visible from outside the optic. Fixed a large number of script stability issues. That's unsung hero of the patch notes right here. And that's it for patch notes. Although one thing that wasn't mentioned explicitly in here that I think is worth bringing up is as part of the ongoing improvements to the AI, and yes, I know I've been talking for like over an hour and we haven't started actually gameplay yet. Bear with me, we'll get there. But one thing that's really important that wasn't really mentioned explicitly is they seem to have improved the pathfinding when the AI drive into a copse of trees. They'll still get stuck for a little while they try and figure out how to get out, but you don't see them doing the merry-go-round around a single tree, which they become strongly emotionally attached to anymore. Like it used to be, even if you manually took them over and drove them away from it, as soon as you release control, they drive straight back. They just decided that was their tree, they were going to marry it. I haven't seen that happen since, I think, the first or second iteration of the test patches for this release. So I don't think that's going to be as big of an issue, if an issue at all anymore. They'll still get, a little confused in trees, but they shouldn't get stuck in them until the end of time. Legendary start, thank you very much. I'm here to please. Right, let's go to Grafenwöhr so I can show you how this bad boy works. Multi-hour intros are a staple of many streamers. You're in good company. Look, I don't know about you guys, but when I come across somebody who's just info dumping on something they're really into, I'm fucking enraptured. It can be the most mundane, boring shit. It can be something I've never heard of before. It can be something I have no interest in normally. When someone's really passionately info dumping about something, as long as it's not something I know about that they happen to be info dumping complete bullshit on, which happens from time to time. That's an interesting one. I think that's like a specific subset of TISM which causes that, because I have come across it a few times. You just kind of smile and nod. But yeah, like that's, if you want to get my attention, that's how you do it. That's how you do it. Abrams fans being butthurt? No way. Bro, don't you know? Never destroyed in combat, bro. No Abrams ever blown up, bro. It's invincible. Oh, they're just knocked out. They'll repair them, bro. Like, just, you can come across a bunch of photos of Abrams that are just, they're never rebuilding that. That thing's a write-off completely. And about half of them were from Friendly Fire as well, because of course they were. It's so funny to me how incredibly emotionally invested people get over their favorite tank getting blown up. Like, the reputation of a particular tank to be unkillable, like the reputation of the Titanic to be fucking unsinkable. It's so dumb. Like, anyone who didn't expect to see blown up Leopard 2s and Charlies within a week, let alone a couple of days, let alone a week, let alone a couple of days, my brain's a bit frazzled, whichever one of those works best grammatically. when they actually got deployed to combat in Ukraine, I don't know what the fuck they thought they were like. I don't know what the fuck they thought was going to happen. The purpose of a tank is so that it takes hits, so the squishy guys inside might actually survive those hits, while also carrying a very big gun around. Now, the fact that a Challenger was burnt to a fucking crisp, completely beyond recovery, on literally the first day that they were seen on the front line, that was kind of funny. But that's just funny because the Brits are very, very special, shall we say. I'm hoping that... I don't know if the crew got out of that one, I hope they did. Okay, so, like I said, this is your TPD-2-49 site. If it looks familiar, that's because it should. It's all of the elements of the TPD-1K in the T-72. The TPD-1K was developed from this site. They just took out the coincidence rangefinder and replaced it with a laser. Some T-64As were upgraded to use the same site. So if we go... I'll just engage in my own time. Fuck it, it's not like he's going to run away or shoot back at us. If I do this, and then grab the free cam and bring it down here. So this bar across the top of the turrets are stereoscopic rangefinder, right? So the tanks left are right. That's the gunner's primary sight. That's the left periscope. And then this little fella over here is the right periscope. This is, from memory, the one that actually rotates to give you the range. On the T-64B, this would be replaced by just a solid mounting block, a solid metal mounting block, and the control unit for the ATGM would be placed on top. So some T-64As, I think it was the model in 1984, were upgraded with the TPD-1K, and the way you can tell those apart is they have the wider window here. So instead of this really narrow window, the other one's just got a bit of metal over it, so it's blanked out. This one is a bit wider. It's got the split where I think 2/3 of it's gold reflective and 1/3 of it's purple reflective or something like that, because the optical coding for the laser is different than the optical coding for the actual periscope. So it's got that. It's obviously a wider sight housing, and so you still have the narrow trench cut for the TPD-249, but you've got the wider sight of the TPD-1K. So that's the external difference. That's the way you tell them apart. We'll go around the outside of the tank after we've blown shit up. How about that? So we'll hop back in to our gun sight. And... oh, this is a bit different. So just like everything else with a optical rangefinder, you press E, it brings up your rangefinder. Now, on the M60A1, you've got two images overlay, like you've got drunker vision, beer vision, right? Like you're staggering home from the fucking pub at 3 a.m. And you try and make it soberer vision where there's no double image at the range you target. Like the target doesn't display a double image, everything else will. But it takes up your whole gun sight. This is very different. This just projects, I think it uses a mirror to do it, it just projects the output of those two periscopes into the center of your gun sight, and then you adjust the top and bottom halves. So one half is stationary, one half moves, because it's angling that other periscope to give you the angle difference, which then gives you the range. And what I like about this system is it's extremely good for a quick course ranging. Like it's very, particularly against larger things, like building walls or power poles or tree trunks. Things that are vertical and quite large, you can range off of really well. Really, really well. Tanks and PCs at a distance are a little harder because they've got not a lot of straight vertical lines. They're more angles and corners and shit. So it's a little harder to tell if you've got it lined up properly. So my advice to you guys would be, much like my advice for the M60A1, when you set up in a position, particularly for a defensive mission, use the rangefinder to range off of major landmarks like lone trees, buildings, power poles, things like that, and just come up with sort of a Ersatz range card. because that will make your life a lot easier. If you're trying to range on the fly with this, it's quite difficult to get a first round hit. It's not exactly easy with the M60A1 either, but in this I just find this is great for a fast sort of ballpark range, but it's quite difficult to get the exact range, especially for something out past about 2 kilometers, or especially, you know, longer range with heat rounds or HE frag, which move much slower and drop off much quicker. You're going to have a really huge margin of error, and you're going to have to fire a few sighting rounds before you finally get a hit, unless you're just really lucky. Whereas I feel like with the M60, you still have that to a degree, but it's less pronounced. This seems similar to how a lot of rangefinder cameras worked. Yeah, that's because it is. This is also how naval gunnery worked in the era before fire control radar took over from that. I think most ships probably still have a coincidence rangefinder somewhere as a backup. So yeah, this is same thing. And this is, you know, this wasn't exclusively a naval technology. This had been in use for land forces by anti-tank guns, artillery, things like that. Even I think World War I they were doing this for artillery. So, in fact, DCS World War II players, one of the German units, I think it's in the asset pack, or it might not be. It might be just a default one. As well as the Flak 18s, the 88s, you've got the rangefinder for them, which is, you know, got the long bars with a periscope at either end, and the calculation table in the middle. Same system. Although that one, the details might be different. So, you know, that you've got the ghost image style like the M60A1 has. You've got the split image like this has, where it's horizontal. There's different takes on the split image. There's also the method which the M48 used, and which I think the Leopard 1 uses. Could be wrong on that. Where you're trying to align a projected symbology over the image. So yeah, there's a couple of different ways of doing it, but the basic theory is pretty much all the same. And each method has different drawbacks and different strengths. For instance, the ghost image is and particularly the overlay image, the projected image thing. I'm told that requires very good eyesight to use, and like you needed a gunner who had 20/20 vision. Otherwise, it'd fuck them up. Whereas this, it's probably a little easier. The overall theory, the thing is as well, the overall theory of like what mechanically is happening with these kinds of rangefinders is basically how your eyes work. So we have 2 eyes, unless, you know, you've had an unfortunate accident. It happens sometimes. But most of us have 2 eyes, and one of them is your dominant eye. For most people are right-handed, right eye dominant. I'm right-handed, right eye dominant. My dad and my sister are both right-handed, left eye dominant, so they have to shoot like mutants left-handed, because your dominant eye is the one you aim with, right? Otherwise it fucks you up. So if you take your finger and place it relatively close to your face, like in front of your nose, and then you close one eye, and you close the other. The eye which is open and it doesn't move, like if I do that, my finger's not moving, my right eye is dominant, because when I've got my right eye open and my left eye closed, it's where it is with both eyes open. If I close my right eye, my finger jumps about an inch to the right. So that's because my left eye is not dominant. So what you're doing is you're using the angle, the angular difference between your eyes to figure out roughly the distance. We just do this intuitively. This is just something that happens in a human brain. In fact, in probably most animals' brains, particularly most like predator animals, because they have forwards vision rather than sideways vision. But like, this is just something we intuit. It doesn't give us a mathematically perfect number. Some people are really good at it. Some people can give you a pretty close to mathematically perfect number just by eyeballing. But it gives you a general sense of how far away things are. It gives you your depth perception. That's what the tank is doing. That's exactly what the tank's doing. Except instead of your eyeballs, it's using a pair of mirrors, periscope on one side that's fixed, and a mirror on the other side that angles, turns as you dial the rangefinder. I'm third eye dominant. I shoot off vibes. Which third eye though? We'll catch up on chat a bit. Depends on the naval side. Most nations preferred coincidence rangefinders, but Germany used stereoscopic ones, and Italy used both because why not? Yeah, of course, why not? Very Italian. By used both, I mean they literally had both on the same base. Incredible. Well, I mean, why not both? You give the gunner the option of using whichever he likes the most. In cameras, they had some weird microprism shit to combine the images. Basically, stop sparkling when it's in focus. It's probably more similar to what the M48. Yeah, it might be more like what the M48 does. I'm not sure. Apparently, for naval rangefinders, the stereoscopic ones are more accurate, but more taxing on the eyes and require perfect vision from the operator. Yeah, I've heard the same thing about that with respect to tanks as well. Leopard gunners had to have perfect 20/20 vision. Anyway, enough yapping. So this guy's pretty close, so we're not really going to need to dial in anything here. We just confirm, yep, the sides of this thing are pretty much actually... right about there. It won't make much difference at this range regardless. Okay. Now remember, this projects to the center of the sight, so you still have to manually super elevate the gun in this, like in the T-72, because, you know, same general fire control system, just different range finding method. So you still have to fiddle fuck around with your elevation when you're ranging and then firing on a target. Not a problem in T-64B and T-80B. That's going to be like buckets of jizz when that comes out, because literally it's better than the Abrams, except for the lack of thermals. So the fire commands. That's ceasefire. So the fire commands are a bit different. We already saw in the patch notes that they use a different system. Now 30 is telling me the angle that I need to adjust for. Remembering that 30 is straight ahead. So you've got to kind of bear that in the back of your mind, that it's back to front. But yeah, you'll hear a lot of calls for 30. You'll hear the odd 25 or 45. But you know, typically you're mostly going to be engaging targets to your front in the missions that are out at the moment. So you get round type. So kumulativny is heat, which is what I happen to have loaded. Oskолчny is high explosive, HE frag in this case, because the Soviets love their HE frag. And then regular armor piercing, I think, would usually be broneboyny, which is literally armor piercing. But Sabo is podkaliberny, which is subcaliber. I don't know if they've got separate voice lines for broneboyny yet, because the BMP-2 commander doesn't call it. I don't think the BMP-2 is firing APDS. I think it is firing just regular solid slug AP. But I could be wrong on that. In any case, those are your ammo types. So you get ammo types are kumulativny, na 30, which is your angle, and then you get your target, tank. That, depending what you're doing, there might be other commands interlaced with this as well. I know they've got voice lines for some extra commands which aren't implemented yet. I don't know when they'll be implemented. So, for example, skorotka is from the short halt. Korotka is, you know, short halt. Огонь is fire, and then the gunner will call выстрел when he shoots to warn the commander not to stick his arm behind the gun. He'll fire, and the commander will call цель if it's a hit, or poppadание or something like that, depending on how disciplined he is. And then he'll either tell you to service target again, or he'll tell you to cease fire, or tell you new target, something like that. So прекратить огонь is cease fire, like pretty much literally. So yeah, there's your voice commands, and there's one extra which you may have heard, which is MZ, which is him telling the gunner to operate the autoloader, because in the 72 that's a button you press. You have to manually trigger the autoloader in the 72. In the 64 you can actually set it up to fire automatically. It will just sequence the next round of the same type, but he'll still call it to tell the gunner to make sure he's got a round loaded. In GHPC at the moment, all reloads happen automatically, whether it's a manually loaded tank, whether it's the autoloader but you press the button like the C72, or whether it's automatic sequence like the C64. You still have it done automatically. There's probably going to be further discussion to be had, both in the community and within the dev team, about whether they want to do anything with that. There's arguments for and against. So typically, doctrinally, the Soviets would be going around with something up the spout, whatever they expect to engage with. I think. Oh wait, no, if I got that backwards, the West would be, and the Soviets would load something when they engage. I think it was the Soviets would load something when they engaged. My brain is frazzled from work, so I might spit a few more mistaken things than usual, but Max is here and can correct me. We have an actual Noah in chat. But yeah, so doctrinally you might keep the gun unloaded between engagements, or you might keep the gun loaded at all times just in case and just fire what's up the spout. Typically, I think in combat versus in training drills, crews would probably keep something up the spout and just fire it if they wanted to switch ammo types. You can run the autoloader in reverse, just like you can manually unload the Abrams gun or whatever. But it's not a very convenient process. You have to get the breech open, get the round out safely, not drop it, not bash the case and deform it, not break anything, not drop it on your foot. It's not, like, even before combustible cases, which are genuinely a safety hazard if you drop them, and they split open and spill propellant everywhere, even then, it generally isn't a done thing to unload the gun. You might do it during an exercise if you've got it loaded already and then you're told, no more shooting, unload the gun, make safe. But in combat, you wouldn't be doing that. You would just fire what's up the spout, because it's quicker to reload the gun than to unload and reload, and it's safer to do that as well. And besides that, if you've got, say, 30F26 up the spout, you've got an HE frag up the spout in this thing, and you happen across an M60, if you blast him in the face with a fucking 125mm HE frag, he's probably going to be a little bit fucking startled. He's probably going to be dealing with the fact he just shit his pants, and you may well have damaged his gun tube or his optics or something. So hitting it with something, even if it doesn't get through the armor, is better than fucking around trying to change rounds, and then it might see you and shoot while you're still pissing about. Hey Fen, good to see you, man. We're an hour and a half into the stream and we fired 2 shots. But yeah, so there's probably discussion to be had there. I would like the option of manually reloading the gun, although in practice I'd probably just I'd probably just instantly reload it anyway. Kind of like I liked having the option of manually bolting a rifle in Red Orchestra, even though I would just double click and manually bolt it instantly every time. I'd only hold shots if I was like trying for a really long range on and wanted to see if I hit. But yeah, like there's not really strong arguments either way, I would say. It's not a critical feature, it's a nice to have, but doctrinally, is like, does it matter? 6 to 1, half a dozen to the other. So yeah, they might add it, they might not. A lot of people say, oh, add this as an option, add that as an option. It's really easy to say add something as an option for someone that doesn't have to then implement that. So, you know, that factors into it as well. So yeah, let's actually shoot this guy. See what I mean with the tanks? Like, probably the stream quality is not going to help, but you can see his turret's misaligned with his hull, so obviously we're not at the right range because he's all discombobulated. But because of the distance and because of the general shape of the tank, it's hard to tell where centerline is. Like, that looks about right. I can tell you right now, he's not 2,900 meters away. He's probably about 22 to 24. Even toggling the gun sight, or the rangefinder on and off, sometimes you'll see a jump and you'll go, okay, I've got the right range, or I'm too high, too low. But again, it's really hard. Tree trunks are better because they're a consistent vertical surface. Tree trunks, building walls, things like that. Something boxy like a 113, using the corner of a 113 where, you know, the back is basically just vertical, that's pretty decent as well. But with M60s and even Abrams at a distance, it's quite hard. It's even harder if they're moving. Yeah, me too. This is my, like, the T64 is just hands down my favorite tank, not even a contest. And I have been bitching and moaning and pestering Harry for so long. Where's my T64? Well, I finally got it. Finally. And he's probably glad that he won't hear me pestering him anymore. Although technically the T64B, or aesthetically, I think I prefer the T64A, because the 64B tended to get rid of the equipment boxes on the side of the turret, which are part of its charm, but 64B is the Yobba wagon. Any chance of getting a Leo 2? Yeah, it's planned. There will be a Leo 2. I forget what variant, one of the earlier ones. Okay, let's see how close I am with this range. This is a heat round too, so if I fuck this up, we're really going to notice. Over. So we'll drop it. Oh, we just went to Sabo anyway, but we'll drop it by 100. And this will almost certainly hit him because it's Sabo, it flies flat. Ish. Looks like it was maybe still a touch high. He's a bit further out. This is going to be difficult. And the thing is, the trees are behind him, so I can't range off a tree, and I can't see the trunks clearly anyway. I mean, we could maybe... No, it's going to blur the shit out of it. So, the way they do these coincidence rangefinders, the way to do it, like, properly in an optical sense, is to render the image twice, render the scene twice. That's really expensive performance-wise. Like, holy fuck, that's expensive performance-wise. You really don't want to be rendering the scene twice if you don't absolutely have to. So, especially because this is already fairly performance-heavy, because of the way that the damage is calculated and all of that, should improve with time as they implement some new systems. You don't want that if you don't have to have it. So they've done some very clever shader trickery. So it's not actually rendering the scene twice, it's just using some fancy shader math to distort the image as if it's being rendered twice. It does lead to some artifacting in certain situations, particularly against skylined things, so you can see the trees are double imaging quite noticeably. But it works well enough for purpose, and once you understand the limitations of the system that they're using, it's actually pretty reliable. Like, it's probably not really any worse than actual double image, double render. I think the RHS guys, I'm pretty sure they haven't even released it yet. They just put out a demo video of it a couple of years ago. Their T64A, they were rendering the scene twice, I'm pretty sure. And rendering the scene twice in Armour 3 of all things. This reminds me of being at the optometrist. Is this better at this and you can't tell anymore? Yeah, exactly. I love that. And then you get the extra fun thing of, like, the specific place on my nose where my glasses sit, where I wear them and they consider that comfortable, is not where normal people wear their glasses. So if I do not adequately communicate that fact to them, the lenses will be optimized for someone that wears their glasses much closer to their eyes. I don't do that because A, it's extremely uncomfortable, it sets off my nose tick, and B, I have skin so oily I live in perpetual fear of an American military operation. And so if my glasses contact my eyebrows, they end up smudged to shit and I can't see anything. Especially, or like if I'm sweating at all, like it fucks my glasses up. So I wear them a little further down my nose, but it often means that they're not quite adjusted right for where the pupil sits. how far along is the dev of this game? I had a lot of fun playing it when it first came out. Okay, so the team's still pretty small, but they have picked up a few, I think a few more full-time people. The Soviets have just arrived with this patch, with the BMP2, which was already in, but now it's, you know, in a larger role in game, because the East Germans technically didn't get them until 87, I think it was. The T64A is the centerpiece of this patch. The 62 is coming probably soonish. It's not here yet, but it looks pretty close to being done. Certainly externally. I don't know how the sites and stuff are set up yet. Oh, they do have some in 85? Okay, interesting. So it actually works out then. The T80B, don't know how far along that is. That'll be coming at some point. The game's performance improves typically with every patch, sometimes a little bit, sometimes a lot. The AI improves a little bit every single patch. There's new missions getting added, so the missions are more complex now. Particularly, there's a series called Pragmatic Payment, which, you know, within still the limitations of the game's performance, having so many vehicles spawned in at once, it sort of imitates a Warsaw Pact attack more doctrinally. Not 100% doctrinally, the gaps between forces would be a bit bigger, but you have successive waves of each wave is larger than the last. I don't say waves in the context of, ooh, human waves. I mean, like, first the couple BRDMs bump into you and tell their friends back behind where you are, and then maybe a small force of tanks and BMPs bumps into you and figures out how strong you are and what you can and can't see, and then the decision is made, you know, as successively larger elements of the regiment start bumping into you. Are they going to fight you and fight through you? Can they do that successfully and overwhelm you? Or do they just pin you down with one force while the bulk of the regiment goes around you completely? Well, a couple of the new missions are set up to imitate that. You get successive waves, so if you lose too many vehicles, the next wave will come in early. Otherwise, it's staged off of your progress in the mission. And there's more complexity for some of the NATO missions too, like there's phase line sort of objectives. So the missions are getting more complex and more interesting. They're still fairly set piece, because at the moment the devs still have to kind of handhold the AI a bit. It's not quite to the level where they can just turn it loose and let it do its own thing. But the goal is to get it to the point where it's a bit more freeform. Campaign is still placeholder, so it's still largely as it was at early access release, but there's just more stuff in it. So the Soviets are now in the campaign. Some of the missions have been tuned a bit. There's less bugs that'll break mission progression, but the overall mechanics haven't changed. That's still a very placeholder system. Essentially, the campaign system currently exists to just drip feed you missions, where you have some sense of progression, but the finalized campaign will be much different. It'll be much more in-depth and feel much more like an actual, you know, conflict, rather than just checking off boxes on a map. Smoke grenades are in, so many of the vehicles now can fire smoke grenades. The Soviet/East German and American smoke grenades are very different. The American ones form a very rapid curtain around your vehicle, so they can break line of sight and fuck off in a hurry, and they can also shoot through it if they got thermals. The M60A3 and the Abrams can shoot through their own smoke grenades, so they can blind you as to where they are, move a little bit, and then shoot you. The packed grenades are interesting. They fire about 200 to 300 meters out in front of you. They don't obscure thermals either, but they do obscure daylight vision, including your own. They burn really dirty. So the NATO smoke grenades are more defensive. The packed smoke grenades are offensive. You use them to plug gaps in, like, you know, block a sight line. Say you've got a screen of trees on one side of your attack, and then there's a break in the trees where another, you know, a mutually supporting enemy force might be able to see through and shoot you. That's what those are for. You block the sight line with them. So that's in. Engine smoke is also in for the vehicles that should have it, and it's not like it's in a realistic way. It's not perfect. You have to know which way the wind's blowing and how hard to avoid fucking yourself over with your own smoke. Which I've done a couple of times. It's great. So yeah, T-64's in, brings Soviet top-of-the-line ammo. It will punch through the front of an Abrams at sort of close to medium range without much difficulty. So now Abrams and joiners have to actually get some skill. missions, some have been added, some have been sort of refreshed, some have been cycled out. Yeah, it's the development's steady. It's largely sort of incremental improvements and then a big feature will drop. As far as I understand things, probably the next big thing to hit will be infantry, and I know I said that before and they haven't arrived yet, but I think there's still some things they want to iron out.
I love the smell of two-stroke diesel in the morning.
Likewise. Hey, Cotty. Cheers for the resub, man. Good to see you. So, the infantry, I think the devs don't want to release the infantry half-baked. They want to make sure that feature is on point before it comes out, so I don't mind that it's taking a little longer, but I suspect that'll be the next major release of the infantry. Or maybe the T62, depending how far along that is, because it looks pretty far along. So it's largely incremental improvement, then big feature, then incremental, then big feature every, say, 3 to 6 months as a big feature. Which is not bad, considering the size of the team. I have a question. Are you just generally interested in Soviet army stuff? Ideologically in the red camp? I'm ideologically in the red camp, as usually becomes very obvious within about 5 minutes of somebody setting me off. And I don't really pretend that I'm not, and I don't really care if people find it bothersome that I am. I really don't give a fuck. 30 mil APDS's Unicorn? Yeah, that's what I thought. Manual bolting, super good in DayZ, able to see where your shot lines. Yeah, DayZ I would tend to use it more than Red Orchestra. Red Orchestra, a lot of the time you're just trying to put down suppressing fire, so it's less relevant. Whereas DayZ, you've actually got to make your shots count. Can't imagine trying to engage infantry with this rangefinder. I would be ranging it off a tree or a house or something. I would be ranging it off the infantry themselves. That sounds like pain. Is there... Yeah, I went over the Leo too. So it's coming. It's coming. Do have some BMP2s in 85. Wait, maybe you got to check that later. Yeah, see, I thought it was 87. Maybe they had some in 85. I don't know. But whatever. The Soviets did have a reasonable amount. I think the Soviet distribution of BMPs was about 25% BMP1, 50% BMP1P, and then 25 BMP2. I'm pretty sure that's how it is in game anyway. So BMP2s aren't super common, but they are present, and the BMP1P is the most common in Soviet service in the game's time span. All right. So what are we saying for that guy? 2,500? Yeah, we'll call it 2,500. We'll see how we go. It's Sabo, so it's probably going to hit regardless. Unless I really fucked up. That looks like it was about 2,500. That looked like a center mass hit. Okay, now moving targets. And we're going to start with 113s or Bradleys. So we'll get a heat round selected for the second shot. First is just going to be what we got at the spout, which is Sabo. I just remembered I actually need to drive down to the next point for them to spawn in, so that's what we'll do. And there you can hear the beautiful pained 5-cylinder screaming of the 5 TDF. About 700 horse, 5-cylinder horizontally opposed, 2-stroke diesel engine. Yeah, it's a Chadley. Well, we know he's not 2,500 meters away. He's not 1,000. See, he would be shooting at me by now if he was actually hostile, so you don't want to be caught in a situation where you're doing this. I'm going to call that 500, it's probably close enough. And it was Sabo, so it doesn't really matter that much. Interesting, he wants me to fire 3 OOF 26 at the Bradleys. I mean, it will fuck them up, especially in the side, but... Solid hit. Probably a little rear of the turret, which is right where all his spare tow missiles are stored, so that's a pretty good place to hit a Bradley. Now this is going to be challenging. Could be worse. He could be, like, side on to us, but... $1,600? Sure. Why not? Was indeed 1,600. Now we got Sabo up, so this is a little more ideal. Now this is where it's really fucking hard to use this rangefinder. Target over 2 kilometers away, presenting a kind of skewy side aspect. Lots of background visual clutter. We'll call it 22. It was 22. So once you get your eye in, it's actually quite reasonable. The problem is you just don't want to be caught adjusting while something's already looking or shooting at you. Anyway, before we go do an actual mission, let's take a look at this bad boy. So we already had a look at the gun sight arrangement. Quickest way to tell a T-64 apart from the other Soviet MBTs of its sort of era, the road wheels. The T-64 has 6 small road wheels, roughly evenly spaced. The front ones are a little further apart. But they're small wheels, really small wheels. It is immediately obvious compared to the 72 or the 80 when you're looking at a T-64. They're kind of more like what you'd expect to see in the Soviet heavy tanks of World War II, like a KV or an IS. They had similar wheels. Oh, that pedal's bound. Interesting. You've got smoke grenade discharges on the front, similar to the T-72. Snorkel kit is on the back of the turret on the T-64. That's what those big tubes are. That's a snorkel kit. It's on the side of it in the 72. Big central exhaust. So the T-80 also has the exhaust in the center of the back deck, but the T-80's exhaust is different aspect. It's more like A4 kind of page aspect. This is long and narrow. And yeah, we've got the unditching log, the most critical piece of equipment. I'd also like to point out the unditching log, which is one of the more important things to be carrying around on the tank. If something happens to your unditching log, simply go to a tree and get a new one. If something happens to your reloading stick in the BMP-1, where you need to reach out with a little stick and flip out the Malyutka's tail fins, just literally walk over to a tree and pull one off. It's 10,000 IQ. Why do you need some fancy fucking bullshit when this works? I mean, these unditching logs typically would be put on at the factory. They'd be, you know, measured out to a certain size, but you can field expedient it very, very easily if you need to. Loads of images in tanks in Ukraine not having logs. It's pretty sad. Plenty of images of them using their fucking logs as well. Plenty of that going around, because boy did they have to for I think a couple weeks during the initial fucking invasion, and then again during the what passed for a counteroffensive, and everything since. It's just, mud is not fun, not even for a T-64. And this thing copes with mud, anecdotally, according to T-64 crew members. Anecdotally, this copes better with mud than the T-72, and I've seen videos which would back that up. The 72 tends to just kind of dig itself in, whereas the 64's track design makes it a little less prone to that. Rasputitsa, yes. Rasputitsa is the mud season. The engine deck of the T-64 is pretty simple. The T-80s is similar, but the T-80s doesn't have that big vent there. It's just flat. The T-64, you know, does have that there. The radiator sits under it, and then it's got an air intake with that rubber guard there. I think the rubber guard is there to stop it sucking dirt and dust and crap into the air intake for the engine when the tank's moving at high speed. The Soviets went mega autism on this shit. Like, no joke. The Soviets ran fluid dynamics analysis when they were designing the T-80U's equipment storage to make sure that the snorkel kit and the exhaust kit and all that stuff on the back of the turret was placed in a certain way to prevent the dirty air getting sucked away from the side of the tank and straight into the turbine. You know, they wanted to make sure that there was enough turbulent air around the back deck of the tank to stop it sucking things in that it shouldn't be. Which is pretty impressive, honestly. Like, you just look at it and think, oh yeah, you cram this shit wherever it fits for the external stowage. No, they actually put serious thought into that. As with the other Soviet MBTs, you have fuel and oil tanks down one side of the tracks, or like the sponsons, and then equipment boxes down the other. So on the 64, down the left side, we have fuel and oil. The big cells are fuel, and then the rearmost one from memory is oil. Yeah, I know we went around this side already, but we'll come back. Actually, no, sorry, I think that's the oil tank there. The others are all fuel. And you've got an equipment stowage box, and then it's actually got quite a lot of fuel on it. The 72, I think one side is entirely equipment stowage, and the other is fuel. The 64 it's got a ton of fuel. Another way to tell a 64 apart from an 80, not so much a 72, is the driver's periscopes, or episcopes, whatever you want to call them. The 64 has a single scope to the driver, like the 72. The T80 has 3. Searchlight, IR lamp, whatever, is on the left-hand side on most 64s and 80s. Some models of the 80, I think they moved it to the right from memory. But typically it's going to be on the left, whereas on the T72 it's usually on the right. So it's not a 100% accurate way to tell, but it's usually, like, if it's on the left, it's usually a 64 or an 80. And you can see the coax is over on the right-hand side there. Now there's a very fierce debate in the Soviet MBT enjoyer scene over whether the 64 or the 72 is the better tank. And particularly current world events have not helped calm that down any, considering this is a product of what was at the time the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic and is still in use by Ukraine, and the 72 is a product of the Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic and now used by Russia. But one of the little points that people squabble over is, oh, well, because the searchlight is on the other side of the turret, it means that the driver with the turret locked for parade or for road march, it locks to the left on the T64 instead of to the right on the T72 because of the position of the spotlight, the lunar lamp, so that the driver can open his hatch and pop his head out. And there's a lot made of the fact that he's kind of got the coax behind his head in that situation. But, you know, you would probably not want to have the coax loaded and cocked if you were on a road march. It's quick enough to do it before you go into action. Built-in commissar, genius, yeah. One of the defining aesthetic features of the 64, just by kind of how they design the external stowage, is the stowage boxes on the left side of the turret. On T64s without smoke discharges and without ERA, there would be 3. This one has the smoke discharges, so they've removed one box and now you've just got the 2, but very typically the T64 would have 1 digit of its tactical number painted on each box. And there's just something about that it just, I don't know what it is. It's just right. It's just right. You look at it and it looks right. Whereas, you know, the other tanks, they'd have it painted on the side of the turret directly, or they might have the full number painted on a long box like the 64 has on the other side. No, the 64 on the left side, 1 number, or 1 digit per box. It just looks very, very cool. You got spare track link stowage behind that. As I said, snorkel kit and extra stowage on the back of the turret, which is another cool thing with the 64. It gives that... I like the look it gives it with the overhang at the back with all that stuff hanging off of it. It's just pleasing to me. You got your convoy marker light as you do on the 72. Same sort of turret layout, gunner on the left, commander on the right. This is different though. The anti-aircraft machine gun, the NSVT, on the 72 and on most models of the T80, it's manually operated. It varies based on which specific model, but on the 72 it's hand cranked. So you pop out. You've got the hatch opens to your front. Like if you've got the gun facing backwards in its stowed position, the hatch opens to your front because the commander's optic looks out from under the hatch. So that protects you from the front. You kind of peer your head around it, kind of like a T-34 commander would during a war. But if you want to use the NSVT, you've got to rotate the commander's cupola around 180 degrees, and then you've got the hatch covering your back, but you've got just the gun in front of you. And it's you can unlock it and just manually muscle it around, but it's also got a hand crank for elevation and one for azimuth. The 64, it's remote control. It's not remote control in the sense of like, ooh, fancy, you know, like you'd think of remote control today. But it is stabilized. It's actually stabilized. So you've got a remote stabilized weapon system on top of the turret. The periscope sight for that is just by the IR lamp there. I think that's it, with the little cover over it. Yeah, so you can fire this NSVT without ever opening the hatch and exposing yourself. And the commander's sight is directly under it. That window there is the commander's optic. So unlike the 72, where the commander's optic and the machine gun are pointing opposite directions, on the T-64, this machine gun is pointing at whatever the commander's looking at. And so that brings other things with it, like the commander, if need be, can start putting a couple of 12.7 traces on things to get the gunner to see where he's aiming. Now, of course, he doesn't need to, because he can just manually take over and he can like slew to cue the turret, like the 72 can, because like the 72, and indeed like the 55 to a lesser degree, and the 62, this thing has hunter-killer. This thing has a hunter-killer system. The US stuff of this era doesn't. The Brits do, I think the Germans do, the US don't, curiously enough. At least not for their tanks. So the commander's got his TKN in front of him, and he's holding on to the little spade grips for it, and he's got buttons on the grips, and I forget the exact way they're wired up. It probably changes between different tanks as well, because the cupola arrangements are slightly different, but one of them is a slew to Q and the other one's a counter rotate. So he can press the slew to Q and hold down the counter rotate, and the turret will swing to point the gun at wherever his cupola is looking, and the counter rotate will mean that he stays looking at it. If he doesn't hold the counter rotate, then he rotates with the turret. That's a basic feature on the Soviet MBTs, which they had since the mid to late 50s. Just in earlier versions, it was either not stabilized, or it didn't counter rotate, or it was only stabilized in one plane. So the T-72, for instance, it will counter rotate, so it's horizontally stabilized in a sense, but it's not vertically stabilized. In this, it is. And you can actually see on the damage model, you can see the little stabilizer for it, and the motor that drives it, and then the linkage to it to get it to actually rotate, because it rotates under power. It's a powered system. And same as the 72, we talked about the primary sight and the rangefinder earlier. Then you've got the night sight behind it with a protective cover so that the daylight doesn't burn the optics out. And then next to that, you've got your gunner's unity sight. So that's his unmagnified backup sight. So, well, it's not even really a backup sight. That's his, oh shit, there's something right in front of the tank. I can't see it through the magnified sight. Where is it? Kind of thing. It doesn't have any provision for aiming the gun, like the T-72. If your GPS is broken, then good luck, you're down to bore sighting, I guess. However, some specific versions of the T-80, I forget exactly which, I think it was a specific upgrade of the T-80B, maybe. They had the T-80's anti-aircraft machine gun that's a whole fucking saga. But one specific version, I think it was, actually had, or it might have even been a couple of them, but one of them was linked to the AA gun as well. It actually had a backup sight for the commander, so he could actually take over from the gunner if the gunner's sight was broken using his sight. And I think he could even still use the laser rangefinder. He had his own one. And that also, I think his laser rangefinder was part of his sight. I'm not 100% sure on that. You may need to fact check me on it, but that would imply that he can have something already ranged before he gets the gunner to lay onto it, which is pretty cool. So yeah, the T-80 saga, it was intended to have something similar to this, but more advanced. It wasn't ready in time. There was political intrigue. It was a complete clusterfuck. So they went back to just the system the T-72 used, which is objectively worse. You know, the manually aimed gun, which is pointing the wrong way compared to the sight. Like, they went back to that, objectively worse. Then they had an even more yobber version that they were going to install on the T-80U, but it wasn't ready in time either, and there was more political intrigue and dumb shit happening. I am indeed alive. Hey, 3Shy. Cheers to the resub, man. Good to see you. So, the T-80U, which is, you know, ostensibly it was ostensibly the pride of the Soviet tank fleet. It was like this Jesus tank of the late 80s. It didn't even have what the T-72 had. It literally had 3, like, crane mounts, basically, like you would see on a World War II German tank. You had 3 crane mounts around the commander's cupola. And then you just put the NSV on a pintle in one of those 3 mounts. That was all you had. It was like literal World War II fucking Sherman, you know, like in Fury, where they're on the back deck of the fucking Sherman just firing the M2 off the pintle. That's what the T-80U had, because fucking reasons, I guess. I think the T-80 UK, or one of the other T-80 versions that was a bit more modern, a bit more fancy boy, it actually did end up getting something similar to this. It got a proper remote weapon system, and a proper, you know, anti-aircraft machine gun mount, but the T-80U got shafted so hard. Anyway, that's not usable yet. It will be in future. They just haven't implemented it. Don't know when that'll happen. I wondered if maybe they would do it before the manually aimed ones, because they could just do it the same way they did the M60. But remember, the M60s wasn't implemented right away either, so we'll see. We'll see how long it takes. But yeah, there's your T-64. The tractor of the people. Anyway, let's actually do some combat stuff. T-80... Oh, it was T-80UD, I think, that had the proper anti-aircraft machine gun mount, not UK. UK might have had it too. But yeah, the T-80UD was pretty special. Let's go to the main menu. We'll start with the first of the Soviet missions. So there's, in the instant action missions, there's 2 Soviet ones and 1 American one. We'll play them in that order, the 2 Soviet and then the 1 American. And then we might do a couple of campaign ones focusing on the Soviets. We'll see. What was its object number? I don't remember. Was it 219 or was 219 one of the T-80B upgrades? I don't remember, because I think 219 was the one that was supposed to have the remote anti-aircraft gun, and then it didn't. My object number lore is not what it used to be, sadly. Okay, Red Steel. Situation. You're 2 companies tasked with taking ground from the enemy. Simple enough. Enemy is a mixed company plus, so it's an overstrength company, consisting of M60A1s, so at least they've got shitty rangefinders as well, M2 Bradleys, M113s and M901s. So the scary thing here is the Bradley and the 901. Those are bad no-no shit. The M60A1 can kill us if it hits us, but they're not going to be the most accurate things on Earth because, like us, they're dealing with an optical rangefinder, and they're also not super situationally aware because they don't have thermals to play with. Their possible reaction force routes for tanks are marked on your map. Friendly, 6 BMP-2, 3 T-64A. Reinforcements of 6 T-64A and 3 BMP-2 will be made available to you if you take losses. We want to avoid that, but at least we have it there as an option. Support assets are 10 fire missions, which is probably more than we're going to need, 10 white phosphorus smoke missions, and 5 air support flights. We might use a couple of those, but we're probably not going to need all of them strictly. I still find that I need the air support less frequently as pact than I do as NATO. The other Soviet mission, I do tend to use up all the air support, but most of them I don't. Some of them I don't even use it at all. It's just not really necessary. Mission. Your task is to attack and destroy enemy forces on or around objectives 1 and 2. Coordinating instructions. You are to take your tank platoon to battle position Anna and cover 2nd Company's BMPs as they move into position. You are to take command of one of the BMP platoons when they're in position and attack both objective 1 and 2. Other. Units will become available over the course of the mission. They're not all immediately available at the start. So at the start we only have the T-64s and then we can jump to the BMPs once we're in position. BMP platoons will not conduct their attack until you take control of one of them when they're made available. So we have to initiate the attack for the BMPs. From then on you can control what you wish. End conditions. Red victory, your forces hold objective 1 and 2. Red defeat, your force loses 90% of its combat power, and remember that 90% accounts for the reinforcements as well, not the initial starting units. We'll do this in the daytime. We might do another run at night time, either later in this stream or in a future stream. The 64 doesn't significantly benefit at night versus the 72. I think its image intensification is very, 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 very barely better. And that's about it. Like, it's still the same system as the 72 at night. It's still very suboptimal. We do have Illume flares, but, you know, you got to be careful with those because you might light yourself up with them as well. And they don't always land where you need them to if the enemy are pushing onto you. Where flares were useful 30 seconds ago, they might be completely worthless now. So night fighting is still very challenging for the Pact forces, especially against anything that has thermals. It can be done though. You just have to play really cautiously and really focus on more sort of skirmishing and ambush tactics. It also helps once you get a good sense of which part of the night reticle, the fixed nighttime reticle, corresponds to what range for what ammo type. So you can just eyeball it pretty quickly. Okay, so we got a platoon of 3 64s. We're about to crest this ridge and we're pretty close to the combat area, so I'm just going to go ahead and tell them to assume line formation now. I'm going to go ahead and turn off Delta D, which is, it's a toggle now, which is a little more convenient, and I'm going to range the gun out to 1200, just as kind of a battle sight. We're probably not going to need that range straight away, but just good practice to get into. Like I said, she's a bit smoky. That's the old 2-stroke right there. Classic 2-stroke engine. Fucking smokes like a chimney. Before we crest this fully, let's take a look at the lay of the land. So we're coming down into a wide valley. We're going to be skylining ourselves a bit. Battle position Anna, at least, is below the skyline, so that'll be a little less awful. But we're coming down here, down this, I think, power line concession. And then the attack is happening across this valley. We're expecting enemy defending these 2 positions here, and then reinforcing down this road. This is fairly exposed. So once we take out their main force, we might be able to pick off the reinforcements as well pretty easily. We'll see how we go. This mission on paper is not too complex. If you don't miss too many shots, you can clean it pretty well. I think my most recent 2 runs, I've only lost a single crew member and no vehicles. But it can also go bad pretty quickly because, like I said, the T-64, the armor was good back in the early 60s, early to mid 60s. By the mid to late 80s, you really aren't bringing a lot to the table in terms of the armor against American tanks. Against the Brits, you'd be doing pretty well, but not the Americans. So there's one of those pre-destroyed vehicles, pre-placed destroyed vehicle. It's a BRDM. That is our reconnaissance. He has obviously found the enemy with his face. Many such cases. The road that the mechanized guys came in through is there. So they're probably staging up further down the hill. No, this is the 64. The 80 is not in yet. The 80 is coming, but not in yet. I'd say probably the 62 is going to arrive before it does, but I could be wrong. So yeah, we're going to follow the power lines through this clearing down the hill. The nice thing here is these trees mostly screen us from the target until we pop out the bottom of that. Interesting. I only barely saw him, so we'll engage him when we get further down. He didn't see us. So. No need to fire at him because my wingman dealt with him. We're going to pick up the pace a little. God, what a beautiful machine. You can also see the Soviet Army tactical symbols here. So, the Soviets stopped putting national markings, you know, big red stars on their tanks, during World War II, basically. Partway through the war, they just stopped bothering. I think even before the war, not all units did it. And by the Cold War, it was just your tactical number and then a tactical symbol, which would give an idea of which unit you belong to. The tactical symbols are not fixed, they would change. So you might change that every now and then. It might not represent the same unit across a whole, you know, a whole sort of deployment. Top shelf when it came out? Oh yes, it was. It's a beautiful, beautiful piece of kit. When it worked. But by 85, she's a little less dominant. The ammo is what's carrying the weight here, but she's pretty reliable and pretty well developed at this point. It's just such a gorgeous machine. Easily my favorite tank. Both aesthetically and just in actual, you know, design sense. If you guys can stand up to another one of my hour-long Spurg lectures, we might discuss why it's considered to be superior on certain types of ground, particularly mud to the 72 later on. We won't do it now. But it's because of the way the tracks are designed, as well as the running gear in general, but particularly the track links. Hope some more of them get preserved in museums after this decade's endless conflicts. Yeah. Well, this decade's conflicts end. I think that was a bit of a Freudian slip there. Bad news, but yeah, me too. Unfortunately, we're seeing a mass fucking loss of human life and like really bad demographic shit happening. But also for Cold War equipment enjoyers, we're seeing a mass extinction event. Harry actually referred to it the other day as the Cambrian extinction, but for tanks. There he is. He hasn't seen us yet. I can just range off the tree next to him, which is a little easier than ranging off him. That was a little more than a short halt, but... He's popped his smoke, but I know roughly where he is. Oh, he sees us now. We're going to start moving down the hill a little quicker. I don't want to be caught up on the skyline. So my wingman bagged his wingman. I think he's still up. We'll find out shortly enough. I'm going to stop here so I'm not front sloping my armor to them too much. Position and cover the advance. Okay, so that's one target down there. We don't have clear line of sight to it. And then the other target is down there, I think. Oh, there we go. His smoke's cleared sufficiently. We now see him. See how our range is. Bit long. We'll drop 100. We'll say 2,000 meters. We've got Sabo up now anyway. It's a little past. It's probably 2,200. Surprised he survived that many hits. Sometimes you just don't hit anything important. We might get artied shortly. I don't like sitting still after I've been engaged because it's a great way to get arty dropped on yourself, but at the same time we do need to sit here and cover the BMPs. What I'm going to do is disperse these guys out 50 meters, so one freak artillery hit won't fuck all of us up. I actually, I got direct hit. I saw Bradley get direct hit in a campaign mission last night, and my T-64, it got direct hit in the sense that the arty round penetrated through the fucking rubber skirt, detonated under the floor, and completely just turbo fucked my entire tank. Yeah, the 64 is really unsung, unfortunately. Which is criminal, considering the 64 has been doing the bulk of the legwork over the past, what, year and a half? Yeah. Year? 1 year. I've lost all track of time. No. Fuck, 2 years now, hey. I think. 2 years. Jesus Christ. Okay, so we're getting reports of, well, we had reports of other stuff. I think that was the tank that we killed. So our little buddy boys are driving down behind us. So those are the BMPs we're covering. They might report stuff as they come into view of the objective. What I'm going to do is I'm going to drop artillery on the left objective, and I'm going to call in aircraft on the right. We'll just call... let's call 2 aircraft. Fuck it. I'm feeling a bit capricious today. I happen to know what is likely to be in those 2 objectives, and I could expose myself a little to get line of sight to them and engage them with these, but I would really rather not do that. Especially when we can just bring in the VVS to take a fat dump on them. We might get force switched to a BMP here shortly, but I want to just sit on the 64 while we watch the airstrike come in. There's the Artie. Come on. Where's frontal aviation? I hear them. There they are. Su-22M4. 2 Su-22M4s. One of them looks like he's got rockets, the other one probably has bombs. DCS when? This artifacting on the clouds is a persistent thing. I'm not sure what's causing it. I'm sure the devs are aware of it and will probably fix it at some point, but it's a minor annoyance. It mostly happens while you're zoomed in really far on the clouds. Oh! Don't think I don't see you. Let me actually range off that tree. Slightly long. Because I didn't really account for his movement properly. 3,100 meter second round hit. The other night I got a 3,400 meter first round hit on a moving M60. I was quite chuffed with myself. This guy I suspect is dead because he's been ATGM'd at a few times, but we're just going to make sure. If that doesn't... yeah, he's fucked. Okay, so we're going to just make sure there's nothing else that we need to deal with immediately. And I'm going to conduct a restock sooner rather than later. I don't want to run myself out of Sabo for when the enemy reinforcements come in. So we'll go restock, and we will just restock Sabo since that's mostly what we've been firing. Our Artie's still dropping. This is the time to switch over to the BMPs. We're going to switch back to his actual turret. We're going to range out to 1,200. 1,200 is usually a pretty safe bet for a battle site. And we're going to get rolling. So there's the other platoon there. My platoon's trailing just so slightly behind. You'll notice the tactical numbers are a different font than the German ones. Soviets tended to use quite distinctive sort of typefaces when they were stenciling on numbers. The BMP2 is still not 100% complete. The gun recoil animations still aren't implemented. The cases I don't think eject yet. There's a few other things like that, so it's not 100% done. but it's playable, and it's a lot of fun. Fire rate adjustment might become a thing. I think the devs are probably going to implement it. I just don't know when. It's probably when they have time kind of thing. Faster. I don't want to get too far ahead of the other platoon and separate myself out from them. It's better if we all arrive in a great big fucking line abreast formation than if 3 BMPs arrive completely, you know, balls to the fucking wind. Oh, speaking of balls, I'll have to show you the X-ray vision on the 64 damage model, because the armour is indeed stored in the balls. There's also no turret traverse sound for the BMP2 yet, which will probably be implemented when a bunch of the other stuff gets done for it. AI now not go full tilt? No, they don't. And they shouldn't try and rear end you anymore if you're cruise controlling at low speed. Balls to the wind, a real phrase, yeah. Speaking of balls, I have to show you them. I mean, didn't they walk back that TOS change? Alright, we need to get into business mode here. Probably going to have targets pretty soon. I'm going to slow down a little, so I've got a more stable firing platform. The stabilizer on the BMP2, it has one, but it's kind of crap. It doesn't cope well with abrupt pitching movements. We're going to wind in the sight to 800. He's dead. That looks suspiciously like a Wall-E. It is now dead. That thing is... You don't want to leave those alive. They're fucking nasty. Another 113. I think that one's probably knocked out, but we're going to put some rounds into it just to be sure. Interestingly, it's playing the external audio for the gun every other burst. I think that might be a new bug. It wasn't doing that before. Okay, that's probably about 1,000. That bug is back. I don't know if it is for the BRDMs and the 50 cals, but it is for the BMP2. It's a known issue for some guns. It'll probably be fixed before too long. The audio clipping you can hear. There we can see they're reporting stuff to us. So those orange diamonds represent enemy positions being reported by friendly units. So they go up the chain of command, then back down to us. So they're not real-time, they're close to real-time, but there's a slight delay. And likewise, the friendly reported positions don't update instantly either. Oh, that sounded unpleasant. Oh, that's smoke. So yeah, there you go. That's smoke hardy, white phosphorus. Looks like they're dropping actual artillery on the 64s, and they're dropping smoke on us. Probably I should have dropped our own smoke to obscure line of sight to the other objective. We're going to call Arty on that. I could call air support, but I don't think there's much point. We're getting pretty close to it, so I don't want to get dropped on by our own guys. He sees something I don't over the grass yet. Oh shit, okay, I see what it is. It's a taupe. Okay, ceasefire. There's a 113 there. We're going to put some rounds into it just for security's sake. Dial the sight back to 800. We'll dial it back to 600 in a moment. So objective number 1 is in front of us. Everything in here looks thoroughly fucked. So we'll get a little closer and that'll give us the objective captured. You know, you'd be offloading your infantry if they were in the game already. And they'd go occupy those positions maybe, or maybe not actually. You'd usually only unload the infantry if you were going to have to fight through a position. The Soviets didn't do anything they didn't have to, so if they could punch through a position and get past it without debussing infantry, they would do that because it's faster to not have to debus the infantry. The Soviets were all about momentum. They were running on that fucking Dr. Disrespect doctrine. So we'll turn towards objective 2, pick up the pace just a little, just to get back in line with our other platoon, and then we'll drop back to match their speed. Again, so we all arrive in a big sort of firing line. Get the maximum number of weapons on target at once. Doctrine. Doctrine. Those reinforcements don't appear to be an issue yet. They're going to be on a flank if they arrive anytime soon, so we'll try and get up under that hill, and then the 64s will pop them before they get to us. Once I clear the town, I'll probably switch back to a 64 just so I can go for the shots on the reinforcements. Because the long-range gunnery in the 64 is really satisfying. It's I think, peak gameplay at the moment. The T-55 is a lot of fun because, you know, it's an older tank. It's very, very old school. It's basically half a step above World War II. It essentially is kind of a World War II tank in a lot of ways. The design started during the war. First version saw testing during the war. But, yeah, the 64 gives you the fist of God in terms of sabot rounds and reasonable armor. Very good mobility. It's quite spry, but a kind of dookie rangefinder. So if you can hit, you tend to fuck things up, but you've got to get the hit first, which takes, you know, some degree of skill and practice. Alright, Saber, I'm going faster. They've stopped anyway, so we'll go in and clean up whatever is left. Oh, they're reporting a truck in the other objective, which didn't get cleared out. Interesting. I hear a Bushmaster, and I don't see it because there's smoke. You'll notice as well the White Phos artillery rounds actually light small fires on the ground around the impact, which is a recent addition. The VFX guy, No-Op, is an absolute fucking king. Oh, I don't want to be showing side armor to that. You can see, as I'm turning the hull, the stabilizer can't keep up. Like I said, it's not the best stabilizer. It's kind of like the one in the PT-76. It has quite a bit of lag time to it. Okay, he's still firing. From there, it looks like. I'd say that was a good effect on target. We're out of AP, so that's why I'm firing HE at him. Which is not the most effective, but it will kill a Bradley eventually. It'll find somewhere it can get through. Then, oh, there's the other one. Taken both objectives. He must be all his crew dead. Hatches are closed, but he's not reacting. So I'd say he's out of it. I'm going to... Why did that open? I'm going to hop over into 64. The M60s might already... Oh, no, there we go. Yeah, that looks good enough. That was good enough. That was the first round hit. I'm going to service this guy before he gets into cover. That might be a little... Yeah, not enough lead. He's cooking. The other one is behind a fucking tree. Oh, there's another one there. And there's one there. I can't see that one clearly, so I'm going to run my own engagement. Much more cooperative target over there. And then there's that one, and I think there's one more that got away while I was distracted. He's behind a tree. And that one's coming down the road. Over. I think he's bailed anyway. That was over as well. Oh, yeah, 2800. Okay. Just kick out to the side a little. Can't see this guy. Oh, now I can. There he is. Yeah, range is on. That was a hit. There we go. Voice acting is... It's the speed of the shells you're firing. What is it for 3BM32? It's like 1800 meters a second or something. Pretty fast. That's for the Sabo rounds. The heat rounds are much slower. But Sabos are, I'm pretty sure it's 1800 meters a second. So yeah, mission accomplished. And we lost 2 BMP2s, which is heavier losses than I've taken the last few times I've run this mission, but still pretty solid. We'll do a look around the battlefield first with the free cam, and then we'll hop into the after action report. So there's our beautiful, beautiful T-64 platoon. Turns out we didn't need our own reinforcements. We didn't lose a single 64. In fact, I don't think any of them took any real significant damage. That's enemy White Foss that was just being fired in front of us to try and block our view. Unfortunately for them, it was a little too late. All their reinforcements were already dead by then. So the little town here on the left of screen is Objective 1. The other one on the right is Objective 2. So the BMPs came through the low ground and then basically paralleled this road into the first objective. And there were some very unpleasant things hiding in there. The artillery decrewed a few of the... Oh, okay, I wondered why there was still a BMP showing on the map there. He's had a bit of a... He's got a little bit feisty, you know, a long time away from the wife, and he's attempting to copulate with somebody's house, but sometimes these things happen. You can't really see very well out of these vehicles, so this shit genuinely does happen in real life too. People crash into shit that you really would wonder how they manage it. And particularly a good one is when they drive over a berm and they don't realize it's a sheer drop on the other side because they can't see it and flip over. That's where usually photos and videos of flip tanks come from. So the artillery probably did a lot of the work on this objective. There's a 113 there. There's the 901. I think that might have been knocked out, like the crew knocked out before I finished it, but you always finish those off. You never want to leave a 901 active. You never want to risk that because that thing will fuck you up really quickly. Other 113 there was decrewed. And that's impressive, man. That's genuinely impressive, my son. Well done. So yeah, there's the 901. For those that haven't seen the M901 before, it's an M113, except they put a double... sorry, my camera work is a little unco today. They put 2 toes on it. So the 2 holes either side are the toe tubes. Those are the heads of the missiles you can see in there. And then all this shit in the center is the optics. That whole assembly folds down flat with the deck when it's not in a firing position. So they're quite difficult to see until this little fucking hammerhead of death pops up from behind a berm and then you die. They're real bastards. And because there's, you know, other than the sights and the actual tubes themselves, there's nothing really squishy or important in that hammerhead. So you can hit that all day and you might disable its weapon system or you might do absolutely nothing but piss it off. To actually kill it, you need to hit the hull. And then hopefully touch off some of the spare missiles. These are horrible, horrible, horrible little things. They're evil. It'll be fun when we get to actually play them again, because they were implemented in one of the earlier previews, but they weren't really complete yet, and you couldn't use them in combat missions. It was just in the Proving Ground map. So there's some of our BMPs. There's the other platoon there. So I think the BMP losses came from this platoon. I suspect the Bradley probably went ham on this guy's side armor. He's wiggling a bit, but I think it's because he's just sliding sideways down the hill. And this guy's side armor, he's actually scorched, so you can tell he was knocked out. And then this guy's still active, obviously, because he's still scanning with his turret. There's the initial 2 M60s in their defensive position. It's not much of a defensive position. They were pretty exposed here. And you can see the little smoke effects coming out of where the penetrations went through. So it is on the roadmap that the devs plan to add actual, like, you know, visible holes where a shell goes through. But even before that's implemented, we have smoke coming out through the penetration holes, which is fucking awesome. So he was punched through 3 separate times. Twice in the hole through the glass plate, and then 4 times. Once by the top corner of the gun mantlet, and another time just under the front of the cupola. So he had 4 penetrating shots go through him, which is a bad day, very bad day. Then his body over here. He's not smouldering quite as visibly, so I don't know where he was punched through. We'll see it in the after action, but he clearly burnt up pretty well too. And then in the town, we should have, was it 2 Bradleys and a couple 113s. The photo of the 62 casually driving into the side of the house, yeah. I think that was caught on video too, wasn't it? But yeah, it's a very, very well-known photo in tank Kuma circles. So the Bradleys, this is why we didn't have to deal with them in the 64s. They couldn't see us, but we also couldn't see them. These little shits were in a fucking ambush position. And we didn't really expose ourselves to them until we started pushing on the second objective. And you can see the line of sight that opened up to the other platoon. So you can see the 2 knocked out BMPs right there. That's how they got knocked out, because these 2 just went, oh look, some BMPs, and blasted them up. The Bradley's interior model, like that shows when the hatches are open, is not done yet, so that's why you can see grass through it. It's not implemented yet. It'll probably happen sooner or later, it's just lower priority. New in this patch, very new in this patch, it wasn't in the test builds. The Bradleys now have their correct unit markings, so that's been in the works. I mean, it's been needed to... If I can speak today, Jesus Christ. It's needed to happen for a while, but it was fairly low priority. As you might imagine, there's much more important things to do. But they've now been able to find the time to go in and add the Bradley's unit markers. So you can now see who they belong to. So that's what? 3rd Armoured, 3rd something, 32nd something else. Max would know. American symbology confuses me. And then the actual Bradley is Charlie 32. I think the Americans do letter numbers. We do number letters. So for an Australian vehicle, it'd be like 32 Charlie, not Charlie 32. At least when I was in. They may have changed it since, but I doubt it. I think that's common to all the Commonwealth armies. This is a multiplayer game. Not yet, Rob. It will be multiplayer. They have been running multiplayer tests over the past year or so. It's just not quite done cooking. It will be co-op multiplayer, multi-crew, so you can, have someone gunning, you can have someone commanding, probably have someone driving, all in the same tank if you want. And there might be some adversarial stuff. I wouldn't expect PvP in the vein of arena deathmatch shit like the way War Thunder does things, because War Thunder already does that. We don't need GHPC to do it. My sort of vision of how GHPC could do adversarial multiplayer without encouraging people to cheese stuff, and also without requiring a massive active community to fill a lobby, because it's really annoying when you've got a really good game but there's just not enough people online at any given time to fill a lobby. The way they could do it, I think, is to take inspiration from something like Armour Zeus, or what I played a shit ton when I was in my late teens, early 20s, Zombie Master. Zombie Master is one of the best fucking source mods ever made. I loved the shit out of it. It was so much fun. And the way it worked was, it was an FPS, a source mod, so it's an FPS. The human survivor team are all playing an FPS. The zombie master, as the name might suggest, is playing an RTS, and they have traps that they can set. They've got, they can spawn in zombies and move them around and issue orders to them. So you could do that. You could do the Left 4 Dead approach, where you've got a small number of human players spread amongst the AI. You could combine the two approaches, something like that. They did confirm in the FAQ, I think it was, that there have been discussions happening kind of in the same vein as that, but they're not sure if that'll end up being viable. So I wouldn't count on PvP of any sort, but it's quite possible there will be PvP of an asymmetrical nature like that, where one team is crewing tanks and the other team is either controlling AI or maybe has a couple of human crewed tanks and then somebody controlling the AI as well. So that's a maybe, but co-op PvE is absolutely guaranteed. Core feature of the game, was planned to be implemented from the start. It just takes a while to do. And they've had to do a couple restarts on the multiplayer side of things code-wise because of various things that popped up during development. Vision might be very bad, but you'd see an entire building in front of you at least. It depends. If there's something blocking the episcope, like if somebody's thrown paint or if you've got mud on it or something like that, if the sun's glaring into it, you might not be able to see it that well. And you, especially if you don't have the peripheral vision scopes like the T80 has, where they're angled out to the side, you only have a very narrow slot in front of you, so you don't know what's to either side of the tank. And these tanks are reasonably wide, so you could quite easily snag the one side of the tank on something, which I think is what happened with that T-62. It looked like he was trying to get close to the building, but he just underestimated how wide the tank was compared to where he was, like, what he could see, and ended up scraping it off against the side of the building. But yeah, tanks have really bad situational awareness. Really, really bad situational awareness. Driver in particular. That's why whenever there's a, tank fest or something on, or anytime they're road marching, anytime they're not actually in combat, and even sometimes when they are in combat, but there's, it's low intensity, you'll see them all turned out of the tank so they can actually see. Because once you're buttoned up, you cannot see shit. Even in a modern tank, relatively modern, like Cold War vintage, with a rotating commander's cupola with a magnified sight and unmagnified scopes around it, you still have massive blind spots. Like if you've watched all the fucking frag videos that Hamas and Hezbollah and that put together, and all the ones from Syria too, and probably a good number from Ukraine. The reason guys can walk right up to a tank and slap a satchel charge or something onto it and then just run off is because the tank can't fucking see. It can't see. Like, it's got a blind spot close to it because the only guy with the all-around vision is sitting so high up. It's like when you're sitting in a fucking F-150 or something, right? You could stack 20 kids in front of it on the driveway and you won't see them. You won't see them until you get the 21st kid out there. Same thing with tanks. And then you just make that even worse because you're looking through basically a little fucking postal slit, basically. Yeah, they have horrible situational awareness. And more often than not, they're depending on other tanks or other armored vehicles or their infantry that are attached, depending on what the operation looks like, to tell them what's happening around them because they can't see. There are some pretty good reports from different wars about this that highlight it. There was one really good one, a Kiwi tank commander who was fighting in the Korean War and a Centurion put out. Guy had a fucking great sense of humor. Like, he just had a knack for writing comedy. He really should have been a comedian if he wasn't after the war. But one of the things he relates is, especially because the Chinese would just throw so many guys at them, particularly at night or in bad weather where you wouldn't see them until they were right on top of you. But the Chinese also didn't have very sophisticated weapons at the time they couldn't supply their troops quickly enough. They would end up crawling all over the tanks, trying to pry hatches open to drop grenades or throw satchel charges into the tracks or things like that. And so they would have all these angry little Chinese dudes climbing all over the outside of the tank, and one of the other tanks in the platoon would have to either just hose their buddy down with coax, and, you know, give the guys inside the tank a very loud experience, or occasionally they just load HE and fire it at either a nearby building or tree or something, or I think because the 20-pounder HE wasn't a very powerful HE round, it usually wouldn't fuck the tank up if it hit it. They would fire HE at their other tanks just to try and clear the guys off of them. Another preferred method, he actually goes into some detail on this, another preferred method for getting Chinese troops off of the back of their tank was to find the nearest building and accelerate towards it and just drive through the building to kind of, you know, sweep them all off. This was a highly liked way of doing things, but they rapidly ran into the problem that there weren't enough buildings left in Korea. Because people don't realize that Korea, particularly North Korea, was bombed basically into the Stone Age during the Korean War. Like, there were no bridges, no houses, the Americans wanted to nuke it. MacArthur really wanted to nuke it. But it wouldn't have mattered much because they basically did as much damage as if they would just nuke it anyway. The Korean War is a fascinating topic that just goes under the radar so much. And the sort of popular understanding of it, where there even is one, is so incredibly oversimplified and so incredibly detached from reality. It's not even funny. We might have to see if there's any, like, Korean War games that are good that I can do on stream and spurg about sometime. Or we can just do DCS, Korean War Jets. But yeah, Korea is a very, very interesting war. So yeah, that's tanks in a nutshell, and IFVs. You can't see shit, Captain. Like, you can't see shit. And you're wholly reliant on external information. It's very slightly better than being in a submarine. So yeah, there's a cooked Bradley, and I think the other one we just probably killed all the crew. I'm not sure how. Maybe a penetrating shot got through, or maybe they just got spalled to death, but like, he's intact, and none of his hatches are open, so the crew didn't jump. The crew presumably are just dead. And then we'll pop up to the M60s, which have stopped burning by now. I've been talking so long that they've stopped burning. We'll go check them out. Every stream's just an in-depth history and tank/aircraft lesson. Well, remember, don't take everything I say as 100% gospel, because my memory is not perfect and gets worse by the day. And although I try to avoid doing it, or at least try to tell people it's what I'm doing, I'm not immune to exaggerating for comedic effect. However, at least I don't do what Reddit does, where they actually do it completely unironically and make people think that that's how shit really is. Like, 90% of the dumb takes on Reddit about any Soviet equipment is because somebody thought they were being funny, and then everyone took it just completely at face value and no one corrected them. Because, you know, having a site where you can just upvote what someone said because it was funny or because you think they're a cool person, instead of because they said something factually correct. That's a great platform for spreading accurate and truthful information, huh? Fucking Reddit was a mistake. So he's got, sorry, drunken camera work. I'm trying to stabilize it, but at the same time, I've probably got my mouse sensitivity turned a little bit too low for that. He got one through the side of the hull there, just under where his gun is. He got another one. Oh, through his fucking jerry can. Right through his jerry can. I think that's the water can that they carry there on the turret. Oh yeah, it literally says water. I can read. Because, you know, you don't generally want to be using a fuel jerry can for water, and vice versa. Water in fuel is bad no-no for the engine. Fuel in water is bad no-no for your engine. This guy got one punched through just on the edge of the mantlet. 3BM32 has absolutely no problems with M60s. Like, it does not care about the M60's armor at all. This one also, man, I got something against water tanks today. That one went straight through his fucking water. It caught him while he was spinning his turret around. It's kind of funny. Like, you look at the AI when they die in poses like this with their turret faced away from the enemy, and you're like, wow, the AI is really dumb. That would never happen. And then you look at photos of actual knocked out tanks, and a substantial number of them, even in a conventional tank-on-tank engagement over an open field, let alone something like what's going on in Ukraine, a substantial number of them, the gun's traversed over the back of the tank, or it's pointed in some completely random direction, because it either got knocked out as they were traversing the turret, or they were trying to check around them to see, like, is there something behind us, or like the gunner's trying to figure out, am I going to schwack the gun on a tree or a building? I better turn it around to the back of the tank so it's not overhanging, and that's when they'll get hit. So it looks kind of goofy at first, and sometimes it is because the AI is just doing something silly, but what I suspect happened is he took damage from maybe he took damage from that direction, like a fragment off the other guy pinged off him, or maybe he, like, for whatever reason, looked at the other guy as the other guy got cooked. But yeah, that might be why. They will generally, if they take damage from, say, shrapnel from artillery or a near miss with an explosive round, they'll usually turn towards the explosion to try and figure out where it came from. So quite often as well, if you're dropping artillery on a tank and you engage it, you'll see that it's looking away from you because it's trying to figure out where the fuck the artillery is coming from. You know, it's trying to figure out if it's artillery, because they can't even see what it is. They just don't know. All they know is something very loud blew up behind them. And this guy, he's gone and lost his head. He's lost his head. And these are like, what, 2,500 meter shots, I think? Which is pretty respectable. For reference, from this guy's position, T60, you can see that the BMPs are in dead ground to these guys. These guys couldn't see them at all because the BMPs are behind this hill right here. He might have seen them if he got a little further over the crest, but this guy and the other guy certainly wouldn't. Our T64s are there. It's me. So that's where we were firing from. It's a pretty long shot. Alright, enough yapping. Let's go to the after action. I'd call that a good day for the Soviet army. I wouldn't call it such a good day for NATO. So we lost 2 BMPs. We lost no men. We did not lose a single man. We only lost 2 BMPs. One of them probably recoverable. The other one burnt out. By the way, once an armored vehicle is more than, I forget the magic number, it's something between like 15 and 30%, I think. It might even be slightly less, like 12 or 13. But once it's past a certain percentage, you know, burnt, there's no amount of fucking hopium or copium in the world that's going to put that thing back in service. It's trash. The armor's going to be fucked materially. Like, the metal's going to be heat shocked. You can't do anything with it. So, all the fucking brain dead discourse over, well, this tank is superior to that tank because these ones, even when they're blown up, they can just send it back to the factory and fix it. No, chief. If it's fucking blown to shit, and especially if it's burnt out, it ain't getting fixed. It can't get fixed. Unless you do the gigacopium of how they register warbirds as the original aircraft from like a single component, where they just take something that has the aviation equivalent of the VIN number on it and then build a whole new plane around it and go, it's the same plane, see? Like some Ship of Theseus shit. That's the only way those tanks are going to see service again. Because, as it turns out, fire, really bad for metal, and heat treatment, really important to make metal stand up to being hit by other bits of metal. So yeah, like, there's a lot of really dumb, shitty takes about how none of the Leopards or Challengers or fucking whatever lost in Ukraine actually count, because they'll repair them. First of all, who's going to repair them? With what repair depots? Because already they don't have the capacity to do it. And second of all, how do you propose they build a functioning Leopard out of a metal hulk where all of the metal's heat shocked? like the first thing that hits that, it's gonna fuck it. It's gonna crack apart at the seams. It just... I don't understand it, man. People are so hung up on the idea that their precious favorite tank can never be knocked out, and like the whole worth of a tank to War Thunder brains is that it's invincible. It doesn't get killed. The whole worth of a tank is that the guys inside it don't get killed. If you want to say Western tanks are better than, you know, 1960s and 70s vintage Soviet designs, that's where you say it. You say that, well, the crew are more likely to get out alive, which is true. On the other hand, as soon as you apply that same logic in this time period, the crew of the Soviet tanks are a lot more likely to get out alive than a fucking M60 in a lot of cases. Not 100%, but in a lot of cases. Because the M60, the Leopard 1, the Centurion, all of the older NATO tanks are just a rolling ammunition rack. They have all of the fucking problems that people say that the Soviet tanks have with ammunition stowage, and worse. They're also much larger targets, and typically less well-armoured. So... like, yeah, comparing a tank to something a generation or two after it was designed, like, yeah, of course the newer thing is going to be better. Like, what did you think was going to happen there, my guy? I'm intrigued how some people think this shit works, but it is what it is. The discourse around modern tank combat is just filled with really, really bad takes, informed by people playing too much War Thunder. Sometimes playing games that try and authentically simulate stuff, like, say, this, or, say, DCS, although DCS has a lot of conditions attached to it, because you have to have a... DCS will simulate parts of the mechanics, but you need to have a properly simulated mission as well to understand why certain doctrines were the way they were, or why certain systems were designed the way they were. You can't just throw something into fucking Growling Sidewinder and go, oh, okay, well, I'm going to draw historical conclusions about this now, because it's fucking stupid. Same thing with tanks in War Thunder, or World of Tanks, or whatever. If you don't have the full context, you're going to draw some fucking stupid conclusions, and boy, do War Thunder players draw some fucking stupid conclusions, because the only context they're actually exposed to a lot of the time, particularly the younger ones who never played the older tank sims, or, you know, never served on tanks themselves, the only context they have for tanks is fucking team arena deathmatch in War Thunder on maps way smaller than a typical engagement range for a tank-on-tank fight, with no infantry to worry about, and air support that actually is effective instead of just scary. So it really fucks the conclusions they draw from it. Anyway, that's my little rant about people drawing historical conclusions from games when they can help, but you shouldn't be basing your entire understanding of history on a fucking game. Just like you shouldn't base your understanding of a historical event on a movie, even if it's a film that says this is based on true events or based on a true story. They're going to take some artistic license, sometimes more than others. It's cool to watch it, and it might bring out certain elements that you didn't know about before. It might portray things in an interesting light, but do not rely on that shit for historical understanding. Like, if you want to hear a really good rant, which I won't do today because I'm already going to lose my voice just playing this, Chernobyl. Aesthetically, it was a great series. It was really interesting, but man, did they do some fucking underhanded shit to score political points against the Soviet system. Like, the country doesn't even fucking exist anymore. What are you doing? Are you really that fucking afraid of it that 30 years after it collapsed, you're still trying to score points by completely misrepresenting historical fact? Like the fucking Minister for Coal Production, who in real life had been in the coal mine since he was 16, was a hero of Soviet labor, had designed all sorts of equipment to make mining safer. The man was a god to coal miners, and they portrayed him as some fucking pencil neck. Or, the way that the final hearings went down, they stretched the truth on that. Actually, no, you know what? We are going to go on the Chernobyl rant, because this is personal to me now. The scene where, what's her name? The scientist, the Belarusian scientist, is talking to, I think he's one of the party heads for either Kiev Oblast, or it might be the whole of the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic, I don't remember. But, he's the typical, fat suit sitting behind a desk with his feet up, slovenly kind of stereotypical bureaucrat, as portrayed by somebody who really has something to, has an agenda to push. They exist, but believe me, they're a lot rarer in real life than you would think. But yeah, and the political point they score there is, you know, she's talking about, well, I'm a scientist with such and such Academy of Soviet Sciences, and he's like, yeah, well, you know what I did before I got this position in the party? I was a shoemaker. And it's meant to be like this grand slam on the Soviet system, like, oh, shoemaker, some fucking prole that doesn't know right from left. And now look, he's running a significant chunk of the country. I was a cleaner. I now work for the government in a pretty, like, reasonably advanced role, like, in terms of what we have responsibility over. I don't want to get into too many details because I don't want people, you know, trying to cause shit with me at work, but I work for the government. My only real employment experience, other than the Army Reserve before that, was all cleaning jobs and manual labor. So yeah, I basically am in the same boat he was. I went from being a random fucking shit kicker on the street, drifting from one dead-end minimum wage job to the other, not getting consistent hours, and being fucking constantly pissed about on casual contracts. I went from that to working in the government. And apparently they're pretty happy with me, and I've only been there for like 2.5, 3 months. So, you know, it's like, what point are you trying to make here? Are you trying to say that anyone that's ever worked an actual fucking manual labor job is somehow just biologically incapable of doing office work or doing anything important for the government? Like, it's... Oh. Like I said, that one's personal now. Anyway, let's get back to Gunner GHPC before I scare you all away. So yeah, good outcome. Let's have a look at who hit what. A lot of shots fired. That'll be from the BMPs and the Bradleys with the autocannon. So, first shot was our wingman. He saved me having to do it. And then one of our other tanks began engaging. He could actually see this guy. I couldn't. But also I was focused on the M60s, which are obviously a much bigger threat. So we got that one, but his gun ate most of it. Did hit a propellant casing, didn't touch it off. So this, I think, was the guy that popped smoke, and we had to put a few rounds into it before he died. So he was in a bad way. Like, his gunner was wounded, he almost had a round detonate, his gun's damaged. This one just got basically insta-gibbed. And then these next few shots will be me and the boys trying to engage this guy through smoke, because we know roughly where he is, but we don't know exactly where he is. That applies to AI too, by the way. If the AI loses sight of you because you drove behind a tree or behind smoke, they know where you were, and they'll keep shooting at where you were for a couple of seconds. So don't just pop smoke and sit there. Pop smoke and fucking move. Otherwise you'll die. So that shot went through his gunner's primary sight, smashed that, smashed the laser rangefinder. So, actually, sorry, this is a A1, isn't it? The X-ray model is the same for the A1 and the A3 at the moment. So smashed the coincidence rangefinder, I should say. So there's the right eye bobble, and there's the left eye bobble. On the A3, the left eye bobble's covered over, and the right one's the laser. So yeah, we smashed his GPS and his rangefinder, so he would have been engaging with his auxiliary sight only. The crew got lucky with that. The sights ate most of the spalling. He got very lucky with that. So that came in through the hull, penetrated just under one of the episcopes, winged off of it, sent a fragment into the floor, and then threaded the needle between a heat round and a pair of sabos, and then buried itself in the firewall. If that shot was just the tiniest bit left or right, he would be dead. Getting the young man from work. Drive safe, man, and cheers for the work. I'm gonna have to fly with you again in Misfits one of these days. Sooner rather than later. It's been too long. If you are not following Fenrir, by the way, go do it right now. Another flight sim enjoyer, both in terms of the sort of historical and geographical aspect of the sim, and also just the pure flying side of the sim. So no matter which of that you prefer, because you get a bit of both on my stream as well. If you like it here, you'll love it there. Okay, he didn't get so lucky that time. That was the finisher right there. And then this is the no, this isn't the reinforcements. This is the other M60s that were positioned further up the hill. So one of the BMPs clapped him with a conkus through the front of the turret. Some of the thickest armor on the tank just went straight through, and then mostly got eaten by the bottom of the gun. Fucked up the loader, fucked up the gunner. Actually, that would have been a knockout there, because the gunner wouldn't have been able to keep fighting. He basically just lost the left half of his fucking body. So that's a knockout there, and then that one would have immobilized him. Might have busted his gun breech. And would have wounded his entire turret crew, I think? Did the commander get hit? Yeah, he did. He got hit in the leg. I don't think any of those are mortal wounds. It doesn't look too much like it. Or maybe the commander's foot got blown off, but at the very least, it's not going to make things easy on the crew. So that was a reasonable shot. And then the next shot was straight through the ammo rack. That killed him. Another one, kind of a skewy angle. 3 BM-15 would probably just shatter and bounce off at this kind of angle, or it might ricochet altogether. Not 3 BM-32. It bit into it, went straight through the loader and straight into the ammo rack. This ammo is no joke at all, as you'll see once we start engaging Abrams with it. This is where we took control of the BMP and started pushing in. So you can see this guy here. I could only just see like that much of him and started spamming 30 mil at him, because you really don't want to leave one of these alive. They will absolutely ruin your day. You can see the house is eating most of my shots, but eventually I got one through into his spare ammunition, and that's what cooked him off. Then a few more just for good measure. A lot more just for good measure. You can never be too careful. This guy had already bailed, but, you know, put some rounds into him just to be sure. More bullying of 113s. And shortly here should be where the Bradleys start engaging. This is the tow. So this is where we engaged him. You may notice the tow's art asset was updated. I think that was a patch or two ago. Harry rebeaked it a bit. Added an extra element to the site. That's the top one, I think. And then did some reworking on other parts of it. That one. Ooh. 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 That's not a good way to go. It's a closed casket funeral for the next several generations, too. Empty casket, yeah. By the way, a good portion of the court hearings about Chernobyl was public and has been recorded, as was the custom with most politically important hearings. Yeah, but no one will tell you that, because that might actually reflect well on the Soviet system, or at least not reflect negatively on it. So you're not allowed to do that. Honestly, it really, you can learn a lot more by seeing what you aren't supposed to. I don't want to say this in a way that sounds like fucking Alex Jones tier fucking anti-vax bullshit, because, like, absolutely do not go off the rails like that. The problem with most conspiracy theorists is that they can't see the forest for the tree, the particularly unhinged tree. But genuinely, like, there are a lot of things you can kind of figure out based on what is not part of the popular narrative, what gets you a lot of backlash if you suggest it might be a thing. So things like that, where actually the Soviets did have some degree of legal oversight for hearings like that. That's an unpopular opinion. According to most people with a Western education, every day of the Soviet Union was Stalin times 10. Likewise, there was another example I was just thinking of, but it's kind of starting to slip my brain, so my meds are wearing off. Oh, the way that different things are referred to in the media. You notice how Western media sources and Western governments keep referring to the Houthi rebels, Houthi militants, Houthi insurgents, Houthi terrorists, Houthi whatever. They'll call them Houthi something. They won't say Yemen. They won't just say Yemen. Despite the fact that the Houthis control the capital, they control the military, they control basically all of the organs of a modern state. Something like 70% of Yemen's total land area, maybe more. They survived and then won a 9-year hell war of attrition against a major regional power backed by the US. These guys aren't fucking around, but they're still rebels? How can you be a rebel when you control the organs of state? Riddle me that one, somebody, please. Because I can't figure it out. I'm very confused how that's supposed to work. Likewise, during the Cold War, you could tell the political leanings of different media by how they would refer to countries. So, left-leaning media would refer to countries by their actual formal names. So, German Democratic Republic, Democratic People's Republic of Democratic People's Republic of Korea, or DPRK. They would use like the actual official names and abbreviations: GDR, DPRK, whatever. That's what they would do. Whereas your fucking liberal and right-leaning, I mean, basically the same thing, but your right-leaning sources and centrist liberals would refer to them as North Korea, East Germany, so on and so forth, because if you refer to them that way, it just has that little bit less sense of legitimacy to it. It implies it's not a real country and that's not a proper government, and also they don't control the whole of their land. And that's very much still a thing. You can still tell political leanings of media by how they refer to things. You can still tell, because they'll still refer to things, like they'll still refer to North Korea instead of saying DPRK. They'll still refer to the ongoing genocide, the ongoing Israel-Gaza conflict, or Israel-Hamas conflict. They won't just say Israel-Palestine. They won't. They'll go through great hoops to avoid saying Palestine in the context of a state. Likewise, the whole Schrodinger's statehood of Taiwan, whether it counts as an actual country on any given day or not, is very highly variable. It's very interesting to me, and it's the kind of thing that people should be taught in school, or at least in university, and they often aren't, because school isn't there to, the education system isn't there to equip you with critical thinking skills, so you can actually tell when someone's bullshitting you. It's there to prepare you for a job. That's what school's for. It's there to pigeonhole you into a job. In fact, it would be better if it pigeonholed you into a job, because that's what the Soviet schooling system did. So they'd identify what you were good at and just put you on a path straight towards a career in that field. So if you were into planes and you were good at maths, aeronautical engineer, you'd be off to a specially adapted, engineering school or an aviation school, all the way through your higher education, let alone university. It would be actually cool if we did that. No, we don't do that. We just give everyone a general education, but it's generally geared towards teaching them the most basic skills to enter the employment market, and also how to buy things on finance, which is a great thing to teach people, how to buy things on finance and not why you shouldn't buy things on finance. Okay, so this is the Bradley that didn't burn up. So it looks like, yeah, his crew got pasted from behind by one of the BMPs. And I think once the gunner's killed, the Bradley crew will just nope out. Although they didn't, did they? The hatches were all closed, so probably after he was done shooting the gunner in the back, he also... Yep, there goes the commander. Oh, sorry, no, that is the gunner. Commander's right, gunner's left. So the commander went first, then the gunner. And at some point, presumably, the driver will get some. So these are the BMPs getting engaged. I think this was the one that was burnt out. That's me spamming HE, because I didn't have any armor piercing left. That's my BMP, so I actually got penetrated, that's what she said. But it didn't actually hit anything important. There is a chance, I forget, I don't actually know if they've said what the percentage is, but there is a probability of like a dice roll effectively. Any penetrating hit to the fighting compartment, the crew might just say fuck this and leave. So sometimes you get unlucky and the first penetrating hit might not hit anything important, but the crew will just say, no, fuck this. This is more my job's worth, and they'll leave. Other times you'll get stitched completely up and they'll hold firm. Hey Veritech, good to see you, man. Yeah, I'm still alive. I've just been busy working. So, this is an HE round, right? This is me firing HE. Hit the gunner's primary sight, detonated inside the housing, and look at all the crap it threw down into the turret, into the fighting compartment, and hit the gunner, probably killed him. So, this is why even, not even just in a Bradley, but even in a fucking tank, even in a modern Abrams with all the upbeaks, you don't want to let something get close to you, because if it gets, if it hits you in the right place, even a machine gun can fuck you up. If a round comes in through your, the port your own coax fires through, if they shatter all your optics so you can't see outside, and then you drive into something that you probably shouldn't, armor is there to make you more survivable, especially things firing from far away. The closer they get to you, the less of a margin of safety you have. And I feel like, particularly amongst the gamer population, there's a tendency to just assume it's a golden bullet, or, as the case may be, it stops golden bullets. It's very much not the case. No armor is, personal protective equipment, armored vehicles, battleships, nothing. It's insurance. It's not a guarantee. Would be cool if the... Oh, hang on. Let me catch up a bit. The Air of the Sharby one did well for survivability, yes. French tanks actually were quite strongly armored for their, the early war, sort of interwar period. Their main problem was they had terrible ergonomics. They were mostly one-man turrets. So the commander/gunner/loader was one dude, which is not great. And also the French didn't organize them into coherent tank units the way they probably should have. They sort of dispersed them amongst infantry units, which is the worst possible way to use tanks, really. So yeah, the French had probably the best tanks at the start of the war, in most respects, certainly in terms of armor and firepower, but they didn't use them effectively, and very quickly the advantages that the Germans did have, like having more men in the turret, so the commander's just looking at what's outside, the gunner is just aiming the gun, etc. Those advantages really came into their own, and the Germans were able to leverage them much more effectively, and then do so at scale because they were grouping tanks together in a way that made sense. British early war tanks were pretty scary as well. The Matilda caused quite a few situations where the Germans just shit themselves and gave up on an objective because there was an angry Matilda between them and it, and they couldn't figure out how to kill it. But yeah, it's one of those things where you could have theoretically the best weapon, but if you don't have the best doctrine, it doesn't fucking matter. It really doesn't fucking matter. The T80, not yet. T64B, sorry, T64A arrived this patch. T64B might happen, I don't know when. So probably the next one to drop will be the 62, then the T80B, I suspect. I don't know when the Vessies are coming. I think the Leopards are pretty far along. But yeah, probably the 62 next. No, that's the T64 without index. T64 initial production model is the Rapira. The 64A is the initial 125mm gun. So you've got the 2A46, but you're still using the coincidence rangefinder. So you've got God's own firepower, especially with modern ammo, which we have in this. We've got 3BM32, which is modern for the time. But you're stuck with the old school rangefinder because they, you know, rather than go from the TPD 249 coincidence to the TPD 1K laser, which is basically just the same sight but with a laser, they went, fuck this, and leapfrogged straight to the 1G42 with the 1A33 fire control system, which was God tier. Hey Ma, hope you're going well too. Good to see you. I don't know about everyone else, but I've been doing pretty well. Aside from the usual TISM-related stomach issues. So I did miss a day of work earlier in the week, but it's not that big of a deal. It's one of the nice things about working in the public service. I don't have to stress about shit like that. As long as I actually get my work done, you know, if I have to take a day off sick now and then, it's not a big deal. If I have to go to an appointment partway through a workday, it's not a big deal. I can just start earlier, later in the week or whatever to make up for it. It's awesome. Really, really awesome. And probably more importantly than all of that, I know that the job I'm doing actually matters. It's got meaning. It's not just a fucking pointless fucking, you know, generating paper for some big fucking corporation that they're not going to do anything with. Okay, I'm just going to skip through these because we kind of don't need to do a fucking breakdown of every single 30mm impact on a Bradley that was already essentially dead. Oh, okay, hang on. His driver did jump out, but his... Okay, maybe the whole... I don't know if the whole hatch is open. I think they do. Or maybe they usually go out through the turret. But anyway, his driver jumped, but the turret crew are dead. Guess what plane I'm flying? I don't know. Are you playing War Thunder or DCS? If you're playing War Thunder, is it the F100? Okay, so these are the actual shots that matter here. So that's a 2,900 meter shot from yours truly. This is the T64 that I was controlling. That was a pretty effective hit. War Thunder, not F100, hint Soviet and World War II. Oh. Is it a Yak? Is it a Lavochkin? Is it a Polikarpov? Yeah, that's a moving target. I think this was first round hit too, so moving target first round hit with a coincidence rangefinder. Mind you, I did cheat by ranging it off one of the trees instead of off the tank. At 2,900 meters. He was moving kind of towards me. If he was side on, it would have been harder. Yak. 3. That one. Yeah, that. You ain't coming back from that. Yak 9B. Okay. I never really... Until I started playing Great Battles, I never really flew the Yak 9 series that much, to be honest. Well, way back when I was a kid, when I used to play Warbirds. I flew it a little bit then. Yeah, that was a moving hit. He was driving basically full side onto me from 2,800 meters, straight through the ammo and through the turret crew. I'm happy with that. And before we duck out of the after action, I'll show you guys the T-64's damage model. So you can see that the armor is indeed stored in the balls. Hey Infrared, good to see you. Welcome to a very lengthy stream. We've played one actual mission so far. This is the after action report for it, because I keep going off on tangents, which, you know, is the usual here. That's typically how my streams work out. So that's the second last shot. That went straight through his ammo, but that was just to make sure he was dead. The crew had already jumped. I just like putting rounds into things to make sure. Because sometimes overpressure will blow their hatches open and they won't actually be dead. I've been caught off guard by that more than once. So the real life mantra of shoot until it changes color or shape goes very well in GHPC. And then that was the final shot, which was one of my buddies. That wasn't me. And that finished him off. So let's go back to the T-64 here. I'll get the field of view a little less skewy. So the wet rack there in the hull, you can see it's quite compact, and it stores the ammo in a fairly interesting orientation. It's kind of side on and then angled to fit around the turret ring. So you don't have much in the hull that can get touched off other than the carousel itself. The carousel obviously is very much more vulnerable. Well, yeah, very much more vulnerable than the T-72's AZ. This is the MZ. T-80 has the same style as this, by the way. So 64 and 80 have the same style, and the 72 and 90 have the same style. And they both have advantages and disadvantages. The major disadvantage of this one is the vertically stowed throwing charges. Literally the part that is most likely to explode when hit is stowed vertically. Yeah, that's the composite armor. We'll get to that in a minute. So you do have a pretty good chance of going kablamo if anything hits you center mass from the side or front. If you get hit from the rear even, because the engine's so low. Remember I said it's a flat pack, it's a horizontally opposed 5-cylinder. The engine is so flat that actually the ammunition's kind of exposed from the rear as well. The engine won't really be in the way to stop it. So the carousel is a pretty big vulnerability. But again, as I've said on stream before, the trade-off you make with the Soviets' design philosophy of make the thing as small and as heavily armored as possible while still keeping mobility and a low weight is that just by nature of being small, you have to cram shit in on top of each other, and it's going to mean that there's more important explodey shit that a round can hit if it penetrates. Like, if you get penetrated at all in a Soviet MBT, something really bad is going to happen. And that's just the price you pay for a higher chance of not being penetrated. It's kind of... It's one of those things where, if you look at it on the surface level, it's like a lot of aspects of Soviet thought and Soviet doctrine when it comes to military stuff. If you look at it on a surface level, particularly from the kind of individualist perspective of your typical Westerner, it's really, like, cold and cynical and like, oh, but you know, so if the tank gets penetrated, the whole crew have a really high chance of getting blown to fucking paste. Yeah. But also, the crew have a much less significant chance of being seen or hit in the first place, because, first of all, if the doctrine states, if they don't have to engage the enemy, don't, just go around them, just flank, bro. And even if you do engage the enemy, your tank is very low to the ground, it's a very small target. For its size, it's very well armoured, and it's got a lot of really nice angles on it. So, it's the gamble you take. The results of being penetrated will probably be catastrophic, but you are less likely to actually get penetrated. So it's one of those things. It's kind of like you look at the way the Soviets would conduct an attack, like a deliberate attack, and it seems like madness. They're basically doing you know, it's very similar in concept to a fucking Napoleonic era line battle in a lot of ways. That's oversimplifying, as I'm sure Max would be able to jump in and tell you all. I oversimplify things like that a bit, but, you know, in essence, you're sending in a force. If the terrain allows, in line abreast, they'll roll up, stop, fire, roll up a bit closer. There'll be artillery and stuff coming in, but like they're very exposed. Now they are spread out, so you know it's hard to focus fire one tank and then the next one, because they've got spacing between them. You can't just cluster bomb them very easily because they are spaced apart. But the logic is, if you get enough guns online then yes, you're going to take some losses, but the enemy's probably going to take more substantial losses. You know, if you can bring 3 T-64s to every 1 M60, yeah, you might lose the T-64, you might lose 2 T-64s, but that M60 is going to die. One way or another, it's going to die. Likewise, if you maybe commit a force and it takes massive losses in an attack, right? That might be really bad for everyone involved, but you could have just saved a much larger force from taking more substantial losses. Or you could have stopped something from happening on an operational sort of strategic level that would have been much worse and would have resulted in a lot more deaths. It's that kind of balance of thought where everything is done by tables and norms. It's all mathematical models. It's a science. Like, the Soviets viewed it as a science. It was all done mathematically and very kind of logically and rationally. And, like, properly rationally, not people who claim they're rational thinkers, but they're the most emotional, knee-jerk motherfuckers you'll ever meet. So, while it is valid to say that's a, you know, oh, well, that sucks for the guys that are getting torn to shreds, I doubt they're going to see it so well, or their families are going to see it so well. At a higher level, you've avoided something much worse. And it really, really sucks for everyone that had to bear the brunt of it, but you've avoided something much worse. And on top of that, you factor in either the times they have been fighting for their own survival or the times they feel they've been fighting for their own survival, because, you know, after you've actually done the real thing enough times, you start viewing everything as somebody trying to end your existence. Topical. Although that's a bit different, because that's also... There's layers to that. But yeah, like... The Soviets would make trade-offs that your average Westerner would look at and they'd kind of balk at, but when you run the numbers, it actually makes a lot of sense. Not 100% perfect 100% of the time, but it does, you know, the numbers do tend to bear it out. Anyway, and then, you know, people cite examples like the Gulf War, fucking Desert Storm, or what's going on in Ukraine. It's like, yeah, that's not the environment these tanks were designed to operate in. They're not being operated, you know, necessarily according to doctrine, or it's kind of half-assed because the Russian army got a bit lib-brained during the 90s and 2000s, and they haven't shaken that yet. The Ukrainians have had all of their Soviet understanding of war basically beaten out of them by Western training, which is... I don't know about you guys, but I'm not sure I'd trust the training from the side that hasn't fought even a near-peer conflict, let alone a bigger enemy than them, for nearly a century. I don't know about that one. I don't know if I'd trust, hang on bro, I've got to go bomb some brown people because oil. I don't know if I'd trust that as being like the soundest way of conducting armoured warfare, personally. I think that particularly a lot of the older Ukrainian commanders and a lot of their older actual soldiers as well probably have a better understanding of how shit should be done because they still remember their Soviet army training. Likewise, a lot of the times the Russians were suffering setbacks and they managed to turn it around, it's because they went, oh, this lib-brain battalion tactical group shit isn't working in our, according to our context. Fuck it, just go back to divisions. And while it could still be going a lot better for them, and they've still got fucking problems 9 ways to Sunday, it works better than whatever the West would try to do. Because, turns out beating up on a country that's not even a tenth as powerful as you is not good practice for an actual war. It's not good reps. If you want to... Spicy take, maybe, although it really shouldn't be. Anyone with brains should really understand this. The best trained, most effective armies in the world, pound for pound, right? Obviously, countries with, a gazillion planes and tanks and insane logistics are going to generally fare better in an engagement where they can bring that to bear, but pound for pound, best armies in the world right now, the fucking Russians, the Ukrainians who have figured out to just stop doing what the West trained them to do and do things the way that works, because they have actual fighting experience. Them and the Russians have actual fighting experience. Now, the Russians are fighting a weaker enemy than them, but they're doing it kind of... This might be controversial, but it's factual. They're doing it with one hand basically tied behind their back. They did not commit as much force as they could have because... while it is very funny that they didn't like people calling it a war and would prosecute people for calling it a war, they're not wrong to say it's a special military operation in the sense of like a limited contingent. The same way that they said limited contingent of Soviet forces in Afghanistan. The same way the Americans would say like a military operation, like Operation Prosperity Guardian is not a war, according to the Americans. Afghanistan and Iraq were not really... They didn't like calling them wars. Yeah, they're armed conflicts. Vietnam was an armed conflict, because then they don't have to admit they fucking got towed by the Vietnamese and lost a war to them. So, Russians, Ukrainians, Yemen, they might not have the equipment, but man, they've got the fucking heart. Those guys have fucking balls. Like, whatever else you can say about them, they've got fucking balls. And they've got principles, and they fucking stick to their principles. Jesus Christ, I wish we had leaders that stuck to any fucking principles, really. That'd be nice. But, you know, especially if they actually stuck to good principles. I don't know if there are any politicians with those in the West anymore. I don't think there have been for some decades, but still. Have you taken your meth? Yes, I did this morning, and I'm on a higher dose of it at the moment because my normal one's not available, so that's probably why I'm a bit turbo mode, even this late in the evening. So yeah, Russia, Ukraine, Yemen, Hezbollah, Hamas, because they're fighting a stronger enemy with older equipment, and they're doing really well for what it is. Like, they're doing really, really well. Like, it doesn't fucking matter. You don't have to agree with them. You don't have to think they're doing things right. You don't have to think that they are, you know, the morally superior. Like, something that comes up a lot when you're discussing conflicts, just generally in my experience with Westerners, is they will get so hung up on the moral alignment of this or that faction that they can't hand it to them when they're actually, like, better at fighting. It's like the whole vibes-based nature of Western liberal democracy, which doesn't work, by the way. Vibes-based anything is stupid. But the whole vibes-based nature of that, they do it for war as well. War is vibes-based. In fact, there have basically been press releases out of the US in particular, as well as the media do it more often, but it does happen from government sometimes, like I said, particularly in the US, where they will basically drop a take about, well, actually, this is the situation in Ukraine, but it's best to just pretend it's this. Like, genuinely, if we just ignore the problem, it'll go away. If we pretend that Ukraine is going to win and Russia's going to shatter into 1,000 pieces and collapse, it'll eventually happen somehow. It's psychotic. It's absolutely psychotic, because Ukraine's getting fucked because of it. Really, like, it's... I don't have words for what's happened. Really, genuinely don't have words for what's happened in this whole thing. But, like, people just have this habit of conflating whether they support a side or whether they like them. And if they don't, then they can't say anything positive about them. Even, hey, these guys are apparently pretty good at fighting. Like, nope, they've got to suck. They've got to be the worst. They've got to be Hitler times 10 and completely incompetent, even when they are constantly beating the shit out of an army like 10 times their size. It's very interesting. There's so much vibes-based fucking happy thoughts only shit in the media right now. Not just with Ukraine, but now with Israel as well. Yeah, it's fun and cool. So, you know, generally, like the question was asked earlier, am I just into the aesthetic, or am I actually one of them dirty reds? It wasn't phrased that way. I just, you know, I will self-referentially call myself one. But yeah, that's why, because I believe in fucking material reality and things you can touch, not vibes. Vibes don't fucking matter in the real world. The real world doesn't give a shit if you think you're the good guy or the bad guy, especially if you actually are the bad guy. So it is what it is. He remembers something from 3 hours ago. Yeah, I know. That's probably my favorite effect of my meds, is aside from actually having some ability to focus on things, and it, you know, it peps me up a bit if I'm not quite awake. Not a lot, not actually a lot, because you don't get the energizing effect from stimulants when you're ADHD. Like, coffee doesn't do much for me either. But the best feature is that I can remember how I started a tangent 3 hours earlier. So yeah, now that we've had our little aside into geopolitics and me trying to tiptoe the line of what I can say without getting in trouble, let's go back to the T64, this beautiful, beautiful creation. So your hull composite is similar to the T72. I don't think it's exactly the same. Actually, it might be the same as the 72M. I don't think it has a high hardness plate. We can check. No, it doesn't have the high hardness plate welded on. So I think it's the same scheme as the T72M. So yeah, Textilite sandwiched between steel. And then the turret is the balls. So this is one of those times the Soviets had a fucking gigabrain 10,000 IQ idea, but their actual production capability just couldn't keep up with it. They did this a lot. The Americans did it too. We went into a whole thing earlier about the Americans' attempts at composite armor and why they didn't work out, but the Soviets had a habit of doing this. They would come up with some fantastically engineered solution, and it would work on paper, and it would often work in implementation, but then when it came time to build the thing in the thousands, they very rapidly realized that if you want to build the thing in the thousands, you got to cut some corners, and suddenly it no longer works. So these balls are ultra porcelain. It's some sort of corundum alloy, and the idea behind this is kind of twofold. So it's the actual material itself is providing the same kind of defeat that, say, the quartz inserts in the T-72 turret do. But the interesting mechanism, and why they used balls, they started with cylinders, like rolling pins, then they went to balls. The interesting effect, and I think the main selling point of this, is that as a Sabo comes through, it interfaces with the ball, and the ball will actually kind of rotate and feed more material, more intact. Corundum is one of the hardest things on Earth, right? It's right up there with diamond on the Mohs scale. So corundum's really good at eroding anything that happens to scrape against it at a very high rate of knots. So the ball actually rolls a bit as it displaces, and it's presenting constantly a fresh abrasion surface to the Sabo to fuck it up. It worked. It actually worked as designed when they produced it, Etsy fucking artisanal style pre-production. The problem is, to scale this to production, what you're doing is you're building a matrix of the corundum balls, so you're putting them on like a wire matrix. Then you're casting the steel turret around them. Doesn't really work. The molten steel thermal shocks the corundum and degrades its ability to do its job. The thermal, the heat coming off the molten steel would fuck with the wire matrix, and so the balls would kind of float or sink or bounce off each other and do all sorts of unpleasant things. And so, in theory and in small-scale practice, it worked. In actual large scale, we can build thousands of these to equip the army with practice. It didn't work. And often the result was actually worse than if they just stuck with quartz. So sure enough, I think it was... And they flip-flopped back and forth on the turret design. I think there was at least one variant where they just had... I think it was an aluminium sandwich between... It might be people mistaking different things for it. T-64 turret's real deep lore. There are things that are have been accepted as factual for a long time, and only just now people are going, hang on a minute, no, that's not how that is. It was taken for granted that the corundum balls are in fact inside an aluminium matrix. They're not. The steel's cast directly around them. There's no aluminium in this. So there allegedly was a version where there was an aluminium, like the quartz inserts, but just aluminium instead. Then they went back to the balls to try again, didn't really work, and they said fuck it. And by the time T80's in the design works, they just went, just give it quartz. Just go back to quartz and make its cheeks a little thicker. They knew what they were about. They knew the good stuff. So yeah, that's the story of the armor being stored in the balls. Before we do the next mission, I'm actually going to have to take a short break because I need a drink so I don't lose my voice, and I need to eat because I haven't fucking had dinner since I got home. We'll just talk about this a little more, and then I'll take probably a 20-minute-ish break, and then we'll do another Soviet mission with T-64s and BMPs, and then we'll do the mission with the M1 with the Americans. So you can see the turret spares. There's a couple of rounds stored inside the inside the kind of perimeter formed by the throwing charges. So like anything that's going to hit that throwing charge, which is stored by the fucking commander's feet, has already hit the actual fucking carousel and is probably going to blow the tank up anyway. But there's only the one throwing charge behind the gunner, and that's it. That's it for turret wall stores. So if you like, to be fair, this tank's partially depleted its ammo because I shot a lot of it. But if you look at it from the front, aside from the autoloader, which by the way overlaps with the hull rack, like it's not too bad. There's not a lot in the turret, and like that loose throwing charge, not loose, but the spare throwing charge behind the gunner's head. Like anything that hits that has to get through the turret face, get through the gun sight, get through the FCS, get through the gunner, and then hit that. And you know, if it's got that much energy, the tank's probably fucked anyway. So it's not that bad survivability-wise once you get past the vertically stacked throwing charges. And you can see this thing carries a fuckload of fuel as well. And the hull rack, like if we view the tank probably from the other side, if we come over here and view the hull rack from this side, notice it's still mostly overlapping where the MZ covers. So you really have to hit this thing center of mass to hit ammo. Whereas if you compare, say, an M60, a Leopard 1, a Centurion, probably a Charlie, and Chieftain, I'm not 100% sure on how their ammo layout works because they had 3-part, well, 2-part, but then Venturi is technically 3. But yeah, like the NATO tanks were center mass, and then the turret bustle, and then the front next to the driver. NATO tanks, up until the M1 and the Leopard 2 entered service, were just roving ammo racks in a arguably a larger way than the Soviet MBTs were. And certainly even the Leo 2, it only has limited storage under blowout panels. Like, only some of its ammo complement is actually compartmentalized. Now, the Germans do have insensitive ammunition, which is extremely hard to touch off, even if you hit it directly, even if it catches fire. So, it doesn't really need it anymore, but they didn't have that when it was first designed. And so the Abrams was, and, you know, for the longest time, remained the only tank where basically the entire complement of ammunition was stored in you know, special compartments away from the crew behind blast doors with blowout panels. And even then, if you happen to hit the ammo rack while the door's open because the loader's busy fucking with it, or, you know, if you hit through the door and punch a hole through it, it may as well not be there anyway. Germans insensitive? Crazy. Oof. Ooh, heavy shower. So yeah, oh, and also, something I alluded to, like, 3 hours ago at this point, Jesus Christ. The, cupola on the T-64, so this is a remote weapon system, remember? There's the sight there, that little, periscope that sticks out to the side, next to the commander's spotlight. But this is a stabilized, power traversable cupola and MG mount. So he can aim that, you know, under power, and there's your little stabilizer and traverse and elevation motors. I think the elevation, it's probably a jack screw there, I'm not 100% sure, and then that'll be the traverse there. So yeah, very, very cool tech. Right. I need to get myself a drink and some food. So I'm gonna pop us back to the main menu. I'm gonna chuck on the BRB slideshow. Like I said, I'll be probably 15-20 minutes, maybe less. Don't run away. We'll be doing some more T-64 afterwards, and then we'll be fighting the T-64 and the Abrams, which is a fairly unpleasant experience. Thanks again to Veritech, by the way, for this beautiful little transition graphic. If you guys need some graphic design work done, I would recommend getting in touch with him. Also video editing. Oh, by the way, before I forget, because I sidetracked myself, the dudes in Myanmar, they also go on the actually good armies list. Started as rebels, and now they basically pretty much have won, as far as I'm aware. You want to be a good army, you need to actually have fucking fighting experience. You need to get reps in. I mean, obviously you don't want to have to get reps in, because generally avoiding war is preferable, but when push comes to shove, if you've sat on your laurels for 70, 80 years and only ever beat up on countries far, far weaker than you, it has a very deleterious effect on not only your actual capability to fight, but also your fucking mindset. Like, you turn into a lib brain, and start thinking that reality doesn't matter and you can just will things into existence. If you can't reach out and touch it, it doesn't fucking matter. Vibes never fucking saved anybody. Well, they conducted a nice cast strike for us on that last mission. They actually blow shit up now. Be nice when we finally get it in DCS, whenever the fuck that happens. I actually don't know what's going on with it. I just know that it was... Red 4 needed it so desperately that at least 3 different people were working on one. Potentially 4. But the 4 is just conjecture, by the way. But I know for certain there was a modder working on one, and then 2 separate third parties. Yeah, that's generally a good approach, a very good approach. It's also a good way to inoculate yourself against hype brain. Like, remember how many people were hyping up the Mirage F1 as the great destroyer of the MiG-21, and all the MiG-21 guys were going to get bullied off of Enigma's server and all that shit? And then it turned out actually the F1 is kind of dookie in a dogfight. It's better now than it was in a dogfight, because the flight model's been tuned a bit, but it's still... I would still take an F5 or a MiG-21 or a MiG-19 over the F1 in a dogfight any day of the week. And just based on the size and weight of the aircraft, let alone the visibility or the weapon systems or the radar or any of that stuff, I reckon probably a lot of the people hyping themselves for the Phantom, at least from the PvP side of things, are gonna fucking hate it. They're gonna absolutely fucking hate it. Just like what happened with the F1, just like what happened with the Tomcat. And within probably a couple months, only the true appreciators will remain. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be... What it'll be really fucking good at is strike. Because if you really think about it, the Vigans mostly carried either by people using Mavericks, which really they shouldn't be doing to the degree they are, like if you want to be really spurgy about how the Vigan was actually employed. It's either carried by Mavs, or it's carried by, for, you know, land Sea Strike's a different thing. Or it's carried by high drag bombs and rockets. Now, the high drag bombs and rockets, the way they're delivered is fucking awesome. They're, in my opinion, the best weapon systems on the plane because they're really satisfying to use, really fun to use. But they're explodium. The bombs in particular, they're 127 kilo bombs. That's roughly 250 pounds. And I'm pretty sure in the actual code, 100% of that weight is counted as explosive mass. They go off way stronger than they should, and they crater runways way better than they should as well. So I think the Phantom, coming along with both a bigger bomb load and, you know, the bombs are actually individually bigger and more powerful, and still being a quite fast jet down on the deck, the Phantom's going to be a bastard. Like, the Phantom's going to really be a prick for Red 4 to deal with in terms of protecting their airfields and their factory assets and stuff. And of course it gets maps, so it can do all the annoying map shit too. It's almost like if you want an air-to-air Phantom, a fighter Phantom, you go to the Navy instead of the Air Force. Unless you just want to do an interception thing, in which case, you know, Air Force got that covered. As long as the target's at high altitude. I still can't wait for the copium to hit when all the normies realize that the radar, not only is it not look down, shoot down, but they can't cheese it to be, well, if it's coded correctly, which I assume it is, because the guy that's doing it's pretty competent. He's really into getting shit right. But yeah, like, you can't even cheese it into being look down, shoot down. A lot of them seem to think you can abuse this or that feature, like the CAA mode, which I think is a close combat thing, which even that shouldn't be reliable against a ground background. Some of them thought the fucking... Is it DMAS, the bombing radar thing, or was it D something else? One of them was the radar overhaul, where they replaced the screens with digital stuff, and one of them was the actual bombing system, I forget which. But anyway, like, they have this delusional idea. They're going to use the radar to, like, the radar's going to recognize the return signature of a particular aircraft in ground clutter. Like, okay. Sure, Chief. What is actually going to make it interesting is when you've got someone in the back who has absolutely cracked pattern recognition and does what I do with the F5 and can spot things in the clutter themselves with their human eyeballs and some, you know, fiddling with the game dial, because you probably would be able to do that. Now, whether a Sparrow would guide on it is a completely different matter. And if you look at the performance charts for the Phantom, the F4E in particular, they are pretty impressive, especially for an aircraft of that size. Like, it turns quite well. But I bet what's going to fuck it is its weight. It's probably going to be fucked by its weight. And maybe some, you know, aerodynamic sort of thing, center of pressure shift or whatever. Or it might be a bit too stable in one axis. But that's what fucks the F1 in a large part, is it's just fucking heavy. The F1 is, what, 13 tons, I think? 13 tons air-to-air loaded. The MiG-21's about... Oh, no, was it 13 empty? I don't remember. It's about 50% heavier than a MiG-21 bis, or a MiG-19 or an F5. The MiG-19 and 21 and the F5 are all very similar to each other in weight. Especially empty, or like combat weight, just half fuel and 2 missiles. But the fucking F1 is... she's a chungus. She does get a lot better when you burn off the fuel, but still has a lot of unpleasant quirks that really do not help you in a close fight. The AIM-9s are going to be drag monsters. That's the funny thing. All of the larger US Mark II fighters, so like the Phantom, the F-15, the F-14, all of them when they're carrying a full air-to-air loadout, that is no longer a Mark II jet. It's maybe Mark 1.8, 1.9 flying level. Like, you can dive through Mark II, yes, but level flight, you're never going to see it. And a lot of that comes from the Sidewinders. If you just take a Phantom and fit conformal Sparrows to it and nothing else, yeah, it's still a Mark II jet. It's probably going to accelerate pretty well. But as soon as you put those Sidewinders on, they're terrible. I forget what the exact drag index is for them, but it's something like you put the two, the paired Sidewinder rails on the F4, and it's like adding a fucking centerline tank or something. It's ridiculous. F4F. The German ones were F4Fs. The F4G was the American Wild Weasel. The F4F is a debeaked F4E. Can't fire Sparrows. In fact, originally the Germans wanted the entire rear seat pulled out. They wanted a single seat fucking fighter carrying Sidewinders of that size. More agile. It's basically the same spec as an F4E, isn't it? With the slats? Because I mean the F4E we're getting has the slats as well, so it shouldn't really be that much of a difference. Modified, maybe? I don't know. Slats or no slats, it's a big heavy aircraft. If it gets into a flat spin, it is literally unrecoverable. There is no recovery procedure for a flat spin in an F4, you just fucking eject. And knowing how the average DCS pilot flies, there's going to be a lot of flat spins happening. Bear with me, guys. Nearly done eating. Probably be done with my dinner a lot faster if I just shut up and actually ate it, but you know. Catching up on chat a bit, the Gulf War export variants thing is overplayed. It's very pervasive, but when you do a bit of digging, that narrative mostly seems to have come through a certain Mike Sparks, who went out with all sorts of weird and wonderful claims, like they were built of mild steel instead of actual RHA. which is weird because why would the Iraqis be assembling them? Like, why would they be building them from, from ground up? They were just, if anything, they were just assembling kits. But I don't even think they were doing that. The main issue Iraq had was they didn't have good ammunition. The Soviets didn't sell them good ammunition. I don't even think they had fucking substantial amounts of 3BM15. I think they had even worse shit. They were on like BM9 or something. So they didn't have good ammo. They couldn't really effectively fight in bad weather, including sandstorms, or at night. The Americans could. And they weren't prepared for it. And inevitably, even if the Iraqis had employed the T-72 perfectly, like they just didn't have enough stuff. People take the wrong lessons away from ODS. The lessons of the Gulf War were not that T-72 bad, were not that MiG-29 bad, were not that whatever. It wasn't that, the West is so strong because it can beat the shit out of a fucking, essentially, at that point, third world. Well, not even really. Iraq was still quite successful even after the Iran-Iraq war. But, essentially developing nation who's a regional power at best, who's just been in a nearly decade-long attritional war, really nasty attritional war with their next-door neighbor, also a regional power. It's... The fact that the Iraqis got their shit stomped in isn't impressive, and it shouldn't even be surprising. The impressive part of Desert Storm is the logistics. The actual logistics and organization of it. The way the Americans could have 2,000 odd aircraft in the air at once, all on different missions, and not have it go to complete shit. Yeah, they had issues here and there, but the fact they could do that, they could deploy on that scale, and they could actually coordinate on that scale, that's the impressive thing. That's what the Americans had a lot of talent in doing. And I think they've pissed a lot of it away down the drain because they've let the brainworms take over. The liberal brainworm has always... I'm saying liberal not in the US politics sense, for my American viewers. But liberal is in the actual definition of the term liberal. But the liberal brainworm had already kind of embedded itself, but after ODS it just completely turned their heads to mush. They took all the wrong lessons from it. They declared that the end of history had come, and so war was over, and I feel like the general IQ of just Western countries in general, but particularly the United States, probably dropped about 20 or 30 points between 1989 and 1995. And I'm only half joking, just some of the dumb shit that they did, the stupid decisions they made, the incredibly, childishly simple and stupid ideological basis of a lot of their decision-making. I think I brought it up on stream before. It's one of my go-to examples, and this isn't specifically a liberal, this is a neocon, but, functionally they're really not that different anymore. One of the key advisors behind a lot of the Republicans' wars over the past 40-odd years. What's his name? I wish I know his name, but it always eludes me when I actually need to say it. He looks like fucking old mate from The Big Lebowski. Anyway, this guy, he was doing an interview with Adam Curtis, or maybe Adam Curtis took footage from an interview he did with someone else. But anyways, it was an interview about the sort of driving forces behind Western foreign policy, and then the knock-on effects that's had on the world throughout the Cold War and after it. It was part 1 or part 2 of The Trap, I think. What was it? Start with L. Something. It'll come to me after the stream. Anyway, he's explaining the logic of Reagan-era US foreign policy and the sort of neocon agenda of the US has just had Kissinger in power putting all these horrible fucking dictatorships all in government around the world, right? Because Kissinger was probably the most evil piece of shit ever to live on this planet. So they've decided they don't actually like realpolitik anymore, because actually they like freedom, because, you know, they've got a senile fucking Western, like, you know, cowboys and Indians type movie star as the president. His brain checked out years before. They've got all these advisors in who are just complete morons, absolute morons, disconnected completely from reality. And the height of what they can summon for foreign policy is, we want down with he literally, this is like, I'm actually quoting him, and I'm not even paraphrasing, this is almost verbatim. We want down with tyranny, we want free countries, and we think that, you know, if America's a free country, then the more free countries there are in the world, the better that the world will be for Americans. This guy's articulating at the level of like a 5-year-old, and that's being a bit like harsh to a 5-year-old, realistically. And this is their foreign policy. Like, this is driving fucking serious decisions through the 80s and 90s and 2000s. This is the shit that these people believe. It's unhinged. Like, you gotta be 10 shades of stupid to think the US is a free country to begin with, let alone that bombing the living shit out of somebody will make them a free country somehow. Just deranged. Absolutely deranged. I'm gonna be really annoyed all night now because I can't think of old mate's name. It's Michael something. Michael, I don't know. Someone in chat will probably know it. Counteroffensive's main failure point was that they trained green troops on NATO tactics that were not applicable at all for the current trench war. NATO tactics aren't applicable for anything outside of, like, modern NATO tactics. Cold War ones were a bit different, although they had plenty of flaws too, but modern NATO tactics aren't really suitable for much beyond beating up on a fucking failed state. Like, genuinely, it's just, they aren't good for much beyond colonialism. It's also why Israel's getting its fucking shit pushed in. Their army is a colonial, is like it's an occupation army, right? It's a colonial occupation army. Israel itself is a colonialist endeavor, and anyone that disagrees can goggle my balls, because fucking Herzl said it himself in his manifesto. But yeah, it's an occupation army. They don't get reps in actually fighting a war, except when something like the Intifada kicked off, and they get their shit wrecked for a while, and then they finally bring their firepower to bear, and the US bails them out. Like, I don't think people realise the number of times that Israel was on its last legs and the US bailed it out because somebody threatened to send the funny bombs overseas. It's a fairly open secret that during Yom Kippur in '73, Golda Meir basically told the Americans, we already have the bombs loaded on the aircraft, you'd better give us all the support we ask for, or we might decide we have to use them. So yeah, colonial and occupation armies and counterinsurgency forces, which can't even do counterinsurgency fucking properly, which is really embarrassing. Not good at actual war. Who knew? Surprisingly few people. But Ukraine also isn't helped by... There's a number of things. First of all, they just aren't being given enough supplies. Ammunition or weapons, but particularly ammunition. Ukraine still had enough Soviet vestigial brain left over that they knew artillery was important and that they should use a lot of it. The problem is the West disagrees, because the West is so hooked on the fucking tech bro schizophrenia that they think you can just fire like 3 GPS-guided shells up fucking Osama bin Hitler's asshole and you'll win the war. Whereas the Ukrainians and Russians alike understand that you win a war by just bombing the living shit out of the other guy constantly, and you need a lot of ammunition to do that. But the West doesn't produce enough ammunition anymore, and they certainly won't give enough to the Ukrainians. They also had the issue where there's a lot of political interference in the way the military's run. I mean, there is everywhere, but particularly because of the nature of the war there. There's a lot of political interference. Some of their higher-ranked general staff, I don't know if it's just being quoted out of context or if they are genuinely stupid. But there was one particular article I read, and it was, Zaluzhny saying that he didn't understand how to deal with this new war that was going on until he, on a whim, cracked out some ancient Soviet textbook from the 1920s analyzing Imperial Russia's performance in World War One. And he's like, oh my god, it's just like this. Like, fuck me dead, no shit. Like, you look at the photos of the trenches from the air, and other than the fact that they're only fairly short, self-contained trenches and not hundreds of kilometers of them, 10 rows deep, my grandfather would recognize what's going on there. My great-grandfather would recognize what's going on there. Like, you've got to be fucking kidding me. Like, the Ukrainians have plenty of good commanders, and, well, had, probably not anymore, but they had plenty of good commanders, they had plenty of good troops, they had, not enough equipment, but they had some equipment. It was reasonable for what they needed, but they've just been fucked over. They've been taken for a ride and fucking hung out to dry. Officially hung out to dry now, since we've lost interest in them because Israel's having a shit fit. So the Ukrainians have learnt a very important lesson in the distinction between a vassal and an ally, although Israel seems not to realise that the term ally, when you're talking about the Americans, has about 10 asterisks after it, even for them. Why do they do the vertically stored charges anyway? It's a more mechanically elegant, like, simple way of doing things. Like Cotty said, it's on an L bracket, so it's basically just one motion to load the thing. Like I said before, earlier in the stream, it's similar to what US battleships used to use during World War II. It's just a spanning tray. But another reason is you can fit more ammunition into the carousel that way. So the T-64's carousel is, I think, 28 rounds. Started at 30, then went to 28 or something like that, versus 22 in the T-72. So you can fit a reasonable amount more ammo in there. This isn't specific to vertical charges, just specific to the MZ in particular, is it can rotate in both directions. So you don't run into the really annoying thing in the 72 where it's got to go all the way around to select the next round, because it can't go backwards one space. The mechanism was also different. From memory, the 72 was electrically driven, the 64 is hydraulically driven. And also, at the time the 64 was actually designed, its armour would genuinely hold up against most, if not all, NATO tank guns. But NATO didn't sleep on their watch, and they came out with some really spicy ammo, and sure enough, by the mid-80s, the T-64's armour doesn't really count for a whole lot. At least not against the Americans, or probably the Germans either. Soviet scientific warfare is really gamer-brained. Yeah, it's min-maxing. I've called it min-maxing before. Their tank design's min-maxing. The Soviets were really big into min-maxing. The Soviet Union, at like a macro scale, really, is what happens when you like basically just let autism govern an entire society. But I say that in the most like positive sort of in all way, I guess. Well, also, like, a lot of negative shit happened, don't get me wrong, but, like, the fact that they went into the deepest details, planning exactly how wide the staircase of a K7 block needed to be to fit the largest possible thing you would need to fit down it, which is a coffin. So you're not building this apartment block any larger than you need to, not by 1 millimeter. Like, just the pure Spurg brain mathematical obsession. It's beautiful in some ways. I mean, obviously I'm biased, but... Soviet doctrine's fascinating, breaking down World War II into math and being like, okay, let's do it again. Yeah, in a very real sense. A lot of their doctrine was taken from what happened during World War II, and they just improved on it a little. Their Air Force doctrine, which is probably one of the most maligned and least understood aspects, largely because people don't know the Air Force and the fucking PVO, the air defense, were two separate entities. They weren't the same thing. But, like, even with the Air Force, even with the VVS frontal aviation, yeah, there's still ground controllers involved, because the Soviets found during World War II that, you know, having a ground controller coordinating multiple flights of aircraft based on he can look up in the sky and see things that the pilots can't because it's behind them or in a blind spot or on the other side of a cloud or whatever, that's a pretty good system. And, you know, like, that couples in with the Western tendency to pretend that AWACS is not just GCI but airborne, or that, you know, Western pilots are strong, independent boys who don't need no external SA, even though during the Vietnam War they went in with no less than 4 or 5 separate external information sources, including at least one AWACS airborne at all times, one major GCI station, Navy ships acting as GCI. Yeah. But yeah, like, a lot of their Air Force doctrine was very, very World War II pilled. The idea of operating from austere strips close to the front line, so range and refueling was not they didn't care about in-flight refueling for tactical aircraft, except for a few experiments, because it wasn't really relevant the way they expected to fight a war. They expected to be flying into a base they just captured, like they were during World War II, and then flying aircraft out of it before it had really been, you know, properly cleaned up from whatever had bombed it beforehand. The Soviets planned to fight an actual fucking war. They built things to fight an actual fucking war. It's why MiG-23s were retired before MiG-21s were, because the MiG-23 was not built to be in service for 50 years. It was built to fight a war. They weren't expected to survive that long, and, you know, even if they had, then they expected to have the new type, which happened to be MiG-29, in service replacing it. The Soviets planned around an actual fucking war for their military stuff. Whereas the West was... And this is something... I know I sing the praises of this book literally every time I get the opportunity, but Red Army by Ralph Peters. That's something that he picks up on, is NATO was more likely to collapse because of political issues than because they couldn't fight. Because they could fight pretty well. Now, whether they could hold up against the Soviets, don't know. Especially if it was all conventional. And especially if it was before 1985 and it was all conventional. But, like, they could really put a fucking big fucking brick wall in front of them and slow them down. The problem NATO had is the West Germans would probably just bow out the moment things started getting too destructive, or the moment somebody, you know, threatened to use a nuke. The Brits and the French and the Americans, particularly the fucking French, couldn't give a shit less what happened to Germany. Like, probably they would have been happy to see it get nuked. So you have all these political tensions in NATO. It's like designed by committee, except it's military operations by committee. Meanwhile, the Soviets have this unity of purpose because they know what they're doing, they know what they're about, and they know that that's how you win. I mean, it never came to that in the end, and then the Russians completely binned it all because they let the fucking brainworms take hold during the 90s, but... Talking about Dragon, next got me thinking about the chap. Oh, Devin Horner, he's great. He's one of my favourite YouTubers. And he actually, I think, has... I don't remember if he stopped by in chat, but he has watched a few of my streams, which is cool. It's good to attract people who actually know more about this stuff than I do, so they can correct me when I talk shit. Sorry, this has turned into like an hour-long dinner break. I will eat and we will play the game. I will shut my mouth and I will finish my dinner. piggybacking off something we were talking about earlier, another problem with the T95, its gun was kind of anemic. 90mm would be obsolete quickly at that time. I mean, yeah, but you can always upgun it. As long as the turret ring's the right size, you can always upgun it, right? Like M48s, I think a bunch of the German M48s, when they were using them in the reserves, they got upgunned with L68s. Or sorry, M68s, L7s, M68s. So they had the 105mm gun, they just maybe didn't have the best ammo for it. Same thing with the T95, like if the armor package is a lot harder to improve than the armament. The armament, you can just stick a new turret on there with a bigger gun. You know, even if you have to, you can cut the hull out, weld in a bigger... The Soviets did this a lot. You just cut the center section of the hull, weld in a bigger turret ring, kind of box the armor out to surround the turret ring, and then stick a bigger turret on it. The Soviets did that all the time. In fact, most of the Soviet MBTs, the turret ring is actually bigger in diameter than the width of the hull. So the hull bulges out towards the top center to get the turret ring in. If you look at just a bare T64 hull, you'll see that quite clearly. They're built their forces by committee, but it was very offensive designs. It depends. I would agree that the Abrams is a very offensive design. Bradley as well. Things like, well, Bradley would be pretty offensive, even though it's the size of a barn. Things like Chieftain, especially Chieftain, because it was barely mobile. Same with the Conch. The earlier NATO stuff and the Brit stuff tended not to be that mobile. The Germans and the Americans were very mobility pilled, whereas the Brits, they're the Brits, they're special. We love them for it. Charlie? Yeah, but Charlie was... I mean, when did Charlie enter service? It was like mid-late 80s, wasn't it? Fuck, I think Charlie 1 was still coming into IOC by like the early 90s. And then Charlie 2 followed it up only a couple of years later, because they realised it had a bunch of issues. Charlie 2, I think, was IOC 98. Early 80s? I mean, maybe, but I don't know. Yeah, Desert Storm is Desert Storm is the literal end of the Cold War, though. Like, the Soviets basically said, yeah, you can go beat up on Saddam, we're not too keen on him either. Like, that was one of the last acts of the Soviet Union, was to give the go-ahead for Desert Storm. It did, but it did that in a wide open desert in basically optimal conditions. That's the problem with the longest shot kind of records. They're cool. Like, don't get me wrong. They're really impressive feats of both actual marksmanship and often luck. But realistically speaking, you're never going to have a sight line even half as long as that in maybe in North Germany, on the North German plain you might, but even then it's probably going to be obstructed by tree lines, even though the land's flat. And it kind of doesn't matter anyway, because the Soviet ATGM can reach just as far. It depends when you're talking in the 80s. Up to 85, yeah, I would say that was very much the height of the Cold War. After 85, particularly after about 87, 88, I would say it was the end. And by 89, it was the twilight. Like, the Soviet Union was already breaking apart by then. Slightly less known Western tanks, Ariete and Leclerc. The Leclerc is such a fucking mindfuck to look at. It looks like a Picasso painting. Such a weird tank. The Ariete I don't know much about, other than it's basically an Italian leopard. It looks like a leopard too. It's a boxoid. Charlie 1 premiere in 85, give or take? Yeah, okay. So probably it would have been working, it would have been settled in probably by 87-ish. But then, like, the other factor of that is, yes, you might have God's own mobility like the Abrams does, at least until you hit mud or a bridge. Good thing there's no bridges in Europe. Like, you might have amazing mobility that you can take advantage of, like, at the operational level, but that is only going to get you so far when the other guy has 3, 4, 5 times, 6 times, 10 times as many tanks as you do. So, like, yeah, they're really good offensively, but I feel like there's kind of a statute of limitations, as it were, on the offensive capability. Because eventually, you're going to run into the problem of the Soviets still have tanks. The Soviets have probably broken through in a lot of places, and so if you get really squirrely and offensive and deep into their shit, all you're doing is making it even easier for them to encircle you. Having said that, higher level, like, operational stuff is not exactly my strength. That would be a max question. NATO's offense is a good defense. Yeah, and that primarily started with the Germans from memory. The Germans were very counterattack brained. Which is kind of funny because that worked so well for them in 1944-45, hey. And then the US ran with that. But I don't know, from my understanding, and like I said, I have a relatively limited understanding of these higher level concepts, but from my understanding, the US really didn't have something that was super viable until air-land battle. The whole German-inspired elastic defense localized counterattack thing was literally what caused the Germans to lose the war in early 45 instead of mid-late 45. It's just throwing away units for not a lot of actual real gain. And the other elephant in the room, from my perspective at least, is, again, for the sort of German-style localized counterattacks, it's essentially just a different flavor of attritional warfare, right? Because you seize some ground, you get attacked, you cede it back, then you seize it again. Like, you're just throwing units out there, and you're not actually doing anything with it. You're not holding the ground over the long term. And who's going to win an attritional war? The country that spans, like, 2/3 of the fucking globe, and has a population of like 300 and something million, or Germany, or the NATO contingent in Europe. Whole plan for NATO was to force the Warsaw Pact into an offensive push to have them overextend, then have the that's air-land battle, isn't it? They brought that out in, I think, the late 70s or the 80s. That was when they realized that the localized counterattack shit wasn't going to work. That was actually when they came up with a good doctrine, but before that they did not have the greatest ideas. Alright, I'm done eating. We're actually going to play the tank game, chat. It's the Christmas miracle. It only took me how many hours? Sorry about the wait. I can talk or I can eat. I can't really do both at the same time. Okay. Make sure I've actually got the right thing open. Yep, okay. OBS has grabbed it. So, next mission, like I said again, it'll be the Soviets, and then the third one will be the Americans. So, North Fields, Soviet Wall. I have done this one at night twice. Doing this mission at night is fucking painful. Really fucking painful. Because there are a few long-range engagements with Abrams, and while you can do that reasonably well during the day, at night, not ideal. LM battle always struck me as highly optimistic, like the Soviets would cooperate or that NATO forces had enough stuff. Yeah, I mean, again, I am very clearly biased, and also I don't have the firmest grasp of the higher level stuff, but I feel like a lot of Western thinking, not just doctrine-wise, is very, very much highly optimistic. And I don't know about back in the 80s, but certainly these days, they clearly don't know how numbers work. So... Fulda Brain. I love that people still unironically think the main push would have been through Fulda just because the Americans were there. That's very, very funny. And very, very American pill to think that they're so important that naturally the main axis would be at them. Now, the actual US Army of the time, certainly at least some of its intelligence officers, like, I don't know, Ralph Peters, knew that wasn't going to be the case. Like, they actually knew. But the popular sort of narrative since then, and probably at the time as well for the general public, was that, oh, you know, Fulda Gap, Fulda Gap, Fulda Gap. No, North German Plain. The Brits are way more vulnerable. The terrain is perfect for a massive tank army. You don't have to worry about the Americans for at least the first couple of days while they try and reposition to do something about it, and then the push through Fulda is mostly tying them down there, especially if they think it's the main push, although, like I said, it seems like a lot of them didn't. Yeah, it's very funny that it's all Fulda Gap and very little North German Plain. Oh shit, hello. Which one does he want me to shoot? This one. So, I probably should have read through the briefing. We are screening for enemy reconnaissance. We're expecting an attack along this axis. So we've got our platoon of BMPs who are just screening ahead. And, well, we found the enemy's reconnaissance screen. It's a bunch of Chadleys, and they are not very happy with us. Now, it seems like the Bradleys actually prioritize target for the TOWs based on vehicle type. They could kill us very quickly and easily with TOWs right here, but they aren't. They're preferring the autocannon. So they might be saving their TOWs in case a tank turns up, or it might just be a case of, you know, they figure, oh, it's a BMP, we don't really need to use it. Because they can actually kill us with the Bushmaster. Maybe not from this range, but... Oh, no, 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 no. We're gonna die. We're going to fucking die. Try and at least do some damage before we fucking die. Okay, left wingman's dead. I think that hit something. Oi! Okay, yeah, we're toast. Let me just yeet this guy out of here. It's not really how these smoke grenades are meant to be used, but... we don't have engine smoke on this thing at the moment, so... Alright, we'll get him out of harm's way, and we'll switch to the 64s, because the 64s are going to need to engage now. I'm going to call CAS. I'm going to call a shitload of CAS, because that is actually genuinely fucking terrifying. I am going to struggle to deal with that with a single platoon of 64s on a ridgeline in the open. At close range, the Bushmaster will fuck it up, especially if it catches it like anywhere except the frontal upper plate. But from a little further out, it's a bit of a crapshoot. There's our BMP, so he made it at least that far. Oh yeah, we got a friend, by the way. He's a little drunk, but there's our buddy. We'll hopefully be getting some good work done, because I really do not trust my ability to knock out this many Abrams without losing a couple tanks myself. Okay, so that tree's about 2,800. From past experience on this mission, 2,800 sounds about right for where they crest that ridge. Once they crest that ridge, it's going to go real bad real fast. Hopefully for them, but probably for me. There's one. They're engaging the hind because they see him. They haven't seen me yet. I think the helicopters, the AI could probably use a little less tendency to hover at low speed. It just makes them super vulnerable. Unless they've got cover in front of them. I don't know if there's plans to do that or what, but we're a little long, so we'll go 2700. Okay, so now we're also blind. This is excellent. This is really good. I'm so happy about this. Served on the M3A1, A2. 25mm would have obliterated the BMP2 out to 800 to 1 kilometer. It will in this if you hit it in the lower plate especially. The upper's a bit... The BMP has similar trouble killing the Bradley frontally, unless it's quite close, or you get it through the turret ring or something. Bit of balancing, can't have the AI too good. Balancing in terms of the AI's reaction time and accuracy at most. There's no balance in terms of projectile strength or whatever. Ah, we got artilleried. Wonderful. It's kind of inevitable if you sit on a hill like that, but also we kind of need to sit on a hill to actually, oh, for fuck's sake, to actually defend this position. This is really not going well for me. Worse than usual. We're pretty on for range. I think I'm going to dial it down a touch. I think that might have... No, up a touch. Okay, we've got close Abrams on the right. I'll engage them in a sec. If I can even see them. Okay, yes I can. 2200, freaking close enough. Over. 2000. 18 maybe? Or 19. I don't have a good line of sight though, because I'm trapped, so I can't move. But also don't have a good angle. I can't see the guy shooting at me because the fucking foliage is in the way. That Abrams is dead, I'm pretty sure. There's one there as well, who I now can't see because of the dust. What range are you? 25? It can't be... 25 maybe? We'll try it, we'll see. So that's the guy that we hit. I think there's one... Let's say there. Over. There is one there. It's high, winged off the top of his turret, so we'll drop a bit more, and yeah, that was inevitable. Jesus, this guy been schwacked by Artie as well. Catch up on chat once I'm done getting murdered. So this is the problem. You can kill the Abrams frontally with the T-64 at this range, especially in M1. An IP would be a different matter. I'd have to get closer, but like I can kill the Abrams quite happily from this distance frontally. The problem is they can do the same to me. Is he seeing that? That might have... Yeah, that's the one I was engaging. Right there. And he sees me. Wonderful. No cant correction on this site. The T-64B, T-80B fire control system has it, but yeah, tank burnt up. Well, this could have gone a lot better. We do have reinforcements coming in. I think this is probably the most, like the highest casualty run I've done of this mission so far. Even the night ones were not quite this bad. Streaming much longer? Probably not too much longer, because it is getting a bit late and I'm a bit tired, but we'll see. It's a public holiday tomorrow, so I don't need to get to bed until whenever, but I'm just a bit tired because, you know, work all day. This isn't a great angle, but it also kind of covers me from them. There were two that came in down that way. They were a lot closer. Should probably space these guys out as well. 50 meters. Just crawl ahead, see what we can see, and we'll range a gun out to 1500. It's probably the minimum we're going to need. Nobody can actually see them because they're not being reported at the moment. I'm not sure if I should consider that a good thing or a bad thing. I'm worried about the two that came up this way, up close. Because if they headed towards my defensive position on that hill, then I'm going to have perfect flank shots on me. And also, you know, close range, they're much more likely to hit first round, which will kill me. I think that one's knocked out, but we're going to make sure he's knocked out. We'll try that. He was not knocked out, in fact. We don't have the best angle on him either. Oh, there's another one next to him. Blocked by the tree. Go for his mission, kill him, at least get his gun. Like, I'm not aiming for the barrel, I'm trying to hit through the gun trunnion. Also means I'm hitting the cheek flat on, because his turret's turned slightly away from me. I wonder if his turret's jammed. It's relatively rare, but the Abrams can get its turret jammed up, or like the FCS can become kind of disconnected from it, I guess is probably the best way to put it. The damage text will give you weapon aiming platform disabled, and then you're down to, like, you can't traverse the turret, or it'll traverse, but the gun sight will kind of stick where it is. Okay, they're still engaging over that way. I'll use this tree line. I'll get in amongst the buildings. Should probably space these guys in a little, actually, so they don't get stuck in the trees. 5 meters that. Oh, smoke. I was going to say, that sounds like an ATGM popping, but it's smoke. I know when I do GHPC streams, you guys get a real good view of my forehead because I lean into the screen so much trying to make out whether something's a tank or a bush, but... Okay. Oh, he sees something. Just gonna mess with these guys pathfinding a bit, but... push through this gap. There's a BMP there. We've got a friend. Oh. Glorious T-64 reverse speed of 4.5 kilometers an hour. Downhill. Driver AI is still kind of funny. It's improving. It's small improvements incrementally, but it is improving. I've noticed they tend not to go into the permanent vaults with trees anymore. They'll take a while to figure out how to get around it, but they will get around it. This is really stupid what I'm doing here. I'll be surprised if I get away with it. It doesn't help that he's skylined. There's no way that's 2800. Probably about there. So one of the issues with the way they've done the coincidence rangefinders is it doesn't like when it's skylined. Oh! That was a Bradley. I thought we killed all of them. Apparently not. Good to know. Good to fucking know. Oh, there you are, you shithead. I think that one might be knocked out, but we're just gonna put rounds into them. Bradleys are a fucking nightmare to deal with. Actually more scared of them than I am most of the NATO tanks in the game. A lot more scared of them. 1200-ish. Are you alive? Probably not anymore. That looks like it went through the turret ring. Let's say that thing is another Abrams, just the top. That'll be the machine guns on top of the turret peeking over the bridge. Yeah, with the nightmare vision. Fuck, what's that guy? The Bradley we just shot, I don't think that was the guy that hit us. I think there's another one. Probably fucking turret down with just this little tow launcher popped up. I'm going to do something very dangerous and cross over here. This is very definitely not how I intended to play this mission, by the way. Just in case that was not clear. This is the contingency plan. And by contingency plan, I mean there is no plan. Oh, there you are, you shits. I just hit my mate, I think. So that's what, 2200? That was a hit. Ceasefire, okay. So that's 1 dead, 2 bailed, 3 dead / bailed. Oh! Is he behind a tree? Oh, he is behind a tree. Oh, okay. See ya. I didn't kill him. That Abrams is obviously dead, or I would be too. Boom. So satisfying when you nail something with heat from long range. Still showing a Bradley there. I'm going to artillery that position again, just in case. Whoop. Yeah, we're down to this 64 in this platoon, and then we've got another 64 that's posted up in this town of the BMP. Are you alive? I hope not. We're about to find out. $1900? Nah, surely not. We'll call it 14. 13, 12. Is that short? Okay. Huh? Oh, it's going long, it's going over him. So he is actually quite close. 11, 12? Hello? Am I just dumb today? Where the fuck are my rounds going? It probably is short. Because he's... yeah, there's a ridge between us. 15? It looks like it's going over him. But it shouldn't be. We're gonna do this the old-fashioned way. And the Abrams is not as tall as M60, which is what this is calibrated for, so he's probably $2,000? He could be, actually. Yeah, he could be, I guess. He was. He was. We're actually still a touch low. That was a solid hit. I've got to refill the rack anyway, so I'll give him one more, and then we'll get the turret faced this way, and then restock Saber. Oh, bumping into somebody's house. We still haven't actually stopped this attack, which is genuinely impressive to me, because normally I'd have this well and truly done by now. What I'm going to do, I'm going to take BMP Hero over here, and I'm going to... oh wow, he ran all the way back up here. I don't blame him. We're going to take him, and we're going to do a little bit of a reconnaissance, because I don't want to lose my only surviving 64. I don't remember if we get any more reinforcements. I don't think we do. I think that platoon that we got before, of which there is now one survivor. Oh, sorry, I've got 2 T-64s, but yeah, I don't think we get any more besides them. Okay. I was wondering why the turret wasn't rotating. Abrams there. Is it alive? Oh, it is very alive. Both of them are. Not ideal shooting through a tree, but we'll take the left one first. Try and hit him in his lower plate. Side might actually be the better option, to be honest. Turret ring. Yeah, we'll just go center mass. Fuck it. Old Faithful. Do not have a good angle on him. One ATGM left, which I'm going to spend on the other Abrams. If I can at least knock out his gun. His hatch is open, he's not scanning, so he might be bailed. He's bailed. I think this guy might be the last survivor. That one's probably bailed. Just do not have... because if I aim for his side armor, he's giving me too much of an angle. It's probably not gonna get through. His lower front's still pretty strong. His turret's a bit of a crapshoot. We'll give him another one to the turret, or like to the turret ring, center mass. And okay, that was what did it. I was gonna say, if that doesn't do it, his gun's probably out of action, so I'm just gonna fucking bomb rush him and hit him with a 30 mil. Okay. We need to grab our 64 again, make sure it's actually restocked, because he stopped doing it once I switched to the BMP. And now we gotta go put out another fire. Hooray! Figures the worst run I ever have of this mission is when I'm streaming. I think I've played about 5 or 6 times by now, and all the other ones, like, some have been rough. The nighttime ones were really rough, but none of them has gone this badly. After all the shit I talked about punching holes through the front of Abrams, which I can do, but, you know, they kind of punch the holes through me first. Which is, how things are going to be now. The Leopard isn't going to change that. Nothing's going to change that. Like, this and the Abrams both have the most powerful rounds you're going to get. And the Abrams, the M1 IP specifically, has the best army you're going to get. So it's very much a case of who gets the first actual hit deciding things now, which is typically how tank combat goes, typically how most combat goes. Unfortunately, the other guy's not in this dude's platoon, so if I want to bring him up as well, I'll have to go back and grab him manually, by which time this guy will probably be under fire. Our Hind didn't do too well. He hovered a bit too long in plain view of a bunch of angry M1s. So I think the helicopters probably could stand to do a little less hovering, but on the other hand, I'd imagine it's really hard to get the helicopters to, like, get the helicopter AI to fly around without clipping, you know, crashing into trees or trying to fly through the ground or doing other weird stuff. So maybe it'll improve with time like the ground AI has, maybe, you know, it's just not that big of a deal, because it kind of isn't for a tank sim. I'm curious what they'll do with it in the future. The 64's turret doesn't have the interior details modeled, by the way, for when it throws its turret, so... Like the Bradley, it's one of those things that they'll get round to when they get round to it. It's not a hugely pressing issue. Really don't want to piecemeal my tanks, but I'm probably going to have to. This guy's got a wounded crew, but at least they can still fight. Yeah, Heinz usually wouldn't hover. I mean, not even Western. Like, Apaches wouldn't. Kiowas and stuff might, but... And unless they're masking behind a tree line or a building, they might do it then, but yeah, typically your hind attack profile is a racetrack pattern, the grinder they call it, about 200 kilometers an hour. Pop up once you're in effective range, fire an ATGM, as soon as it hits, turn around. Well, I'm not hearing gunfire yet, so I guess that's something. I'm going to hold off the cast for now. Just wait until the enemy actually reveal themselves. Which I just realized that might take a while, because I don't have a lot spotting this way. Time is it? Oh, it's fucking nearly midnight, holy shit. Probably not talk too loud, I don't want to piss the neighbours off. Hello. Other 64's engaging as well, good. He dead. Frontal armor, don't give a shit. Now the problem is there's going to be Bradleys coming as well. I'm going to go ahead and drop some artillery. I'm going to call in some Cass. Hello. I think that might be a Brad. Oh yeah, that'll be a Bradley. I'm going to back away at blistering fucking pace. Hello. Please don't fucking murder me. There won't be just one, there'll be more of them. But I also don't want my other 64 getting flanked. Please die. Thank you, much obliged. I think I just lost my other 64. Yes, I did. Shit. I think that's another Brad. Can't see it very clearly. We are about to get flanked. But our air support just saved us, I think. Oh yes, it did. Thank you, VVS. You beautiful, beautiful boys. Yeah, our other guy got cooked. Now I'm going to do something really silly and chase after them while they're, if there's anything still alive while they're retreating. Once this is done, I'll catch up on chat. I had to use all 2 of my neurons to actually survive this one. God, you love to see it. Is he knocked out? Oh, he's about to. Oh, no, never mind. Oh, oh my god. Oh, oh. Before you get another one off, please. Oh, Jesus Christ. I don't trust that this one's dead either. We're gonna make sure. Compositate that one? Yeah, probably. Or it just hit in a really sketchy spot. Sometimes I clap you on the turret roof and it just doesn't really do a lot. So it kind of grazes and then detonates at an odd angle. I think that might be all of them. I don't think there's any I'm going to catch retreating. Just pop over the ridge and take a look. Nope. Let's survey the battlefield and then we'll go to the after action report. So we have a single surviving T-64 out of 2 full platoons plus a mixed platoon. So, yikes. We lost, I think, all bar 2 BMPs. But, having said that, we knocked out 1, 2, 3 or 4 platoons worth of Abrams, I think, and 2 platoons worth of Bradleys. Not bad. We did lose the hind as well, but there's not really a lot I can do about that. Bagged 3 of them there. Without the air support, this would probably be the normal outcome or worse. So the last couple of times I played it, I have used the air support. I don't think I've used all of it. I've used like probably 4 or 5 strikes. I think we get what, like 6 or something. So they help a lot, particularly like you can kill the Abrams with the T-64, but you have to not trade shots with it because it will win if it trades shots because it's more likely to hit you on the first round, and you just don't have the armor to shrug that off. And so you can fight it, but you don't want to deal with them in large numbers. So using the cast to thin them out a bit or take out the Bradleys makes it a lot easier. 31 NATO crew lost 20 equipment, so 20 vehicles. We lost half as many vehicles and half as many crew. That's a good day for the Warsaw Pact as far as I'm concerned. That'll do me. I'm satisfied with that. It went to shit. I've had many better runs of this mission, but it's still a win, and we still took half as many casualties in vehicles and men, so really can't complain. You can see most of my shots weren't paying either. The ones that weren't really doing a whole hell of a lot. I think that's part of the problem is the Bradleys just weren't hitting. Sometimes they're deathly accurate, sometimes they're a little Winston aim. Ooh. Okay, so here's the ATGM fun times. That was a oh. That's a lot of fucking chunky bits. Jesus Christ. Well, like, I think we can agree that's a kill. This is where we started losing our BMPs. The Abrams took them out. Lower plate probably wasn't a good place to aim. The with the ATGMs against the Abrams, actually with any kind of heat weapon against the Abrams, if I can just stop crashing into the ground, aiming at the center of mass from the front, like, yeah, you might hit the turret cheeks and you won't go through. You might hit at a really skewy angle on the upper hull and might not go through, but there's a pretty decent chance, especially with heat, that you'll catch one of the driver's episcopes, or it'll fuse against the turret ring, and that will actually do a lot of damage. So a lot of the time, like, if I'm playing in the Abrams and I get clapped by a BMP-1, it's because some absolute gamer has steered a Malyutka right into my driver's face. And all the fucking upper armor slope in the world isn't going to help you when you've got these things sticking out and the weapon hits them and detonates on them. See, that was not quite on the turret ring, just caught the edge of the gun mantlet. Still wounded the driver, but didn't go through. Here they are shooting it behind. Oh, yeah, 2,000 meters. 1,995.8 meters, technically, but yeah, 2,000 meter shot. And, oh yeah, hit him right in the scopes, so straight through. Three BM-32 does not give a shit. The Leo, it's still work in progress. Well, both of them are. It was on the Grafenver range, like they had all the work in progress. Well, not all of them, but they had some of the work in progress vehicles, so you could kind of ogle them. The T-64 was up there as well before it was actually added. So, don't know how close the Leopard is, but I kind of suspect they'll try and round out the Soviet tanks first. Ouch. It was a heat round. So the Americans, you may notice, M456A2, they now get shoulder fused heat as their primary heat round. They will fall back on the 456A1, which is non-shoulder fused, if you fuck up their logistics badly enough in the campaign, but it's a little harder to fight them now because the devs found out that actually the A2 was quite a lot more common than first thought by 1985 in this area. The Soviet stuff is still nose probe only, so the Soviets still have to try and hit on flat surfaces or it won't fuse properly. 1400 meters straight through the turret cheek. Ain't give a damn, into the ammunition. Hey Super, yeah, you've missed like almost all of it, but good to see you. Hope you've been going well. It's a public holiday tomorrow, so I figured since the patch dropped, I would do a cheeky T-64 stream. Of course, the one loose throwing charge stored on the turret wall is what it hits. The gunner was dead anyway, so it didn't really matter. A lot of shots fired this mission, although, to be fair, most of them were autocannons. Darts the Abrams shooting, 833. So, literally the best ammunition the Americans had. That was a bit cheeky. Yeah, 1,000 meters and original M1 is not going to stand up to this at all. It can't do anything to it. An IP at 1,000 meters is a bit of a risky proposition. You can get through, but you won't necessarily. One fragment, or a couple fragments got through the wet rack and into the ammo. Unlucky. And then immediately clapped by the second, just in case the first wasn't enough. So that was an abandoned Bradley I shot at. Just to make sure. Oh. Oh. That was my AI wingman getting toasted, which I heard, but I didn't see. He got properly toasted. God damn. And they even got another one in after the turret had got thrown. I think this one is still active. This one is still active. Or that one was still active as well. That was the one that I couldn't see him because there was a tree in the way, but got him anyway. I'm just making sure that these were dead, because like from that distance I can't see that they're burnt out, right? Just making sure it's dead. So here's our Conquest shots. Yeah, okay, that explains it. Hit a bit low. If it had been more to the left, it might have done some actual damage. That one got eaten by the gun mantlet, so did that one. Oh. Oh, okay, yeah. That did it. The last one did it. Right where I wanted it to go, through the turret ring. And then through the loader. So these are all pretty close shots, 1,000 meters. T-64 has absolutely zero trouble at all. Oh, we caught him as his blow-up panels were going. Nice. They've actually got art assets for 900, presumably so that when they do later theaters, they can add it in without having to, you know, do it all over. But I don't think it's in time frame for this. Oh, okay, that was the other 64. That was, yeah, I'm behind him. So he got fucked by a turret detonating inside the cupola. And then more of me blasting it. Huh. Man, did I get lucky. Holy shit. Holy shit, okay. So I think my commander was... my TC was already really badly wounded. Maybe dead? I think he was really badly wounded. And, well, he's half a TC now. Hit a high explosive round, didn't detonate it. Thank God that side of the carousel was empty. Thank Lenin, I guess. We're not supposed to be thanking God. We're commies, right? Holy shit. Luck is better than skill. Right? Go ahead and say it. Luck is better than skill. And that was, I guess, the one that finished him. It touched off one of his spare missiles. And then that was me dead checking this guy. So yeah, just as a reminder, that was very grisly, but we still had half as many casualties as NATO, so... M900 is perfectly fit. No, the last thing we need is even more of an arms race. It's depressing watching people adding, like, fucking M1A1s and shit through modding. Or, you know, what limited modding people have worked out how to do so far, because I guess a lot of them are kind of spoiled by having SDKs and workshop stuff available all the time. They don't know how to do anything the old-fashioned way. I'll get off my grandpa's soapbox. But yeah, like, a lot of people are getting mods with, like, fucking M1A1s and shit, and then they're complaining, oh, I need something that can balance the M1A1. Like, my brother in Christ, just don't add the M1A1. Like, don't get mods that add out of time frame tanks, especially if the mod makes them overpowered compared to what they should be anyway. Like, simple problem, simple solution. Arms race, like, arms race PvP brain or arms race my tank could beat up your tank brain is such a fucking... I hate it. It ruins games. DCS players do it really badly. Alright, let's actually catch up on chat. Let me actually... Wait, what am I... Did I actually... I pressed restart level, didn't I? I have such a tiny brain. I don't think, as far as logistics go, well, as far as anything goes really, but particularly logistics, I don't think you can really make good comparisons between the modern Russian army and the Soviet army, because the Soviet army had so much more infrastructure behind it. The Russian army is like a shadow, barely a shadow of what the Soviet army really was. Like, a lot of the stuff that the Soviet army could just do on a whim, the Russians can't do at all because they let the infrastructure rot away. It's part of the reason their mobilization process is, you know, not what it should be. It's part of the reason why they can't get enough equipment in theater. It's... the whole thing's just not really comparable in my opinion. Which isn't to say the Soviets never did fucky-wuckies on logistics, but they were a lot less prone to it and they had a lot more going for them. They also didn't have the absolutely ridiculous requirements of, like, this weapon has to work for X amount of cycles in peacetime, and, you know, we've got to be able to service it at squadron level. It's one of the reasons why when people talk shit about Soviet aviation engines and their really short TVO times, it's like, that's a good thing for a military aircraft engine. You don't want an engine that's going to last 10,000 hours, but it needs regular servicing, like with properly fully equipped squadron workshops and stuff. You want something you just whack in the plane, it needs minimal servicing, it's good for 300 hours, after 300 hours you pull the engine, you send it back to the depot on a train, they refit it at the factory it was built, or something else, you know, akin to that, way back deep in your heartland, and you just whack a new engine in. I think that in general their approach was a lot more, certainly in how they design things. Obviously they're going to have difficulties getting things where they need to go, but I think their approach was a lot more realistic. You can't afford the luxury of a 10,000 hour fucking part on a weapon that's only going to last a week. Or having to FOD walk a runway every single morning instead of just fucking send it off the grass next to the runway because the runway still hasn't been repaired since it was bombed out. Love how the smoke looks. Yeah, it's really, really nice. It looks really cool at night too, because the when it detonates, there's like a nice sort of glow in the cloud, and then all the little spot fires, the phosphorus starts. Looks really, really cool. I won't do it tonight because I'm probably gonna have to end the stream pretty shortly. I'll just do, I think, one more mission, then we'll go on the Grafenberg range because there are one or two things I want to kind of talk about, but. In a future stream, I'll probably do one of the T-64 missions at night, and we'll see what the smoke looks like when it goes off in the dark. Balancing the actual behaviour. Remember the times of BMP-1 getting kills by lobbing Grom over 2 kilometers? I think they still do that. I don't know if they've patched that out yet. Because they'll engage with the range of their longest range weapon system, and for the BMP-1 that is the Malyutka, and so they're making like insane Grom trick shots because they're firing at the range the Malyutka should fire at. Train never to fire from the same place more than once. Yeah, it's a good way of doing things. Probably as I play the mission more and get a feel for what I can and can't get away with, I'll probably move more. I did one of the campaign missions last night, the night before. It was one of the spoiling attack ones, and I found a nice long tree line on a hill overlooking the assembly area, and I just fire a shot, drive along it, fire a shot, drive along it, and didn't take a single piece of return fire. They couldn't figure out where I was. I definitely need to move more, but particularly where it's a mission where it's like, you need to defend this position, my brain gets stuck in I need to hold this hill mode instead of like I should not be sitting still. And then you see the other extreme, watching gameplay videos people put on YouTube or people streaming or whatever, where they're just WASDing around like it's War Thunder, and they're barely aiming their shots, just firing in third person and stuff. I don't know if anyone's achieved the perfect balance yet. Been the theme for today's stream. All sorts of stuff. I probably spent more time talking than actually playing the game. Yeah, it's been technically it's been GHPC all stream, but like I said, I was talking probably more than I was actually playing. Updates fun, so it brings some threat to NATO and Abrams, and the T-64 is actually usable, makes 2 of the 3 T-Series tanks that you have usual access to actually playable. I mean, the 55's playable. You've got to be careful in the 55, but it's playable. Especially against the M60. Against the Abrams it's much harder, but against M60s, and especially if they don't have Bradleys in support, because the Bradleys are, like, the main problem fighting Bradleys in the 55 is you can kill them easily once you actually dial in your range. The problem is doing that. Same as, you know, well, even worse than the 64, because at least in the 64 you got the coincidence rangefinder. The biggest problem I have in the T55 is just Bradleys at long range, because by the time I finally land a shot on them, usually I've lost most of my tanks. But against M60s, the 55 is more than good enough. I will happily fight M60s in the T55 all day, and usually win. Tank or bush and win? The bush explodes? Yeah, that's a good one. It's always satisfying. Walker Bulldog would be cool. Raise you one, Sheridan. Bradleys are weird, too lightly armored to be a tank, too heavy to be a proper IFB, too high to be a scout. Pentagon Wars, yeah, but Pentagon Wars is reformer revisionist propaganda. It's funny, but like the Bradley is a pretty decent vehicle. It can keep up with the tanks. It's got a decent amount of firepower. It can carry a useful amount of guys. I mean, it'd be better if it carried more, but still, yeah, just make it even bigger. It's a good vehicle. It'd probably be better if it wasn't designed by committee, but everything's designed by committee these days, so you can't really get away with it. Or get away from it, even. You don't even have the scariest thing the M3s can do, dismount the dismounts with a tow launcher. Hopefully that will come soon. Infantry are going to be a big fucking reality check to a lot of people, I think. And personally, I will just find it grossly entertaining watching angry little shitheads with funny coloured tubes deleting all of the oh, I'm so invincible because look at my amazing heavily armoured tank. What is the role of a tank to support the infantry? Know your place. So I have theories why they chose red. Must be better at taking communism. Wait, for what? Oh, for the thermals on the Bradley, yeah, the nightmare vision. They don't have nightmare vision anymore. It's green now. It's just not the same, man. Actually, since the topic of the dismounts from the M3 came up, that's actually something that would be done with the BMPs a lot as well. The BMP2 particularly, I think the 1P would do it too, is they would actually dismount their ATGMs from the vehicle and have the dismounts go and place them in a tree line or brush line somewhere and do some cheeky shit. I don't know if we'll be able to do that in Gun and Heat PC, because it's, you know, actually dismounting a weapon from the vehicle is a bit more involved than taking out a dismount weapon from the vehicle, but it would be interesting. And they use the Javelin. The other nice thing with the Javelin is even after you spent all the tubes, you've got this beautiful big CLU with a very nice thermal optic on it, which you can use to spot stuff. The Javelin's got, as far as I'm aware, surprising amount of use in Afghanistan, just like they'd use them to fuck guys off that were on a bush for like 2-3 k's away. But then they'd still use the CLUs so they could spot the fucking guy taking the, you know, running off with the tripod to set it up somewhere else. The tree lines will become the true enemy once the game's finalized. Tree lines and houses. One of the things that, going back quite a while now actually, from when the Bradley was added, some of the missions in it in particular highlight this, I think. If you look at all of the maps in the game, like actually look at the distances between tree line, road, or like open field you can drive a tank through, whatever. But tree line, farmhouse, all of that stuff, little gully here, like there are very, 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 very few places on any of the maps where you are going to be outside the effective range of any serious, or even a fairly lightweight ATGM, like even a Metas or something would fuck you up. In a lot of places, you wouldn't even be able to get out of the range of an RPG or a fucking law or something. It was a bit sobering to realise that, like, oh fuck. Artillery is going to be really important when the infantry arrive. If you're building a tank, would you put this rangefinder in or the rise piece? I don't know, because the thing is, like, how it's represented in game and how it actually operates in real life, especially someone like, you know, might not have perfect vision or whatever, 20/20 vision, I don't know. Honestly don't know. I'd have to use both the systems in the real world before I can make a decision on that. I do like the T-64's system in terms of getting a quick, close enough range and then correcting from there. I think you can get a quick round in the general vicinity of the target much quicker than the M60 can. But then the M60, I think, just the way it works in-game at the moment, don't know about real life, it's a little easier to fine-tune it. So once you get close enough, you can then fine-tune it quite well. Whereas the T-64, it's really, really hard to fine-tune it unless you've got a tree or something next to the target. And even then, it's a bit iffy. Currently the answer to I cannot see what's in there is let's have a look. This will quickly become mash the artillery button. Yeah, I don't know if some of you guys noticed in some of my older gameplay videos that I just uploaded straight to YouTube, I would just dump artillery on tree lines. Even if I knew there was nothing there in the mission, I would dump artillery on tree lines in the expectation that one day there will be something there, and they'll be very angry. Just getting into the habit sooner rather than later. In the amount of low caliber weaponry, I expect infantry to not be as big a threat. Oh yeah, no, infantry are going to be a huge threat. Massive threat. It only takes one guy with an RPG to fuck your day up. Like, that's the threat of infantry. It's not their rifles. Like, who cares about their rifles? The problem is that it only takes one guy that you didn't see, and you've lost at least one tank. Because you're not going to see it until it's too late. Like, the round's going to be in the air most of the way to your asshole before you realise it's coming. There probably isn't going to be time to react in most cases. I don't know to what degree the infantry will be able to shoot and scoot in the game, but certainly current events are demonstrating just how fucking bad it is for a tank or any armoured vehicle when an angry dude with a launcher gets close to it, or an angry dude with a fucking satchel charge, or an angry dude with, you know, any number of explodey things, because the tanks can't see around them. Just, you know, you can run right up to them and blast them and then be gone before they know something's happened. So infantry are going to be a real bitch to deal with, I think, as they should be. No bias at all, obviously. Consider that each infantry squad has an anti-tank weapon of some description. Yes, in some cases several. I don't know what things looked like for, say, the Americans at the time, but certainly, I mean, certainly in Vietnam even, it was quite common for an American squad or an Australian section, either or, to be carrying like 3, 4, 5 laws just between, you know, 9 or 10 guys. And that was where they weren't really expecting to run into tanks, so. Let you choose what to restock now? Yep. Just out of this patch. Huge quality of life improvement. For tank sim set in the Cold War, kind of key to have the Soviet helos work correctly, cue all the exercise. Yeah, the thing is though, it's probably quite difficult to set that up for the AI to actually fly it. Like you could script them to fly waypoints quite easily, but then, you know, if your end goal is to make the missions a bit less set piece and a bit more dynamic, that's gonna bite you. So I don't know. I'm sure that there's probably more work to be done under the hood on it, but like the AI in general is getting incrementally improved every patch, so I'm sure that'll include the helicopters. The fixed wing can be a bit more scripted as such, like they're not, but you know, they fly in set patterns because they're fixed wing aircraft, they have to. So I don't know, maybe applying kind of a semi-fixed wing logic to it, maybe that will do it. I honestly don't know. Action would know better than me, he's the one that coded it and figured out the algorithm for the CAS, for the fixed wing guys. So cool to see the fragments ricochet off the balls. I'll never grow out of the balls jokes, ever. Hey Boyle, good to see you, man. You've caught on to the tail end of the stream. We've got one more actual mission we want to play, and then I want to mess around on the firing range a bit. But it's been a very talky stream, so I don't have much of a voice left. Also, it's pretty late. I don't want to wake my neighbours up. Bradleys didn't always ITO. Yeah, the Bradleys have always had ITOs. The dismount launchers fire regular toes, and the Cobras fire regular toes, but the Bradleys and I think the 901s are all ITOs. That probably will see some adjustment over time, because what depends on the documentation. I know at one point they found documentation that suggested they'd overestimated the amount of ITOs in theatre, but who knows. Want the earlier ammo? Yeah, the shittier the better. And then you get fun stuff like the R412. The R412D is hilarious. I'm kind of sad the T55 doesn't get it now unless you get really fucked up in the campaign. You run out of the modern stuff. Action did test with the Bradley having a 105mm autocannon to test the ricochet bugs and rounds clipping issue. Ouch. Campaigns updated in this patch and the Soviets show up in it. It scares me playing NATO. Yes, so I've been running a new campaign since the, one of the test clients was released. I just finished a pack campaign right before it. So my packed campaigns, I average about 2 to 2.5 to 1 actual like human casualties, and usually about 3 to 1 in terms of vehicles. What can I say? Packed OP, and that was just with, like, you know, the East Germans and their shitty ammo. I played 6 missions so far in my in the campaign where I've only played the Soviets in it so far. I'll probably do some East Germans too, but I've had 1 mission go sideways because I fucked something up really, like, stupidly. It was a pretty easy mission. I just was out of position. But yeah, it has not gone very well for the Americans. They're 3 to 1 on human casualties, like as in I kill 3 of them for every 1 I lose, and 3 to 1, bit over 3 to 1 on vehicles. So attrition is not working out so well for them. Russian army is becoming a Middle East, North Africa style security service for the upper echelons. It got us to, yeah, like I said before, they got pretty heavily, it's kind of ironic, but even though they still have a very perceivably illiberal kind of outlook on a lot of things, they caught the lib brainworms badly when it came to a lot of stuff, and the military was one of those. downsizing, you know, the idea that you can just do everything with a battalion tactical group, it'll be fine, bro, it's totally good, just don't worry about it. The idea that, you know, oh, well, we don't need to manufacture the bread and butter, we can just have, like, really high-tech Gucci shit, until they couldn't. They got halfway down that, and then they realized it was a stupid idea, but it's kind of a bit too late now, so that, like, they lost so much capability when the Soviet Union collapsed, just because it was suddenly in other countries, let alone the fact that they then didn't maintain it, because they couldn't, to be fair, they couldn't. Yeah, it's really not comparable to the Soviet army at all, particularly before the, like, last couple of years of the Union. No FOD walks, but there's a lot of concern about FOD ingestion. I mean, yeah, that's going to be true for really any jet, but the fact that so much of their stuff was designed to operate in austere conditions off of rough runways that would, you know, actually damage some NATO aircraft. In the F5 that they test flew, that the Vietnamese gave them, they busted the nose gear on that. The was it F-16s, I think, on exercise in Romania were getting fucked up. You know, they built their aircraft for the conditions you would find in a war, shitty, austere conditions. Having a nap ahead of my job interview, good luck. You're probably asleep by now, but good luck. Playable, I can actually use it semi-effectively. It just takes practice. You'll get there. What I missed on the T-55s is the fuel drums. Yeah, but they would be jettisoned before you get into combat. You wouldn't actually carry them in a fight. Totally a thing you'd have on in combat? Are you quite sure? I don't know, like, everything I've come across says that they would not carry them into a fight. They would just use it for road marches. What kind of controllers does the game support? I honestly couldn't tell you. I don't use a controller with it. I just use keyboard and mouse. I know that people do play it with controller. I don't know to what degree of success, but what I would say is it will probably improve with time as the devs can shift more resources over to it. Schools, the terrain is based on the real locations. Yes, I found all of the terrains. Yeah, all of them, except the original whatchamacallit one, the one that got removed. Rest in peace. The is it 6? No, not even 6x6. It was really small. I can't think of the name of it now. That was the only one I couldn't find. All the rest of these, Point Alpha is pretty obvious because it's just Point Alpha, right? Isn't it North Fields? I think the main town in that is Poppenhausen, or that might be Fulda Outskirts. It's one of those two, and then yeah, I think I've got a fucking screenshot somewhere I took in Google Maps and then just drew boxes around them. Delta D is also really useful. Yeah, Delta D is really cool. How's the updates looking? Stop playing just before Abrams is added. Oh man, there's a lot. There's a lot. So we have fixed wing and rotary wing air support now. The rotary wing stuff is just, you know, that's there because it's assigned to support you. The fixed wing you can call in on specific areas of the map. Like you tell them go here and kill whatever you see. We've got the Soviets. The T-64 has arrived with the BMP-2. The BMP-2 was already in for a while, but now, like, it's quite common. Yeah, obviously the Abrams was added. Bradley was added. There's a whole bunch more terrains. The thermals are appropriately shitty. They're really blurry now, which is what they should be, because these are ancient thermals, like really early generation. They weren't very good. There's smoke grenades from the tanks. There's smoke artillery rounds. The artillery is like really impressive now. Like all the effects and sounds and stuff have been improved. Terrain's been given detail passes. The campaign system at the moment is just a placeholder, but it basically generates different missions and then gives you a kind of sequential playthrough. So you've got like, okay, well I can do, it gives you a bunch of missions, like 5 different missions, say. Some are reconnaissance, some are raids, some are spoiling attacks, some are company attacks, whatever. Defense. You pick the one you want to play, you play it, and then it chips away at the other side's will to fight. There's also like basic logistics tracking. This is all just placeholder for the campaign. Like the actual campaign is going to be a lot more complicated, but it gives you like a way to chain together a bunch of different missions into something that's kind of like almost a coherent storyline. PT-76, yes, the PT-76 was added. The missions are a lot more complex now, especially some of the newer ones. They're multi-stage missions. A lot of the missions are seeing actual Warsaw Pact doctrine starting to appear, where you get bumped by a small element, then a bigger element turns up. Then suddenly, before you know it, there's there's 2 or 3 companies pushing on you. It's kind of hard to describe how much has changed since just before the Abrams was added. Like, it's almost a completely different game. When did the TOW 2 enter service? I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. Hey Max, you fell asleep. I don't blame you. I seem to have that effect on people. Expectations to go from a road march into contact or into position might just be a difference between Soviet approach and ours. It probably is. I mean, the Soviets would retain them on exercises and stuff, but I doubt they'd really want to be carrying them around during combat, especially, maybe not so much on the T-55, but on something like the 64, where they're actually on the engine deck. They're going to obstruct the gun if you have to traverse it around, so you really wouldn't want to be carrying all that. Yep, BMP-1, BMP-2, the M60A1 with the coincidence rangefinder instead of thermals. There's so much stuff been added. Oh yes, and the missions where you start in the tank that's already damaged, so you get to fight at night with your thermals broken and your laser rangefinder broken, and yes, that was such a good mission. That was so well put together. Okay, let's do boulder limit. So, just let me have a drink here, and then we'll get this one going. Situation. Your Alpha Company, tasked with holding ground against an enemy attack. You are under strength, and not all of your forces are in position. Wonderful. Enemies expected mixed battalion minus, so under strength battalion of T-64As and BMP-1Ps, possibly Heinz. We have 4 Abrams. These are base model Abrams, not M1IPs. 2 M113s. We get a reinforcement of 2 Abrams, who are on the way. They'll turn up partway through the fight. Support assets are 8 fire missions, 5 smoke missions, and 4 air supports. 4 air support sorties. We're probably going to use most of that. Mission. Your task is to destroy any enemy forces that attack you in this sector and up to hold Objective Jolly. Coordinating instructions. 2 platooners dug into a hillside just northwest of Objective Jolly. The mech platoon is dug in on Objective Jolly. Your first platoon is out of position to the north. You must move to get into a firing position. Other units will become available over the course of the mission. As in the previous ones, they're not all immediately available at the start. Any conditions with victory, enemy attack is repulsed and you hold Objective Jolly. Blue defeat, your force loses 90% of its combat power, or you lose control of Objective Jolly. If they get into that town, we lose, regardless of whether we've lost our tanks or not. So, fun times begin. Remembering that now we're fighting T-64s that can punch through the front of our tank from 2 kilometers away, just about. Abrams players are going to have to learn to fucking use cover now and attack from directions other than right in front of the enemy's gun. I'm sure they'll cope with that just fine. Win with only 89% losses. You have no idea how accurate that is to the last few times I've played this mission. Like, this is not an easy one. We will get old mate line 50-meter spacing off the right. So I could push down a little closer to the objective to get into a firing position, but I don't want to have that much frontage where the enemy can engage me. I want to get up on the back slope of something here and shoot basically down the length of their axis in advance and still have a bit of a hollow to pull back into. I'm just looking. He's going to be a bit exposed if I pull up here, but yes, this is pretty close to what I'm after. It's a little flat. I'd prefer it if there was a bit more of a trench behind me. I'm going to engage him first. Oh shit, he's already fired. That's probably gonna... okay.
Next target. Gunner, stable chopper. Traverse stable tank. Identified.
See the other one?
Fire.
Okay, so we got one chopper.
Next target. Gunner,
There's the other.
tank. Traverse right.
It's kind of hard to see.
Target.
Did I get him?
Gunner, stable
Alright, there he is.
Traverse right. Gunner, stable chopper.
That should beat him. Yep,
Gunner, stable
I
tank.
think he's down.
Steady. On. Target left. Gunner, stable tank.
Come on.
Traverse right. Target. Next gun, steady.
Oh, well, he can't make up his mind what he wants me to shoot. I can't even see what he wants me to shoot. Is that a 64?
Gunner, stable tank.
There we go.
On. Target left.
See, these trees are kind of fucking with my line of sight, but it's also fucking with theirs, so I can kind of make it work.
Gunner, stable tank. Steady. Identified. Fire.
There.
Target. Re-engage.
That's not really a great target.
Target. Re-engage. Ceasefire. Gunner, stable tank. Gunner, stable tank. On. Identified.
That is a T-64.
Doubtful.
That's not very fucking doubtful. Oh, unless there's another one he was pointing me at. He might have been.
Gunner, stable tank.
I'll engage this one since I have a clear shot at it. I can see it.
Target. Re-engage.
Start jockeying a little. I'm getting into a bad habit of sitting still,
Gunner, stable PC.
which I really should not be doing.
On. Identified. Fire. Target. Ceasefire.
We're going to start calling CAS in on this, because this is a lot of shit. We're also going to drop artillery on those BMPs.
Gunner, engage. Reverse right.
There's a platoon pushing towards us.
On.
I want to
Firefight.
put the brakes on that nice and quick before they get too close.
Ceasefire.
They are already at a range where they can kill us through the front. I don't want them getting even closer. Man, my buddy is not doing too well. Keeps getting nailed by the BMPs, I think.
Gunner, stable tank.
No, I'll deal with this one. Okay, maybe I won't.
On. Identified. Fire. Target. Gunner, EPC.
I'm gonna restock Sabo. How's old mate? Oh, he's knocked out. Okay, that's kind of not surprising. Such a relaxing mission, I know, right? Those T-64s are getting close. White phosphorus, yum yum. I'm going to cancel the restock.
On. Identify. Fire. Target.
Our cows is coming in. Oh, hey.
Fine.
Newbie, cheers to the resub. Yes, yes, yes. Agreed, all of that.
Reverse right.
It's a 64.
Next target. Gunner stable PC. Target.
No, maybe a BMP? I don't know. I can't even tell. It's just silhouettes moving in the shadows.
Target lost.
In that tree, there's one.
Gunner EPC. Identify. Fire. Target. Re-engage. Next target. Gunner EPC. On the way. Next target. Gunner EPC. Steady. Target lost.
Boy, if they ever make trees, like the actual canopies of trees fuck with your heat rounds, that's gonna be rough.
Steady.
I hope they do. I really hope they do.
Target lost. Gunner on the way. Over. Re-engage. Next target. Gunner EPC. Identified. Fire. Target lost.
Lost heat. Shit.
Identified. On the way. Target. Ceasefire.
Restock time. Pull back in time. Jesus. Okay, we'll get another cast run. And we're going to drop more artillery. These 64s are... I don't like this. I don't like what they're doing. Smoke. I don't need smoke at the moment. They have no line of sight to me because I'm behind this ridge. If they get up there, I might need it, although if they get up there, they're probably not going to see me because I'll be looking at my other mates. Phantom. Oh, and a 104. What a Chad. Where'd he go? There he is. Beautiful. He's going for the 64s, I think. Not sure I like that he's flying towards me. What a king. Fuck, that must be pretty close.
Gunner, stable tank. Steady. Target lost.
There. Looks like he's burning. Oh, we'll hit him again. There's another one there too.
Gunner, stable tank. Identified.
He's looking at me.
Fire.
Oh, he sees me.
Target. Ceasefire.
Hmm? that alive? I don't trust it. It's not anymore. I'm not sure. They've probably got a tank or something trapped out in the field. Jesus, what a scene of carnage. Holy shit. Oh, fuck me, there's more. Whoa. Jesus Christ. How many fucking T-64s do you want? Where is it? Can't even fucking see where it is. Is that one dead? Of course, now the smoke's blocking. There you are.
Gunner, stable tank. Identified. Fire. On the way. George.
Fuck. Do you not really have the ammo to be doing that? There you are. God, what a beautiful tank, though.
Target. Cease fire.
There's at least one more. Probably more than that. There's probably two. So it would be a platoon coming in. There's one. He's booking it. The 64 is a bit faster than the 72 as well. You guys may have noticed when I was playing it earlier, it fairly fucking shifts.
Gunner, George, cease fire.
Is that a... Oh, hello, there you are.
Gunner, stable tank. All right, target lost.
Yeah. No heat either. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, and I've just reversed into my dead body. Excellent.
Gunner, stable tank. Target lost.
We got no cast left. We do have artillery. Don't know if he's gonna still be in the beaten zone of that by the time it lands, but we're getting pretty low on ammo. We don't have much Sabo left. I think that's all heat. So we got, what, 3 Sabo rounds and the rest of everything else in the tank is heat. Heat will kill a 64 if we hit it in the right place, but it's much harder to hit them on the move. Yeah, restock. Heat. We'll just stock maybe 1 or 2 rounds. We should hopefully have enough. Poke my head out a little, see what I can see. All we've got in that town is a pair of 113s. If the Soviets get into that town, we lose. And I think if we take even one more casualty, even one of the 113s, we're probably going to lose as well. Which I got loaded. Couple. Sweet. Oh shit, hello. Ooh, smoke. Jump scare. Not the last one, apparently. Oh, no, he was the last one. Okay, thank God. Jesus fucking Christ. Funny corporate story? Sure, why not? See, we could have come over here and occupied some of these positions, but I don't think we would have fared very well. You know, on account of this guy obviously didn't work for him. He got caught out of position, and his crew jumped. Jesus Christ. Oh, it's fucking smart. There's dead shit everywhere. Yeah, that was my rationale as well, and you can kind of control how much exposure you give them. Like, you're kind of almost pie slicing between the trees. Whereas if you go out front, there's like everything can see you and they will fuck you up. It's the edge of the map. Well, it could have gone better for either side. I don't think they had a very good time of it either. We won. 4 crew lost, 3 vehicles lost. Pack lost 36 crew, 22 vehicles. Kind of understandable. So, first shot was our wingman. Pretty decent hit. Oh, by the way, notice the tactical symbols change on the T-64s and BMPs between missions. Quite cool. That was what polished that hind off. Hit him in the rotor. And this is the second one, I think. Ooh. Nearly. That actually did get into the fighting department. Very lucky. Very, very lucky. "3,000 meters through the bottom of the turret cheek, right at the bottom, slips through, buries itself in the wall at the back of the turret. Just duck. Well, the commander got hit in the head, but it didn't say that it hit his skull or his brain, so it probably just grazed him. I mean, it might have, like, the concussion might have fucking fractured his skull or something, but usually it'll, if it says that it just hit their head, it might be a bit of a bonk, but usually it's if it hits skull, or especially if it hits brain. So you also have, like, hit versus penetrated. So something, a piece of shrapnel might hit a crew member's arm, for example, but that could be anything from, like, just donk to, you know, it hits them and kind of buries itself at the surface level. Penetrated is what fucks them up. So you'll occasionally see as well hit skull, and the crew member will still be up. They'll be wounded quite badly, but they'll still be up. But when it's penetrated skull, or when it's hit and penetrated brain, then that's when it's they're not having a good time. Yeah, penetrated is major wound, hit with a minor wound. Here we see the one of the virtues of the 2A46M. The fucking gun breech is such a massive hunk of metal that it stops a substantial amount of things coming into the turret. Absolutely massive breach on that gun. Try to penetrate my skull and finds nothing. Yeah, real. Same, honestly. Turns out, even with the M1's very, very cool easy mode fire control system, when you're under a lot of stress and trying to minimize exposure time to the enemy, it makes it really hard to get good center of mass shots. Oh, except that one. That was fucking beautiful. Too bad the tank had already been abandoned. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, so that's my wingman getting erased. He wasn't dead yet, they're still shooting at him. Oh, okay, now he's dead. That's pretty convincing. I think that does it. This is one of the other two that were defending the town. So there's the one up there that's being shot at with tank guns, and then this one's getting donked by ATGMs. Uh-oh, cooked his ammo off. And it came in through the wall at the rear, so it probably would have flashed back into the crew compartment. The whole composite doing work there, blocking a heat round. Ooh. Ouchie. That's what killed him. So it just kind of came in through the cheek, pinged off the joint in the armor, took the loader's arm with it and went, hey, let's go to the ammo compartment. While the door's open, by the way. While the blast door is open. Whoopsie daisies. Slow the camera speed down a bit. Yep, that's, that'll do it. That will do it. Quick death better than burning alive. Yeah, probably. One of the reasons, like, I love tanks, but you could not pay me enough to get into a tank on an actual battlefield. Like, you just know that you're either going to get blown to pieces and they won't have anything left to fucking identify you with, or you're going to get, like, horribly, horribly maimed, but not actually killed. It just seems like the worst of both worlds, being a tanker. I have immense respect for them, but I would not do it. Ooh, straight through the balls. In more ways than one. It's a pretty close shot. That was only 740 meters. And that was the last shot of the engagement. Alright, we'll hop over to Grafenwöhr for a minute. I'm fucking falling asleep here, it's 1 AM. Hop over to Grafenwöhr for a minute. Just, I think, 1 or 2 other things I kind of wanted to go over about 64 versus the 72. And also I can show you guys actually in controlled testing in conditions what it will do to a Abrams frontally. So, Grafen, showcase, here we go. I think this is one of my new favorites. Yeah, it's a pretty good mission, hey? What level are they? They're the level where they're scary enough if they actually notice me and shoot at me. It's just because I was in a good position, really. If I was in front of them like the other M1s, I would have got absolutely just destroyed. Let's swap to the 64A. Pull him out of his little firing position. Actually lock the gun as well, since we're not going to be using it just yet. BRDM in the way, god damn it. T72. There. So, the running gear on the 64 and the 72 is quite different. The 72, like the 72s that are in service in Russia now, have different tracks. They're more similar to what the T64 has, but they still don't really solve the problems it has. So, 72's tracks are pretty solid, right? It's got big road wheels. There's not a lot of clearance space between them. And then your sprocket here has just got like fairly ordinary teeth on it that engage on the pins on the track. There are a few problems here, and these are like the actual tracks themselves. The track shoes are kind of germoid-ish. They look kind of like what the Germans were using on Panthers and things. You've got a couple problems here. So the first one is there's no drainage in the actual track links. Like the track links are basically solid. So whatever gunk gets into the tracks is then rolled under the road wheels. It will lift the road, particularly if you're trying to turn on like soft sand or if you're in thick mud. It will lift the road wheels off of the track horns, and it will do it eventually enough that they just slip off and you throw a track. So already not ideal, but you know, a lot of tanks have that problem, so we won't hold it against the 72. But because these wheels are so close together and they're quite large, this would be acceptable in like most countries, right? Like this would be fine. But Russia and Ukraine and Belarus are not most countries. They have this wonderful thing called Rasputitsa, which is when the snow melt turns the mud into like the worst goop imaginable. Like it's hard enough to even walk in, let alone drive a vehicle through. This is where the lack of drainage on the tracks becomes a problem, and the way that the actual engagement surface of the track is textured, it just kind of scoops up mud and it can't get rid of it. So you've got it scooping up mud on the inside, lifting the wheels off the horns. You've got mud on the outside that basically turns the track into, like, it slicks the track. So the track is just like a slick surface of mud and reeds and whatever other crap sticks to it. So it has no traction because it's just smooth, right? It's smooth and mud, like all muddy and slippery. The road wheels are starting to jump off the track horns, and then when enough crap builds up, it actually gets under the pins as it goes through the sprocket, and it lifts off the sprocket, and you really throw a track then. So it's like, it's in most conditions it's a perfectly fine running gear design, but, and again, this is anecdotal coming from guys that are T64 crews, so they're going to be biased, but it's not really ideal in mud. T64, on the other hand, is pretty well designed to handle it, and this is coming from, like, the whole idea that the 64 handles mud better. I've heard it from both guys that are currently fighting in Ukraine, and guys that, you know, are of Soviet army vintage that served on 64s in the group of Soviet forces in Germany and then served on 72s later in their army career. They considered the 64 to be the superior tank in mud, well, just generally in Central and Eastern European conditions. So the whole track design is different. The 72 is single pin, 64 is double pin. You've got these circles, like, see these circular holes on each track shoe, and they're made of multiple parts, and they're quite spaced apart. Like, look at, again, it's game graphics, not a photo of the actual thing, so leeway here, but, like, see how this is a big solid piece and there's not a lot of space for anything to get through? Now look at the 64, and you can really see this when you look at the actual track imprints they leave on the ground where they've gone. The 64 has drainage holes on each piece of track link. The track links have these massive gaps between them where the double pins go through. Like, it's the whole track, probably about a quarter of its surface area or something like that is just gaps where mud can get through. But you want mud to get through because mud will inevitably get into the track. Like, that's going to happen no matter what. What you want is the mud to be able to get back out. So by having these holes here, yes, the mud will come up through the track, but then as it runs under the road wheels, they'll push it back out, as opposed to the 72, where it just builds up and it compacts in between the wheels, and then lifts them up. So instead with the 64, it's pushing them out. The other thing is the road wheels are really small and they're quite narrow. There are problems with this. The 64's running gear is kind of fragile. It's one of the reasons they went to the larger road wheels on the T80, is because the T64's running gear couldn't tolerate the T80's speed. It just tore itself apart. So they're only fairly small wheels. They're quite narrow. There are some implications there for ground pressure, but it's not that big of a deal, really, because it's not a heavy tank to begin with. It's only, like, the early 64s were only 38 tons loaded, right? Once you add ERA, so, like, say, a T64 BV, it's probably about 40, 41, maybe 42, so it's really about T72 weight, and that's with ERA and shit on it. So yeah, you've got all this space, so all the mud and crap just falls out. There's nothing for it really to get compacted into or stuck into. It's basically a self-cleaning track in a lot of ways. And then the 64 on the sprocket, I'll come around to this side so the grass isn't in the way. See how it's got actual horns that engage over the end of the track? So the model doesn't quite line up here, it's a little bit off, but the sprocket engages in between the double pins, and it hooks over the outside. There's like a flange that hooks over. So it takes something really significant to get the 64's track to jump off the sprocket, and, like, by significant, I mean it involves metal breaking, because you'd have to snap one of these off for it to happen. The Russians are starting to use T64 style sprockets on their 72s, I've noticed, which is getting part of the way there, but it's still not really an ideal solution. Yeah, so there you go. There's the law according to T64 dudes of why the T64 is better in mud and sand, really. Anything that can get gunked up in the tracks. You can also, while we've got them side by side, let me just speed the camera up a bit. I think the 64 is very slightly smaller than the 72. It's a little narrower, it looks like. Pretty similar height, which is 2.25, 2.28 meters, something like that. So it's barely taller than I am. Well, barely. It's like 20, 40. Wait, Max, yeah, about 40 centimeters taller than I am. Just not a lot, really. But overall, they're very similar size, very similar shape. It's I can see why people who aren't like terminal tank Kumas can't tell Soviet MBTs apart, but once you get the details nailed down, it's pretty easy. So again, for those who struggle, T-72, big road wheels, and like the idler wheel is kind of a weird looking contraption. T-64, small road wheels. Also, the idler wheel is basically the same as the road wheels. T-72, spotlight right side of the gun. 64, left side of the gun. 72, the commander sight faces forwards. The anti-aircraft gun faces backwards, and it's just hand operated. On the 64, they both face forwards, and it's remote operated from inside the tank. Snorkel stowage on the 72 is on the side of the turret. On the 64, it's on the back. 64 usually has extra equipment boxes on the side of the turret. You don't see that very often on 72s. You see it on the 80s. The 80 is very similar to the 64 because it was based on it. But 72s usually, they just have the one storage box at the back there, and then the one on the back side. Whereas the 64 is it's got bins all over the turret. It's got 2 or 3 on the left, depending on which variant it is, and if it's got ERA and smoke grenades and shit blocking away. You've got a big one on the back with the snorkels, then you've got ammo for the machine gun there, another stowage box there, another stowage box there. If you look at them from the back, the 72's engine deck is a bit more busy, like it's got more stuff on it. And then the exhaust for the 64 is in the center of the engine deck at the back. On the 72, it droops out the side. Actually, I haven't seen what the new exhaust looks like on the T-72 yet. I just realized. Let's have a look. That looks pretty cool. That looks really cool. I like that. It's kind of like a waterfall or something, just with diesel exhaust. If we want to look at mobility, actually, let's take the 72 for a bit of a paddock bash down the range. We'll see what we can get it up to on a slight downhill, and how quickly it accelerates. Actually, that'd be interesting once multiplayer is implemented, just drag racing tanks. See which one accelerates the best, which one goes faster. So 72, it's fairly mobile, but it's not exactly fast. It takes a while to get up to speed, and it doesn't actually go that fast when it does. I think this thing will top out. We're going downhill, so we're seeing about 52 k's an hour. On level ground, I think it tops out around 47, 48, something like that. It's not super fast. Let's grab the 64. Also, kind of curious which one bounces around more. The 72 is very pitchy, and I'm told in real life it's like that too. It pitches forwards and backwards an awful lot. It's got quite a harsh suspension. Whereas the 64 is a smoother ride, just in general. I don't know if I'd say this accelerates much faster, if at all. It might even be a little slower, but... 52, nearly 53, and this will actually hit 50 odd on a flat as well. I feel like the 64 is a bit faster, a bit more maneuverable. It might just be snake oil. It might be me being biased because it's my favorite tank, but it just does feel a little nicer to drive. Okay, what I'm going to do is we'll take the 64 back to one of the firing positions, we'll grab the Abrams, both the M1 and the IP, and we'll put them about probably 2 kilometers out. We'll see what we can do to them frontally with this. I know what I can do to them frontally with that. Very fucking little, unless I happen to get lucky. But the ammo we get in this is very, very nice. So, on average, I would say probably about 1,500 meters, 15 to 1,700 meters is your limit to go through the turret cheeks of the M1. The M1 IP, I'd say probably about 800 to 1,200. You can get through at higher distances than that, but it's not something I would rely on. Park it up here. Shorter track base. Expect to pitch more, if anything. It might. I don't know. It's like the suspension would probably come into it as well. It also could just be, you know, bias, and actually they're very similar, and just T64 guys are really, they really like their tanks and will look for any reason to shit on the 72. I don't know. Like I said earlier in the stream, it was always a thing. It was always a bit of a contest between whose tank was the better one, and the war has intensified that quite a bit because now it's become a nationalist pissing contest as well. Hooray! What game is that? GHPC. It's available on Steam. It's early access. It's only a fairly small dev team, so it made more sense for them to release it in early access and continue working on the game than spend 10 years working on it. And you know, by the time it releases, nobody really would be that interested anymore. But they update it really regularly, so patches happen monthly. Sometimes it's an incremental improvement, sometimes it's a major one. If somebody actually wants to put !GHPC in chat, the bot should drop some links, unless he's on strike again. Oh, there we go. I think I don't know if I've updated that. Oh yeah, I added the Steam link. Okay. We'll use a laser rangefinder on this to figure out how far away we are. You notice the Abrams doesn't have exhaust smoke as such, but it does have heat haze from the turbine exhaust. Let's see now. So I want to get about kilometer and a half, 2 kilometers. I want to get some respectable distance. Oh wow, we're still only 900 maybe. I think probably the moving targets are about 1.5 K. How does engine exhaust work in reality? What, the Abrams, it's literally, it's a jet turbine, so it's just, you don't really see that much smoke unless something's gone very badly wrong, or it's using its smoke generator. You just see heat haze, because the air coming out of the exhaust is several hundred degrees Celsius. It's extremely hot. $1,500, that's good enough. So we should have no real trouble punching through the front of the M1 at this range, but the M1 IP will be a little more challenging. Get the front pointed to the 64, and then we'll go grab the other Abrams. M1 IP. Yeah, turbine is a jet engine. Like, a jet engine, if you think about it, so you know, like steam turbines they use in ships and for power stations and stuff, it's the same thing, it's just air instead of steam running through it. Steam turbine relies on external well, steam generation, so usually something else is causing combustion and the steam runs through the turbine and spins it. The turbine's not actually generating, like it's not doing anything in itself, it's just spinning, and then the power drawn off that is used for whatever. Whereas a jet engine is basically the same thing, except there is actual combustion happening. So it's pretty much a self-driving turbine. Nope. No, it's a jet engine. Same as helicopter engines. So helicopter engines are termed a bit differently because of the way they're hooked up to the rotor. So instead of just calling it a jet engine or whatever, it's usually referred to as a fucking turbo shaft. It's just a jet turbine, but it's hooked up to the rotor by a shaft, so it's a turbo shaft. Turboprops. Turboprops, they've got propellers, but it's a jet engine. So the jet engine is actually driving the propeller. It's the propeller is providing most of the tractive force, and then the jet gives you a little bit of extra boost out of that. Anything with the name turbo in it means that there's a turbine involved. In the case of like a turbocharger for an internal combustion engine, all that means is that there's a little turbine that spins usually in the exhaust, and it draws power off from that. But it's not doing the bulk of the work. The actual internal combustion engine is. But yeah, if it has turbo in the name, it means there's a turbine involved somewhere. Okay. T64A. Now we know the range is about 1500, so that solves that problem, but we can also just confirm it with the rangefinder. And once again, you can see like it's difficult to, especially with the windage scale and the way, or lead scale. You can see it's kind of difficult to do it with tanks. I think we've got it dialed in 1600, 1500, yeah, close enough. So I'll try and get it when the turret's pointed at me, not the side. His turret stopped scan. Oh no, he's alive. Oh, okay. So we'll wait for him to turn back, and helps if I turn the stabilizer back on. No wonder I was getting pushed around when I fired. Still looking okay. I'm not sure which is which actually. That might be the M1 IP we're shooting at. So the M1 IP should actually be able to tank this at this range. The M1 base model, it can if we hit it just the right way, but it's vulnerable to it. We'll try a couple of shots at the other guy, and we'll be able to see in the after action what they're actually doing. It could just be I'm hitting the gun barrel and that's eating them. Is his turret still scanning? Doesn't look like it, so we might have knocked him out. That hurt him. There's all those little spot fires from the white phosphorus when smoke grenades go off. It's quite cool. Oh, I'll show you guys the engine smoke too, and what I mean about the wind. You can see the wind here is quite strong, it's blowing left to right, so the smoke clears pretty quickly. It's even more noticeable with the engine smoke, because it's not, like, it's putting out relatively thick smoke, but it's not putting out a huge amount of it, so it blows away pretty quick. And phosphorus generated smoke is like the particles are a bit heavier than just diesel fuel generated stuff. I think that might have got him. Put another round into each. We'll have a look at the after action to see what that did. But yeah, we'll have a look at the smoke. So, first of all, smoke grenades. You guys have seen the NATO smoke grenades already. He just fired them, and you also saw me use them in the last mission. Well, have a look at what the packed smoke grenades do. Off they go. Just wait until you see how far away they go off. That is about 200 or 300 meters in front of me. So, and also the way that they're in game, they just fire in groups of 4. But the way they're configured in real life, you've got a little control panel, so you can do all these really like insanely specific patterns, because these aren't for defensive screening. Like, these aren't for hiding you. Not in the sense that, like, oh my god, there's an ATGM looking at me, or there's a tank looking at me, I need to pop smoke and reverse. That's not what these are for. These are for tactical use on the advance. So as you're advancing across, terrain, if there's a gap in a tree line or something which you're using to screen a flank, and you don't want somebody to see through that gap and shoot you, you blast these at it. And you might only want to pop a certain number of grenades, or you might want to pop them at a certain spread or something. So there's all these very specific uses for Soviet smoke grenades, but they aren't really useful at all for concealing you when there's an ATGM coming. You're just kind of shit out of luck when that happens. Add self-propelled howitzer and MLRS. The artillery is off map at the moment. I don't know if it'll be on map. And probably not playable, but who knows. MLRS, I mean, you could call them in, maybe. Self-propelled anti-air is a maybe as well. It'll definitely be present, because it'll be shooting down air support. Kind of need it to, but whether it'll be playable is another thing, because the thing is, like, yes, the Shilka has backup optical sights, but that's kind of not what it's designed for, and it's kind of not the main way it's used. Likewise, the Vulcan is not what people generally would think it is. Like, the way it's laid out is very specific to its role. Okay, so that was our smoke grenades. Now we have the engine smoke screen. And not all vehicles have this, but a lot of them do. The M60, the Abrams have it. I don't know if the Bradley does. I don't think it does yet. I don't know if it actually should have one. The 64 and 72 have it. The T55 just got it. I don't think the BMPs have it yet. I don't know if they'll get it. Presumably they will. I think they can do this in real life. But you can see here, between the T64's abysmally low reverse speed and the wind blowing from the south, I can't reverse into my own smoke before it blows away. On the other hand, if I was facing north and I wanted to beat a hasty retreat, even with my shitty reverse speed, I can kind of get away with it, because the smoke's going to blow forwards across me. And I actually get a somewhat usable smoke screen. Then if we want to head south, it's just going to disperse super fast, because, I'm moving this way and the wind's blowing it back behind me. So the engine smoke is really cool, but it's also incredibly situational. You kind of need to know what the wind is doing before you try and use it, and you need to be realistic about what you can do with it in a particular scenario. It does take a while to disperse, so it's quite useful when it's not too windy. But bear in mind, it also doesn't block thermals. Only the artillery smoke does at the moment. We can't demonstrate fire support on this mission, but whatever. Okay, let me catch up and chat a bit. Helicopter and tank engine work the same, unlike the turboprop. Yeah, but the helicopter's hooked up to a the way that it's they call it a different thing. It's called turboshaft. Like helicopter engines are always referred to as turboshafts, and they always give the power ratings in shaft horsepower, same as a turboprop. But yeah, it's effectively just a little jet turbine. Unless you're a true Chad flying a piston engine helicopter. No wonder they cooked on the Abrams exhaust deck. Yeah, they sleep on it too. Because it's flat, right? It's nice and flat. It's one of the issues with Soviet tanks, I guess, is the engine decks tend not to be very big, so they aren't very good beds, but also the whole thing of you live in your tank, you don't leave the tank except to shit, and even then not all the time, that typically is done in Western vehicles. The Soviets had a bit of a different approach. They might sleep under the tank maybe while they were bivvied up, but you don't live in the tank so much. The tank is something you're in for combat, and you know, you're outside of combat. You might be near it, but you aren't necessarily in it. So like a lot of the Western criticisms of, oh, they're so cramped, oh, like how are you going to live in this? Well, because they didn't. It's a tank. It's for fighting, right? I understand why, from a Western perspective, the idea would be to live in your tank in case, you know, somebody fucking sets off a nuke or somebody sets off some other unpleasant shit. It keeps you safe from that sort of stuff. But it also means you have to make certain compromises, which the Soviets were not too keen on doing. I do like that Bradley has its actual unit markings now. I was wondering when those would happen. But like I said, it's a nice detail, but it's a bit lower priority than other important things like that beautiful machine right there. God, it's such a good looking tank. So it's gonna. There was something I wanted to. Oh, right, the engine decks. Kind of shit on the M60 because it's got this dirty grey hump on it because it's a pretty big diesel. The M1s. Oh, right. I shot at them, didn't I? They're down here. Oopsies. Oops. Most coordinated camera controls. That's me, by the way, not the game. So especially in the early M1, because you don't have the big bustle overhang, you've got this beautiful big engine deck. Just lay out a fucking roll mat on that and just sleep, and it's going to be nice and warm all night long. The top of the turret, I mean, the blowout doors would be a bit uncomfortable to lay on, but like the Abrams is really good for just laying on top of. There's a lot of flat surface there. Have a fucking picnic on this thing. It's a good looking tank. It does the box aesthetic right, I think. I'm not a fan of the Leopard 2. It's too boxy. It's like turbo German. But the Abrams and the Charlie 2 are good looking, I think. They do the box aesthetic properly. Okay. Is there anything else I was gonna... Just the after action from this, I think. I'm starting to get pretty dopey, so I'm gonna head to bed after the stream, I think. Shot one, shot... Oh, yeah, that would explain it's ricocheting. Then that one, through the hole, so aiming a touch low. My point of aim was not quite right. So the whole idea was to show that you can penetrate it through the turret, and I completely failed at hitting the turret on every single shot. But I think you guys get the picture. You saw me hit them through the turret in some of those missions anyway. So yeah, M1 IP, still pretty scary. M1 regular, unless he sees you first and starts shooting at you first, kind of not really a big deal anymore. Kind of don't have to give too much of a shit about him unless, you know, unless it's nighttime, then you kind of do. And you can also see, so this is the IP, you can see the, just trying to think of the best angle to show it. if you look at the thickness of the turret cheeks, it goes all the way back on this side. Like the weld line goes all the way back in line with the GPS doghouse. On this side, basically back to the smoke grenades. Oh, it kind of does here too. But the regular M1's a little thinner at the turret front. The whole turret's shorter, that's what it is. It's kind of hard to show, but the eyepiece turret's a little longer and the cheeks are a bit thicker. Maybe this view. Yeah, actually you can see it better here. And then also you've got the bustle on the eyepiece so you can hang more shit off the back of your tank. I think the whole arm is slightly different as well. The side's still the same. Side armor on the Abrams is kind of like, it's got the special arrays, but other than that, and it's only partially covered on one side. Other than that, it's pretty easy to get through. The hull on this, the BMP will punch through with the Grom quite happily, especially if you hit above the special armor. Like right along here where there's that coverage gap and it's just steel, the BMP will turbo fuck it if it hits it there. Right, well, here was me thinking I was going to do a short stream for like 2 or 3 hours tops. It is now 7 hours later. I barely have a voice left. I'm extremely tired. I was planning to stream probably Saturday, but I don't know if I will, because this was a very long stream. I might squeeze one in next weekend or something. We'll see. I will find someone to raid, and then I am going to go to bed. No worries, Fox. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you haven't played the patch yet, I strongly recommend it. The T64 is just so much fun. It's like the optimum blend of actually dangerous to things, but also kind of janky to use. It's so good. Let me see who I can send you to. I don't even know who'd be live at this time of night. We'll go on an international raid probably. I don't know if any of the Aussies will be on. Oh shit, Robbo is on. Fucking mad lad. In a DC-6 for the first time, huh? Oh, Robbo, you twist my arm, mate. Twist my arm. Send you guys over there. Whoopsies, didn't want to do that. There we go. Right, raid set up. It'll probably take about a minute and a half to go, because when I do it through the chat, it takes forever to go through. But anyway, thank you all for hanging out with me today, guys. Hope you enjoyed the stream. If you haven't got Gunner Heat PC yet, I do strongly recommend picking it up at some point. I'd say it's getting to the point now where there's still quite a bit to go. I think the real decider for a lot of people is going to be when multiplayer hits, because that will give it a lot more replayability. But if you're the kind of person that likes to, you know, get a lot of reps in and kind of beat your own personal best, if you're competitive with yourself, like I am, you'll probably enjoy it even now, because you can just run missions over and over and get sort of what works, what doesn't, reduce your losses, reduce the amount of time you need to do it. But yeah, it's coming along well, and I think this year is going to be a really good year for it. Anyway, I think this raid should be going through just in a moment. I hope. Oh, no, it wasn't actually counting down. Thank you, Twitch. So I have to actually open it on the dashboard on my phone, because I'm not logged into Twitch on my Steam browser, and I'm not opening my actual browser, or I'll crash my PC because I've got so many tabs open. So yeah, there we go, it's gone through.